Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Cloud Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Fog 1. Fog is caused by tiny water droplets or ice crystals suspended just above the ground. At higher altitudes, these droplets would form a stratus cloud. The clouds were puffy, soft cotton ball. Like cotton candy. That was better. Izuku liked cotton candy. At the summer festival just a week ago, his mother bought him one that looked just like All Might's hair. Izuku had giggled and wrinkled his nose, saying that he couldn't just eat All Might's hair, but then his mama had said that she would have to eat it all by herself and she looked so sad and he was going to be a hero so he had to help, and they ended up sharing a ponytail each. Turns out All Might's hair was delicious. But right, the clouds looked more like cotton candy All Might's hair than cotton ball, and they whizzed past, or rather he whizzed past, since the train was going very fast. But then again the wind was probably blowing the clouds, which meant that they were moving very fast, but they were so far above that it just looked like they weren't going as fast, which must mean that both he and the clouds must be whizzing, which meant that the old lady across the aisle was giving him funny looks and he must be saying this out loud. Izuku flushed bright red, mumbling out, "Sorry? It's very pretty outside." "It's all right, sweetheart," the old woman smiled indulgently. "Is this your first time in the countryside?" Izuku nodded, rummaging around in his bright yellow backpack for the fruit snacks his mama packed for when he got hungry. "I'm visiting my dad while mama gets special training for her work. She's a nurse, but she's taking special classes to help people who are in hard to get to places like buildings that fall over. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, miss," he added hastily, remembering that mama said it was extra important to be polite to old people but extra rude to tell them that that's why you were being polite to them. He found that one out that hard way. The old lady looked properly impressed, which only made her nicer. Everyone should know how cool his mama is. "It's very nice to meet you, Izuku-chan. I'm Himiko Oshida. That sounds like very important work. Do you want to be a nurse like your mama?" Izuku straightened up, making sure to tap his All Might sneakers just right so they light up as he declared, "No, mama's amazing, but I'm going to be a hero like All Might. And I can save people and take them to mama to make them better." "I'm sure you're going to save lots of people. What quirk do you have, Izuku-chan?" "There are all kinds of heroes, you know, and your quirk is going to help you decide what kind of hero you're going to be." Izuku bit his lip, suddenly not sure what to say. Mama hadn't said it, but there was another reason she was sending him away while she went to her special training. Quirkless. Izuku liked learning, but he didn't like what he was learning about what quirkless meant. It meant that his teacher gave his worksheet a bad grade because it wasn't supposed to be pretend when he said he wrote that he wanted to be a hero when he got big. Or how playtime hurt more than it used to, and how Kaken wouldn't even let him be the villain anymore. And after seeing the little burns peppering Izuku's arms the first day of summer break, Mama had called Dad that night. Then the next morning suddenly he had offered to have Izuku stay with him to get to know each other. Somehow, quirkless meant that he didn't get to have a long sleepover with Kaken like they had planned. Truth be told, Izuku still hoped maybe Dr. Tsubasa was wrong, that he would still get his quirk a little later. After all, he was only 5, and he was still a little short, so maybe when he got bigger he'd get a quirk. With a start, Izuku realized that Himiko-san was still waiting for his answer. "Oh, I don't know what I'll get." Izuku felt a little bad for not being totally honest, but she'd been so nice, and nobody wanted to hear about what kind of hero he was going to be once they heard that a doctor said he wasn't going to get a quirk. The soft chime announcing their arrival at Hokishi Station saved Izuku from further questioning as he stood, clutching his All Might backpack and bowing. "This is my stop, but thank you for talking to me, Himiko-san." The old lady chuckled, shaking her head. "Whatever quirk you get, you've already made one old lady's day a little brighter, so I'll say you're already a hero for me, young man." Izuku blushed, managing to stutter out his thanks, but he wondered as the train doors hissed shut behind him if she would say the same thing if he had told her the truth. Cicadas hummed in unison with Izuku's heartbeat as he turned slowly about the empty platform to see that he was alone save for a stray cat sniffing at the feet of a shadow in a suit. A vest. A shadow in a vest that was watching him. Izuku swallowed, resisting the urge to squirm and ensure that he didn't have mud on his shoes. This was a quirk, right? It wasn't one of the Izuku-eating yokai that inhabited the woods that bordered his neighborhood at home that Kaken liked to tell him about. But then again, he didn't think that yokai wore vests like that. Or maybe they did. He supposed he couldn't really say what yokai would wear, but then again he couldn't exactly discount their existence because only a couple centuries ago people would have claimed modern-day quirked people to be yokai taking on human appearance, but that didn't change the fact that the vest shadow tilted its head and spoke, cutting Izuku's spinning thoughts abruptly short. Your train was 4 minutes early, Midoriya Izuku. Vest Shadow's eyes were luminous yellow, pinning Izuku to the spot, again bringing up the ridiculous urge to confess that he'd taken the last of the fruit snacks at home without throwing away the box because he was trying to watch All Might's interview on the news. I'm sorry, he tried, scuffing his feet and clutching his All Might backpack in front of him like a shield. Not that he believed in the Izuku-eating yokai, but it couldn't hurt to have something between him and the stranger. I fail to see how you can be blamed or praised for the efficiency of public transportation. I am Kurogiri, your father's personal assistant. Izuku blinked owlishly, questions beginning to trip over themselves in his mind, but the only thing he could squeak out was, "Oh, what do you assist him with?" "Personal matters." Kurogiri turned, calmly making his way toward the edge of the platform. "Now come, your father is waiting." Izuku chewed on his lower lip for a second before hurrying to follow. Even though Mama said not to talk to strangers, Izuku figured that since Kurogiri knew his name that technically made them not strangers. But also not friends. But maybe he would be Izuku's friend even though he was an adult or spirit. Izuku still wasn't quite willing to rule that one out. And then maybe he would tell him about his quirk and save Izuku the trouble of investigating him and figuring it out on his own. Izuku only realized that Kurogiri had stopped when he ran headfirst into the other's legs, proving Izuku's theory that he did, in fact, have a body under the purple mist. Or that the mist solidified on contact. Was it just contact with people, or could Kurogiri phase through walls like a ghost? Just as he opened his mouth to ask, Kurogiri looked down at him. "Do you need to use the restroom before we leave?" "What?" "In my preparations to receive you, I have read that young children often need to be given the opportunity to perform basic tasks they may not yet think to do without prompting. Do you need to use the restroom?" Izuku wrinkled his nose. He wasn't a baby, but still the train ride had been kinda long. "Is it a long trip to Dad's house?" Kurogiri seemed to consider this for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "For us, no, it is not." "Then I'm okay, thank you, Kurogiri-san." "Very well, we'll be there shortly." Izuku barely had time to nod before a swirling purple mist engulfed him, and for a second Izuku had a moment of panic in the darkness that his Izuku-eating yokai theory was about to be proven correct before he was panting in bright sunlight again and staring at an entirely different place. The house in front of him was a massive collection of traditional sloped rooftops and cedar porches, the rich stain well-maintained and gleaming in the afternoon light. Spinning in a circle, Izuku saw a sprawling lawn of soft grasses and gardens that gave way to tangles of wildflowers and woods in the distance. There were no other houses as far as he could see, and the only noises Izuku could hear were the lively call of birds and the soft trickle of water coming from the direction of the house. Then it hit him. Spinning on his heel, Izuku gaped up at Kurogiri, who was standing behind him, hands folded neatly behind his back. "Your quirk is amazing, Kurogiri-san. Can you take more than one person at a time? Do you have to be close to them? Can you go to places you've never been? What if you looked at a picture of a place, could you go there? Is it your body that makes the portals, or do you control something to make them? Like shadow manipulation? How did? It's good to see that you've inherited my curiosity when it comes to quirks." Izuku whipped back around to see a tall man in black slacks and a white button-down, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, standing in the doorway to the house. Izuku recognized him from the pictures on the mantel. A neatly maintained mop of curly black hair, bright blue eyes, freckles and a nose just like Izuku had. The wide grin he himself always tried to imitate to make Mama smile when she was feeling lonely and didn't want to say anything. Midoriya Hisashi. This was his father. Dad knelt down and opened his arms wide. Izuku, come and say hello to your father. Izuku dropped his backpack, tripping up the steps in his haste and crashing into his father. It felt like hitting a brick wall, but Dad just laughed, sweeping Izuku into his arms and standing with one smooth motion. Be careful, we can't go damaging that mind of yours, son. It's your most valuable tool, so you have to take care of it. Kurogyri, if you could ensure my room is prepared, I'll be staying here for the time being. Looking down at Izuku settled comfortably on his hip, Dad smiled. There were no crinkle lines around his eyes like Mama had, but his voice was warm when he added, I've already unpacked the bags your mother sent ahead. I see we've got a future hero on our hands here. Izuku nodded furiously as Dad carried him into the interior. I want to be just like All Might. He saves everyone and he never stops smiling. Just like how you told me to smile for Mama. Izuku's dad huffed out a laugh as they arrived in front of a door which he towed open with a shiny dress shoe. Yes, I guess I did say that. And I had gathered that you admire All Might when unpacking. As his father stepped through the doorway, Izuku supposed this must be his room as it has a bed covered in his All Might blanket, his All Might plushie sitting neatly on the pillow, and his All Might action figure collection set up beside the window. Though someone must have bumped into them because they were all lying down at funny angles, so maybe he hadn't packed them well enough, but at least none of them looked broken. And was that his Endeavor figure standing on top of his Silver Age All Might? That wouldn't do. Squirming down, Izuku ran to the window to restore Silver Age All Might to his rightful place, because while Endeavor was cool, he just wasn't All Might. Do you want to play heroes with me, Dad? I could be All Might and you could be my sidekick. Or the villain, but you don't have to because Mama doesn't like being the villain, but Kaken says we have to have a villain to play heroes because that's the way it works, but then I always have to be the villain and I don't like that because I'm gonna be a hero, and besides I think we could all be heroes and then nobody has to be the villain. He trailed off, nibbling his lip nervously because he'd forgotten for a second that he didn't remember if Dad liked to play heroes, and he hadn't seen him in 2 whole years and lots could have changed. Dad was watching him with an expression Izuku couldn't quite place before the man sighed, lips quirking wi up. Are you sure you wouldn't rather be another hero? Like Sir Night Eye? Or what about Present Mike? Your mother said you listened to his radio show. Izuku shook his head. Because All Might's the best at everything, Dad. His father leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. Izuku wondered if he would be able to do that someday. He had tried, but his eyebrows just refused to work separately. Oh, I wasn't aware that All Might was not only the #1 hero but the world's leading tax accountant. Izuku giggled, carefully standing up his All Mights and realigning arms and legs so they looked particularly heroic. At hero stuff. He's the best at hero stuff. Really? What about the kind of heroics that require a hero to be very quiet or risk not having anyone left to save? Izuku frowned. He hadn't really considered that kind of hero, but that sounded cool. The kind of hero who could save someone who couldn't even ask for help. That sounded nice, but they still weren't All Might. He was just the coolest. And he made everyone feel safe with his smile, and he would never leave anyone behind. All Might's still my favorite. He makes people feel safe just by coming. And he saves everyone, Dad. For a long moment Izuku's father stared at him before the slow beginnings of a grin began to tug at his lips, and he straightened, carefully rolling his neck and pushing up the cuffs of his shirt. Well then, All Might, tremble, for it is I, the worst villain alive, and you'll not escape this day. Squeals of laughter echoed throughout the house as All Might did battle with a nefarious villain. Izuku couldn't even bring himself to mind that the villain won their fight as he finally surrendered, breathless with laughter from Dad's merciless tickling when Kurogyri interrupted to inform them that a phone call was waiting for Hisashi. Feel free to explore the house and outside, Izuku, but stay out of my office at the end of the hall, okay? It's where I go when I have to work, so it has to stay just for adults. Izuku nodded vigorously. Okay da. I mean, I'll get you next time, villain. Hisashi laughed, shaking his head before speaking in a low, steely voice. Until next time, All Might. Izuku shivered. Dad sounded kinda scary when he played villain. But also so cool. And he let Izuku be All Might. Even when he and Kaken played heroes, he never got to be All Might. Maybe this summer won't be so bad. Hisashi carefully folded his sleeves back down, buttoning them and accepting his suit jacket from Kurogiri before striding into the office with a small smirk. That was interesting to say the least. The boy's disposition was remarkably like Inko's, a few kind words and affectionate gestures, and Izuku looked at him like he hung the moon. But with that sunny nature, he carried a razor-sharp intellect that, with careful nurturing in the right direction, could become a force to be reckoned with. And when his wife called and tearfully explained Izuku's quirkless diagnosis and subsequent problems, well, he was happy to have an interesting side project to divert his attention and pacify his wife in one go. Stepping through the portal, Kurogiri opened and into the green glow of the warehouse, all for one smiled widely at the trembling subject strapped to the table. Such a beautiful quirk waiting to be harvested. Thank you for having everything ready, Doctor. Let's get to work. I have to be home in time for dinner. Izuku was bored. The last few days hadn't been bad, exactly. Some had been great. As it turned out, Kurogiri was an excellent cook, and while his katsudon wasn't quite as good as Mama's, his onigiri were the best thing to pack as a lunch while he explored the woods of Dad's estate. That's what Kurogiri said it was. An estate, not a house. Izuku had already found the perfect cluster of bushes by the stream to house his hero agency and operations. He had already created patrol routes to keep the koi fish in the inner courtyard safe. He had gotten Kurogiri to answer some of his questions. Yes, I can transport multiple people. No, I will not warp a cookie to your bedroom. Now please go to sleep. Yes, I do have a stomach. I have not tried going somewhere I've only seen on TV. No, I will not warp you to the roof when you have no rational way of getting down. I am not qualified to speak on the shape of that cloud in relation to All Might Midoriya Izuku, but I believe it is a cumulonimbus cloud, not a cumulus. And so it went. After that first day, Izuku didn't see Dad as often. He always went straight into his office after breakfast, and sometimes before Izuku was even awake. And he only sometimes came out for snack breaks, or one time when he said one of his red pens spilled while he was on a conference call and he had to change before his next meeting. Whenever he left the office, Izuku followed on his heels, cramming all of his thoughts into the space between his father's brief journeys around the house and his inevitable return into the office. They fell into a rhythm of sorts. Izuku managing his hero agency and patrol routes, Hisashi working and tripping over Izuku whenever he left the office, and Kurogiri, well, Izuku didn't really know what Kurogiri did when he wasn't cooking, but it must be the personal matters that he told Izuku about when he picked him up 2 weeks earlier. Which brought Izuku to today. But it was pouring rain outside, and Izuku had been forced to cede his patrol routes to the elements because he wasn't a rescue hero, and there was nobody to rescue him from Kurogiri if he tracked mud into the house. He was currently rearranging his All Might figures, again, before thinking about trying to find out where Kurogiri was, again, and then maybe asking Dad a question when he came out of the office, for the 7th time, because he was trying to think of all the possible combinations of quirks he might still get, but he didn't know much about Dad's family, so it was hard to guess. But then again, Dad seemed a little unhappy today, and he was barely answering Izuku's questions. Yes, my quirk is Dragon's Breath, son, you know that. Izuku, does it look like my freckles are dragon scale mutations? Hair color can be included in quirks but is not a quirk within itself. Go eat your lunch. No, I can't burn my mouth with heat, but I can still taste spicy food. What did I say about eating? When you can find the word allele in the dictionary, I'll tell you about your grandmother's quirk. Yes, I can hold my breath for a long time. No, you can't practice without Kurogiri watching. I have not tried roasting marshmallows with my quirk. And so, Izuku hesitated when he heard the hall door open and his father's steady footsteps echo through the house for a minute before the telltale click of the door announced his return. Mama always said that eating snacks when you're grumpy helps, so maybe he could bring Dad a snack before he asked his next question. It was an important one, and so Izuku armed himself with some apple slices Kurogiri had left for him before slipping toward Dad's office. To his surprise, the door was cracked. Dad had said he couldn't bother him while the door was closed, but it wasn't closed now, so Izuku didn't even have to wait in the hall for him to come back out. Inching the door open, Izuku blinked in the dim light coming from a low lamp on his father's desk, seeing him sitting and watching a video on the computer. Izuku gulped, steeling himself against sudden nerves. Dad? I have a question. Hisashi did not look at him, watching the video with narrowed eyes. Not now, Izuku. We've talked about coming into the office. Please don't do it again without permission. Please? It's important. Dad took a deep breath before pausing the video and turning to look at Izuku seriously. What is it? Are there any other people who are quirkless in our family? Izuku looked away, unable to meet his father's eyes as tears pricked at the corners of his own. Today was Kaken's 6th birthday party, and he had said that only future heroes could come, so Izuku wasn't invited this year and he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He had to know. He'd read about alleles in the dictionary like Dad said, and he had to know if he had the recessive one. If he really was quirkless like the doctor said. Hands on his shoulders startled him, and Izuku looked back up to find his father kneeling in front of him. Full of questions today, aren't we? Why do you want to know if we have quirkless family members? Izuku felt his lips begin to tremble. Because I want to be a hero, but if everyone says I can't do it, if I don't have a quirk and I haven't gotten mine, and maybe the doctor was right and it isn't coming. Dad sighed, picking Izuku up and sitting down at the desk once again. I've told you before that there should be far more than brawling that makes up a hero. Not that many remember that. There are many people whose quirks give them no physical benefits, and their minds are little more than glorified containers for their abilities, so no real benefit can be gained from their use of them anyway, since they lack the brain power and creativity to properly utilize them. So no, Izuku, if you were to choose to be a hero, it would not be your lack of a quirk that kept you from that path so much as the cruelty that perforates our society. Do you understand? Izuku nodded slowly, thinking hard to keep up with all the big words, but the message echoed around in his head. If heroes were more than their quirks, did that mean that he could become one even if his quirk never came? Or was he able to, but nobody would let him, even though all he wanted was to help people? But still, he needed to know. But do we have any quirkless relatives? Dad was quiet for a few moments, looking like he was thinking about something before saying slowly, everyone thought your uncle was quirkless. It was not until many years later that we discovered he. Dad trailed off, looking down at Izuku with an expression that made him feel like a bug under a microscope, hands on Izuku's arms tightening marginally. Izuku stared widely up, meeting his father's icy blue eyes, suddenly a little frightened, though of what he could not name. He what? Dad blinked and the expression was gone, replaced by the easy smile as he ruffled Izuku's hair. He developed a quirk very late, though it wasn't much more than holding his breath longer than usual. Izuku deflated. Oh. However, it did develop rather late, so I wouldn't give up on a quirk just yet. Izuku felt his heart stutter. Really? You think it could still come? Really? Do you think it'll be dragon's breath? Or something else? Did you have other siblings? What were their quirks? Would I have a mutation of those quirks or of yours and Mom's? Can quirks skip generations? Do you think I could team up with all me? How about we write all of these questions down so you don't forget them? In fact, Dad interrupted quickly, reaching onto the desk to grab a notebook and opening it to the front pages, handing Izuku a pen. If you're going to be a hero, then the best way to learn is to write down everything you can find about them. Their strength, what makes them good heroes, how they fight, if they work with other heroes, if they like to fight battles head-on or work from the shadows. How to turn those strengths into weaknesses. The intensity was returning, and Izuku found himself hanging on to his father's every word. Write down every detail. Where they can fail and why. Think carefully about if there are ways to make them stronger, then strip those away and consider the ways a villain might try to harm them. All of these things will help you become stronger whether or not you manifest a quirk. Until then, they have their quirks, and you have your mind. Sharpen it to be just as dangerous, Izuku. Izuku gaped at his dad, mouth hanging open. Of course. If he was going to get his quirk late, he was going to have to work extra hard to understand quirks for when he did. Dad was so smart. So when a hero... Wait. Now when you have questions and thoughts while I'm working, I want you to write them down in this notebook, and we can talk about them a lot at dinner instead of while I'm getting a glass of water between meetings, okay? Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement. This was going to take his hero agency to whole new heights. And Dad was going to spend dinners talking about all of his ideas with him. How do I start? His hand hesitated above the paper, soft round hands gripping the pen tightly. His father's calloused hand gently covered his own, easily guiding Izuku's own to trace the letters, hero analysis for the future, across the top line. Like this. Dad smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling for just a second. Now, I just happened to have been watching a hero fight on the news before you walked in. Watch it with me. Write down what you see and we can talk about it. It's almost dinner time after all, I can stop work a little early. He pressed play, and Izuku found himself swept away, hands flying across the page in messy hiragana as one of present mix fights resumed, the fast-rising hero darting about the screen. All for one watched with some amusement as Izuku devolved into mumbles, hands scribbling messy notes as his eyes remained glued to the screen. A bright intellect easily sharpened, and something else that required further analysis before he could reach any conclusions himself. An interesting side project indeed. Fog can appear and disappear just as quickly depending on whether or not the surrounding air has reached the dew point at ground level, or the point at which the air is cool enough to become saturated with water droplets. This most commonly occurs at dusk and dawn. Izuku was surprisingly familiar with scars. He knew that some lasted forever and some eventually faded away. Some lay smooth and others puckered. His research had brought him to the conclusion that chicks did not, in fact, dig scars. He'd tested it at the petting zoo just before coming to stay with Dad and they hadn't paid him any attention. The theory was so fascinating that Izuku had to put it in practice, and was disappointed in the results to say the least, though perhaps the author of the chicks dig scars theory he'd stumbled upon trying to find out how to make burns hurt less had some kind of animal-attracting quirk. Izuku shuddered, remembering the rooster that had attacked him in a flurry of feathered fury. No, he felt sorry for the person whose scars attracted chickens, grown or otherwise. Results? Inconclusive. Izuku also knew he was kinda clumsy. Field research, Dad said that was part of his job when Izuku asked last night at dinner. Required certain risks, and so Izuku dubbed his mishaps as part of the dangers of field research and, of course, hero work. How was he supposed to know that a branch would break when he was pursuing the villain that robbed the bird feeder? A scraped elbow. Or that the rock in the middle of the koi pond was covered in moss when he was saving a sad-looking frog. A bruised knee and an unexpected swim. But those were minor injuries that Izuku was proud to bear for the sake of science and saving the creatures of the backyard that he'd sworn to protect, and he'd only cried a little while Kurogiri put an all-might band-aid on his elbow and held an ice pack on his knee. He didn't hug Izuku, but he did disappear into the house for a few minutes before returning with a jelly pouch and some cookies, so Izuku knew he must like him at least a little. Or maybe a lot, because he'd even sat beside Izuku while he ate and advised him to move his hero agency away from the stream because it was going to rain soon and it might get washed away. Izuku wasn't sure how, but Kurogiri always seemed to know when it was going to storm. And besides, his scraped elbow wouldn't scar, and the bruises on his knee would fade. Izuku knew where his scars were. A faint mark by his left ear, so thin and white that you could only see it if you were looking for it. Mama said he got that one trying to save her from the washing machine, and that it was his first battle scar. Another white line on his shin told of how his cape got caught in his tricycle when he was playing heroes with all the other kids. A third on his tummy was still a long, jagged pink line from where one of his classmates said that fossils weren't allowed on the slide, and a jagged bit of metal caught Izuku as he'd fallen down the old playset. The most recent additions were the raised, shiny starbursts that dotted his shoulders and forearms. The deepest of which had hurt whenever he'd moved for days after, but the worst part wasn't the burn itself, but the laughter that followed. But what confused Izuku was the new scars that were appearing without him having gotten hurt during field research or hero work. He wouldn't have even noticed if hadn't been itching at the band-aid Kurogiri had put on his arm from his latest attempt at befriending a stray cat that had been hanging around his hero agency. The new scars were little raised red marks surrounding a purple pinpoint, no bigger than an ant bite. Two on his right shoulder, one in the crook of each elbow, another on his left pinky, and then one more right at the base of his neck that looked more like a mosquito bite. He pinched the skin on the inside of his elbow, wincing a bit. It did itch a little and was tender like a bruise. Maybe it was ants or mosquitoes. Mama always did say he was very sweet and that the pesky bugs would therefore try to gobble him up before putting bug spray on him. These ones must be pretty big to be leaving marks like this. It is time for dinner. Izuku jumped, spinning around to see Kurogiri standing in the doorway to his room, a thoughtful tilt to his head. Something is troubling you. Did you not want katsudon tonight? No. I love your katsudon, Kurogiri. It's just, I think that bugs are eating me. He sadly presented his arms for Kurogiri's inspection. The older man knelt down and gently turned Izuku's arms about in his hands. It always felt like being brushed by mist, soothing and cool. For a long moment Kurogiri was quiet, yellow eyes narrowing, flickering as they always did, but slowly, as if he were choosing his next words carefully. I would not trouble yourself over scars. Many things leave marks on your body over the years, but underneath them the makeup that creates you, Midoriya Izuku, remains the same. They simply note that you survived what would seek to harm you, that is all. He stood again, gently tugging Izuku to his feet and heading toward the dining room, where Izuku knew Dad would be waiting for them. However, I will add bug spray to the grocery list to put your mind at ease. Izuku snagged his analysis notebook on the way out and trotted beside him, grinning widely. Thank you, Kurogiri. He should have thought to ask Kurogiri sooner. He was almost as smart as Dad. And now that he thought about it, there were always things that tried to keep heroes from doing good, so maybe Kurogiri was right and his scars just showed how he hadn't let the bad things stop him from being a hero. Izuku still wasn't totally sure about it, because even though Kaken said he couldn't be a hero, it didn't mean Kaken was bad, right? He was just, well, he was sure that as soon as he explained what Dad was telling him, the others would see that he could be just as good a hero as everyone else even without a quirk, and they could all play again. And Kurogiri sounded so sure, so Izuku didn't think he was wrong. Besides, it hurt less to think of it that way, so that's what he was going to do. Dad was kneeling at the table, smiling as Kurogiri gave Izuku a gentle push into the room before disappearing into the kitchen to make tea. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming, Izuku. Did your patrols run long today? Izuku took his spot next to Dad, happily noting that Kurogiri gave him extra pork, and it looked like there was a cup of bright blue juice next to his teacup. Only a little. I had to find extra nuts to put under one of the oak trees because the mama squirrel had her babies and I don't want her to work too hard. And then I was worried that the bugs were eating me while I was asleep because they're leaving scars, Dad, but Kurogiri said those were just ways to tell that I survived something that would want to hurt me, so I don't mind too much even though they itch a little. Dad's hands gently pried Izuku's fingers away from where he'd started to itch at them, frowning, though a small smile played across his lips. Well, Kurogiri is very smart, that's why he looks after you while I'm busy, so I think we should listen to him. And besides, little hero, it looks like these are healing nicely, and so long as you don't scratch them I don't think they'll impede your hero work. Izuku nodded vigorously, tucking into his katsudon. I'll try my best. Hisashi raised an eyebrow and Izuku flushed, hurriedly closing his mouth and chewing. He had found out that Dad liked manners a lot at mealtimes. The only thing that broke that rule was that he always told Izuku to bring his notebooks so they could talk. Speaking of which, Dad held out a hand, and Izuku couldn't help but wriggle a little in excitement, sitting up straighter and handing Dad his notebook, carefully annotated with the day's observations. Recently his father had taken to giving him small assignments, like short videos of hero fights to watch and write down his thoughts. Izuku had taken to it like a fish to water, and already his first notebook was nearly a quarter full in the 3 weeks Izuku had lived with his dad. Hisashi smiled, running a hand through his dark curls as he thumbed through his cuckoo's notes on the grainy video he'd placed in front of Izuku that morning. It had been kinda hard to see everything, but Izuku had gathered that the hero was so cool. Is it a new hero, Dad? I've never even heard of him? But it looks like his quirk works by stopping villains from using their quirks. Do you think it would work on mutations? I don't think so because you can't just stop someone from using their body. You're probably right that it doesn't work on mutation quirks, But how do you think he uses his quirk to stop the villains? Izuku considered this for a moment, replaying the hero dropping from the sky and almost landing on top of the villain. I think it's his eyes. Because the villain started to grow those thorny plants when the hero turned his head away for a second, so those goggles are probably to keep villains from knowing where he's looking if he has to fight more than one. And to protect his eyes. Dad nodded approvingly. Very good, Izuku. What are some things that you could do to help him? I would put a screen behind his goggles so villains couldn't see his eyes at all. And to keep out dust and wind. And how would you beat him? Izuku frowned. He didn't want to beat this new hero, but he supposed it was important to know how someone else would try. I would tangle him up in that big scarf if I was really strong. It looks like he almost fights quirkless, so he doesn't have any extra strength and I could get him stuck. Dad chuckled. That's true. But many other people don't train to fight well without their quirks, and he does, so that might be more difficult than you think. What else would you do? I would hit his nose. Everyone's eyes close when you hit their noses, even if it's just for a second. Then if I had a quirk I could use it again, and if I didn't he would still have his eyes closed so I could get him. Dad threw his head back, laughing jovially and giving Izuku's hair a ruffle. Simple but effective. And what do you think of the villain? Izuku leaned against his father's hand, enjoying the attention as he sipped the blue juice. It must be the blue raspberry he asked Kurogiri for, though it was a bit bitter after he swallowed, so the berries must not have been quite ripe when they made it. Oh right, the villain. Their quirk was so cool too. All of those plants in the warehouse, and they could make them grow so fast and move around like snakes. But there were huge flowers and little trees and moss, so they must be able to make more than the thorns, so it's sad that they decided to do bad things with it. Dad nodded, resting his hand on the top of Izuku's head now. What are some good things he could have done with it? He could have grown lots of food for hungry people. Or planted trees where there were fires. Or made plants for medicine. Izuku felt a prick of sadness as he considered how many people the villain could have helped but instead decided to hurt people. He must have been hurting people for the hero to stop him. So it was good for the hero to use his quirk to stop the villain from using his? Izuku nodded, twisting to grin at Dad. Yeah. He was so cool. And so fast. And must work so hard to fight villains without a physical quirk, and so if the villain has a mutation quirk he's basically quirkless. What's his name? Dad pulled his hand away, sipping the tea Kurogiri had slipped back into the room to pour. His name is Eraserhead. And you're right, he is a relatively new hero who can temporarily stop people from using their quirks, unless, as you said, he's fighting someone with a mutation-type quirk. Fascinating quirk, really. I would love to study it. Now, Izuku, if Eraserhead's quirk is taking away other people's quirks for a short time, do you think other people might be scared of him? Call him a villain? Izuku gaped. But that's not fair if he's a hero. And his quirk is cool, so if he isn't going to hurt people then his quirk doesn't make him bad. You're right. It isn't fair. Just like it isn't fair that the villain had such an amazing quirk that they didn't use for anything useful where someone like you could do great things with it. And given a chance, that villain would go back to squandering it. At Izuku's puzzled head tilt, Hisashi sighed softly before amending, waste their quirk's potential in hurting people who are, ultimately, inconsequential. They lack both creativity and vision to achieve anything lasting. And even though Eraserhead can stop them from using it for a short time, he can't do it forever. If he could, do you think he should? Izuku wrinkled his nose. I don't think he can. But if someone could, wouldn't it be better to stop the villain from ever using their quirk to hurt the wrong people again? But isn't that taking away something that's part of them? Dad sounded right, but the idea of taking away someone's quirk scared him a little. What if it hurt? He didn't want someone to be sad about not having a quirk even if they were a villain. What if they decided to be good someday? Dad crossed his arms, considering Izuku's words. Maybe, but didn't we just say that it's not the quirk but the person behind it that makes a hero or a villain? And if quirks are just tools, should we let people just use them to hurt people when we could stop them, son? What if Eraserhead decided to stop heroes from saving people with his quirk? Should we let him? Izuku opened his mouth for a moment then closed it again. I guess not. Dad took a sip of tea before continuing. Remember, Izuku, there is no difference between the quirk of a villain and the quirk of a hero. For example, the villain Eraserhead fought. He made thorn bushes and found ways to hurt people with no cause. But what would you do with it, Izuku? Izuku chewed on his bottom lip. Well, I guess I would make more acorns for the mama squirrel. And make more plants that are endangered. Or I could make soft places for people falling off high places so they don't get hurt like a rescue hero. Dad's answering smile made Izuku feel warm with pride. Now you're thinking, son. So the same quirk used by different people could mean the difference between a hero who saves people and a villain who hurts them. Aha. Izuku nodded again, finishing the blue juice. That made sense. A quirk wasn't a person, so it really couldn't be good or bad now that he thought about it. And he supposed that just maybe if quirks were tools, then it was kinda the same as when Mama took away the hammer after he accidentally punched a hole in the wall hanging his newest All Might poster. Izuku was still Izuku. Just Izuku without a hammer, so maybe it was the same idea that Dad was talking about with stopping villains from using quirks forever. Then again, it still gave him a crawly feeling down his spine. Maybe after he'd put the thoughts in his notebook they would make more sense. After all, Dad hadn't been wrong yet, and Dad said he could be a hero, so all of this was to help him be a better hero. Yeah, that was it. Heroes had to make hard choices, so Dad was just getting him ready to be the best hero he could be. Hisashi handed Izuku's notebook back, smiling widely, eyes crinkled half-moons. Good work, Izuku. You're getting better every day. In fact, he dug around in his pocket for a moment before producing a tiny present Mike sticker, giving a thumbs up, ceremoniously sticking it to Izuku's analysis. You deserve a reward. Well done, hero. You'll be moving up the ranking charts in no time. Now, tell me more about what happened on your patrols today. Izuku shook off the crawly feeling and eagerly dived into another story from his day patrolling the meadow. Dad was so cool and so smart, and he knew about heroes and how Izuku could become the best hero, just like All Might. All the while, Hisashi's blue eyes never strayed from the boy's wild gestures and animated tales. After all, no need to fight the entire war in one day. And if his theories were proven correct, well, All for One was content with beginning with the smaller battles. Izuku's feet were cold against the wood floors as he padded softly down the hall, careful not to trip over his feet, pressing trembling lips together as he groped his way down the dark hallway toward the front door. It wasn't that he didn't love Dad, or like talking to Kurogyari. But right now he missed Mama, and it was her birthday tomorrow, and she always said Izuku was her present, and thinking about how if he wasn't there then she wouldn't have a present and would be sad made him sad. So after hours of tossing around on his bed, Izuku wanted to see the stars because he and Mama always counted them when he couldn't sleep. And when she had to go away for a while to get her certification, she promised to look at the stars every night because they were the same ones Izuku would be looking at too. Reaching the front door, which was never locked, Dad said they didn't have to worry about robbers. Izuku flung it open. Then the waterworks really started as the dam holding back his tears broke. It was cloudy. No Mama. And no stars. Izuku slumped down on the stairs, hugging his All Might plushie and sniffling miserably. I take it something upsets you, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku jerked to the side, letting out a terrified eep, and almost falling down the steps, momentarily forgetting to cry in favor of gaping up at Kurogyari, who was leaning against the railings of the porch, staring up at the cloudy sky. Kurogyari. I'm sorry, I just wanted, Kurogyari let the Izuku stutter himself into hiccuping silence before answering quietly, still observing the clouds pensively, if you wish to be alone, I can leave. However, if it is something I can assist you with, you only need ask. Did you ever miss your family, Kurogyari? The words tumbled out of Izuku's mouth without permission, the tears returning now that his shock had faded. I have no obligations outside of you, your father, and your father's business. Oh, Izuku pulled his knees to his chest, wilting. I miss my Mama. We would always look at the stars on the porch if I couldn't sleep, but there aren't any stars, and I just... Izuku dissolved into tears, unable to finish the sentence as a wave of loneliness washed over him. First Kaken, then Mama. He knew logically Mama was coming back, but he couldn't help but fear, in the inky, humid night air, that somehow everyone he knew would be lost to it. That quirkless meant he would be all alone. A chilly breeze swirled around Izuku, spiraling with his thoughts until they were abruptly stilled by Kurogiri settling next to him. There are no stars to count tonight, Midoriya Izuku. But if you were to squint, I imagine you could see many shapes in the clouds. For instance, the sky could be considered a blanket. Izuku looked up at the sky. The moon was pretty bright, and he could see it peeking through the cracks of the puffy black shapes high overhead. He then scooted a little closer to Kurogiri. He wasn't Mama, but Izuku really didn't want to be alone right now. I think the one up there looks like a bird. Do you like birds, Kurogiri? Kurogiri was quiet for a moment. Yes, I do. I like songbirds. They're pleasant to listen to in the mornings. For some time they sat like this, squinting at the shadows and shapes thrown by the light of the moon behind the clouds until Izuku's tears dried and his heart felt a little less tight in his chest. Until his eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep against Kurogiri's side with the soft blanket of clouds drifting above them. A sharp stinging brought Izuku briefly back to consciousness, but everything felt fuzzy, and his eyelids were so heavy. But the stinging in his arm wouldn't go away and it hurt. A soft whimper crept out of his throat, distress beginning to fight to clear the fog in his head, to open eyelids that might as well be made of lead, move his body that had somehow been replaced with stone. Stone with jagged cracks filled with lava. Heat that scalded his blood, traveling up his arms to his shoulders, his chest, his neck. Another choked sob slipped past his numb lips. Then there were gentle fingers stroking through his hair, softly separating sweaty curls, and a deep, rumbling voice murmured, "Shoo, Izuku. It's all right. Because I am here." Darkness pulled Izuku under again, far beyond the reaches of stone and fire, and he knew no more. The soft, feathery dawn found Izuku with a warm cocoon of blankets surrounding him. His All Might plushie was tucked neatly at his side, but he didn't quite remember how he'd ended up getting back to bed. Kurogiri must have carried him after he fell asleep. Izuku's cheeks warmed with a flush. Hopefully Kurogiri hadn't minded too much. He felt like he'd had a bad dream too, but in the growing light he couldn't quite recall what it could be. Growing light? Wait. The soft rays hitting his face must mean that the mama squirrel was going to be awake soon and he needed to make sure her nuts were ready. Wide awake now, Izuku hurriedly put on his favorite hero patrol outfit, making sure to choose his All Might light-up shoes for the occasion before tumbling out the door into the dawn light, feet leaving clear tracks in the dew as he made a beeline for the stream's edge. The thing was that even though he was feeding her, Mama Squirrel didn't like him very much, so he always had to get her nuts ready early in the mornings. Quietly. Or she'd make that angry chattering noise. Taking care to be extra sneaky, Izuku crept between the trees, piling nuts into his shirt. He was thankful for the unusually thick early morning fog that swirled around his ankles, soft and cool, mostly obscuring the small boy from sight. Excellent. Mama Squirrel would never see him coming like this. Nuts gathered, Izuku crept toward the oak tree with the twisted trunk that sat upon a little hill overlooking the stream that he knew the Mama Squirrel built her house on. To his delight, upon coming into view of the tree, Izuku could see 3 pairs of bright black eyes peeking over the nest, little noses sniffing curiously. Mama Squirrel was sitting several feet above the nest on a different branch, surveying the area with what could only be described as suspicion. Izuku ducked down deeper into the fog, grateful that it extended this deep into the woods. Usually she would be angrily chattering by now as he dropped the nuts at the base of the trees and fled her wrath. However today, it would seem his presence had gone undetected. Wait, 3 babies? Izuku's eyes were drawn back to the nest, and sure enough only 3 little noses were poking out. Where was the 4th? Eyes wandering along the branch, Izuku's question was answered when he saw the tiniest squirrel he'd ever seen snuffling about the bark, focused on reaching an acorn that had yet to drop. The tiny grin that was forming on Izuku's lips slipped as the baby squirrel stretched its tiny arms, finally grasping the nut before the twigs snapped under the weight, sending the little squirrel tumbling. Izuku's heart dropped with it. He lunged forward, arms outstretched, but there was no way he could catch the tiny squirrel before its fragile limbs crumpled against the hard earth. From that height it wouldn't survive the fall, and he wasn't going to make it. Leaves and rocks scraped Izuku's arms as he dove, cupping his hands and praying that by some miracle he could make it another 5 feet. He barely made it 2.5. But ever so slowly, Izuku raised his already watering eyes to see his horrible failure, only to be met by the beady black eyes of a very confused-looking tiny squirrel sitting on a cloud. Izuku blinked. The squirrel blinked. And the small, puffy white cloud, no bigger than a dinner plate, floated a few inches from the ground. Izuku's jaw dropped as his eyes scanned all around for the source of the cloud. For the real hero who saved Tiny Squirrel from certain death. But there was nobody. The oddly thick fog had dissipated, leaving the bright dappled light of the rising sun gently filtering through the leaves. Nobody was there. It was only Izuku. And the squirrel. And the cloud. If there was nobody to make the cloud, and squirrels couldn't do it, then the only logical explanation was that it was somehow Izuku. Barely daring to breathe, Izuku silently willed the cloud to lower the squirrel the last few inches to the ground. And ever so slowly, he watched it hover to the ground before disappearing in a soft puff of mist, leaving the still stunned tiny squirrel on the ground. He'd cupped his hands to catch the squirrel, right? Could that be it? Izuku pushed himself onto a trembling elbow, cupping a hand and gently raising it a few inches. For a moment nothing happened, then he watched as a soft gray mist swirled about before condensing into the small cloud, once again lifting the tiny squirrel a few inches into the air. It was him. Izuku's triumphant shout of joy split the fragile peace that settled over the woods, startling nearby birds and immediately drawing the ire of Mama Squirrel, who took about scolding him from an upper branch as soon as she saw him near her baby. But Izuku didn't mind the lack of gratitude for his heroics. He had gotten a quirk. His very own quirk. The mantra thrummed through his blood, with every breath as he tore out of the woods toward the house. He had a quirk. He had a quirk. He had a beautiful quirk that could help people. Dad. Kurogyri. Guess what? Dad. A shadow at the corner of Izuku's eyes made him spin around as he ran, shocked and delighted to find the little cloud chasing him from the woods, then promptly tripping over his own feet and leaving an Izuku-shaped mark in the dewy grass before he was up again, sprinting across the meadow with barely a pause, the puffy white cloud swirling about his ankles. Adding nimbus to the end of a cloud name indicates that there is precipitation falling from that cloud, such as a cumulonimbus cloud, usually associated with thunderstorms. Kurogyri did not get attached to his master's projects. He was proud to serve to the best of his ability, and often that required copious amounts of research and astronomical amounts of patience. For example, shortly after Master acquired Tamura, Kurogyri started discovering piles of dust where there used to be chairs in the lounge about the time that the stuffed koi fish he purchased the boy as a comfort item disappeared. In addition to a small pile of ash hastily swept under the bed, all it took was a thin pair of sleeping gloves and a new fishkuin before his chairs were left intact once more. Master had been reluctant to allow them, as such crutches were forbidden during the day, but relented when Kurogyri had pointed out that the gloves were moisturizing and therefore would keep the child's hands from cracking. If they also kept the new fish intact through the rare times Tamura slept through the night, that was neither here nor there. And Kurogyri would not have to adjust his budget to include more chairs. 2 gloves, 1 fish, and 3 problems solved. His efficiency was one of the reasons Master allowed him as much autonomy as he did to solve problems the way he saw fit. On the best of days, Kurogyri could even confidently say that he was quite fond of his charges, and this easily combined with the pride that his master entrusted him with some of his most valuable tasks, even though on the surface they might seem quite mundane. Yet, each must be dealt with differently. Tamura refused to touch sandwiches with the crusts on. Izuku would only eat his vegetables if they were on an all-night plate to remind him that heroes had to eat balanced meals. Izuku refused to sleep with a nightlight because he found the shadows it cast on the walls frightening, whereas Tamura would only fall asleep with his bedside lamp on. Each appreciated his presence, however, as Izuku would beg for a bedtime story, clutching his all-might plushie and looking at Kurogyri with wide green eyes, while Tamura would grumble that he was too noisy, hiding under the blankets as Kurogyari took his time hanging clothes in the closet or some other trivial task that would keep him present long enough for sleep to find the child. When he stopped to consider it, he supposed each reminded him of something that he could not quite grasp, though he felt closer to understanding it on the nights he spent watching the thunder rumble to the gentle rain. Not that he had much time for contemplation between weathering Tamura's moods and Izuku's incessant curiosity. But he supposed if he were to indulge in poetic thought for a moment, then each of his charges reminded him of sunshine and brewing storm, respectively. Sunshine was easy to understand, with its bright laughter, ushering in bright days with soft yellow rays. And the brewing storm, grumbling behind a scarf of inky black clouds, promising rain to bring life forth from the earth, was something that had always been dear to Kurogyari, despite its volatile nature. Though he supposed it was illogical, comparing two children to the whims of the weather. But he could think of no other explanation as to what the children reminded him of, as his life had begun and would end with his master, so weather metaphors would have to suffice. Kurogyari did not get attached to the tasks his master gifted him with, but perhaps there was no harm in admitting that he was somewhat fond of his most recent two. Kurogyari! Kurogyari, look! The front door banged on its hinges, thunderous footsteps pounding toward the kitchen. Kurogyari mentally prepared himself for the incoming barrage of questions that Izuku usually brought back after his pre-morning endeavors to befriend the local wildlife. Those sound like shoes, Midoriya Izuku. If there is mud attached to them, I am afraid that afternoon patrols will be suspended in favor of disaster cleanup. The footsteps abruptly stopped, beating a hasty retreat back to the front door before the much softer thud of socked feet and what sounded like a near crash on the recently polished wood once again approached his sanctuary. Kurogyari! I was feeding the mama squirrel and there was lots of fog, so I thought I could be sneakier than normal, and I was, and then I saw one of the babies fall and it was going to die. Kurogyari, but then there was a cloud and it stopped the baby from hitting the ground and I thought it was someone else, but then there was nobody there and it was me. I got a quirk. Kurogyari, look, I can make clouds. Kurogyari looked up from the apple he had been preparing Izuku's afternoon snack for while he went to tend to Tamura. The child was practically vibrating with excitement, tears streaming from bright green eyes and an even brighter grin splitting his face, while gestures barely missing the tea and miso soup on the breakfast table, and a small, perfectly formed cumulus cloud circling his legs with increasing speed. Kurogyari did not get attached to his charges. But something pleasantly sunny and warm settled in his chest as he watched Izuku twirl in circles to try and get a look at the circling cloud, still chattering excitedly. And do you think that I can make lots of different clouds? You said there were lots of different clouds, Kurogyari. Wait, what if I made the fog that let me get close without Mama Squirrel noticing? It is quite possible that you were responsible for the fog, as there was none this morning. And there are many different types of clouds created by varying circumstances, so I would deem it likely that you would not be limited to cumulus clouds. Izuku stopped spinning to grin widely at Kurogyari, swaying slightly. I have to learn about clouds now. Can you tell me? You always know when it's going to rain, and you told me about the cumulonimbus cloud last week. How did you learn? Kurogyari, can you ensure Tom, Izuku? Is there? How did you bring a cloud into the house, son? Midoriya Hisashi appeared around the corner, face morphing into a satisfied grin at the sight of the boy. Izuku spun around to leap at his father, words speeding up to match his excitement until they reached a pace that Kurogyari had only witnessed his master being able to understand. Hisashi easily caught Izuku, nodding along at what Kurogyari could only assume was a second retelling of the squirrel story, spinning him about to the shrieking laughter of his son, the little cumulus cloud floating up to bob above their heads. See, what did I tell you, Sprout? You already had the most important part of being a hero. Master rapped his knuckles against Izuku's forehead with calculated gentleness, perfectly suited to capture boy's attention. Sometimes these things just take some time, and what an amazing quirk. So versatile, and without someone like you, I'm sure it would go tragically undeveloped, right, Kurogyari? Two sets of eyes, one faintly amused and expectant, another wide with trepidation, found Kurogyari's. He placed the knife carefully on the cutting board. Given enough time to properly explore it, I have no doubt Midoriya Izuku could bring such a quirk to its full potential. And unless I am mistaken, I was informed that I was already under the protection of a household hero, so it would seem that he is already well on his way. The little cloud, guided by the tiny copy of his master's will drifted past his head as Izuku's eyes began to water and his grin, somehow, got even bigger. The boy wriggled out of his father's grasp and abruptly collided with Kurojire's legs, hugging them tightly and looking up with something disturbingly close to hero worship. I'll be the best hero for you, Kurojire, I promise. And Mama. And Dad. I'll keep everyone safe. Hisashi laughed, coming over to ruffle the boy's green curls before moving toward the kitchen doorway. I've no doubt you will. Well, I'll leave you two to it. I have a couple meetings I can't miss today, but I'll see if I can't get out of work a little early. Kurojire, don't worry about dinner tonight. In fact, you can have the night off, you've done enough. It's a day to celebrate, so why don't we go out, Izuku? I hear someone is rather fond of Katsudon, and I happen to know the perfect place. Kurojire, through inscrutability born from Tamura's legendary tantrums, resisted rubbing his temples at the volume of the accompanying shout from the child still attached to his legs. His master's laugh carried the same cadence, though at a much lower decibel. I'll take that as a yes. Let's plan for 6 o'clock. Be sure to get the rest of those leaves out of your hair by then, son. Oh, and why don't you think of a name for your quirk? We'll start a page on you in your notebook tonight. With that, Kurojire watched as his master once again disappeared back toward the office, though he suspected that the majority of today's business would be conducted in the labs given Izuku's sudden manifestation of a quirk. Things must be progressing smoothly, if his master's cheerful humming that grew softer as he went deeper into the house was any indicator. A tug at his pants leg brought Kurojire's attention back down to his green-haired charge, who was currently gazing up at him with wide eyes, chewing his lip. What do you think I should call it, Kurojire? Meteorology. The little cloud disappeared in a puff of mist as the boy put his focus solely upon the pronunciation of the term Kurojire had imparted upon him in yesterday's discussion of the weather. But that's hard to say. What about crystallized, since most clouds are made from thousands of tiny ice crystals? But then people might think that I make rocks and I can't do that, and then they might get confused. Kurojire cut off the stream of words before they could devolve fully into a storm of mumbling. I find, Midoriya Izuku, that overcomplicating things can become detrimental. Perhaps you should focus on simplicity in this case. Izuku gaped like a fish for a moment before stepping back, cradling his hands, and Kurojire watched as the boy frowned with intent concentration before the telltale swirl of mist condensed into the little white puff of a cloud once more. He cradled it almost tenderly to his chest, looking at it with something close to reverence. Briefly his eyes flicked up to Kurojire with a rare contemplative look, a window into a gentle consciousness, before returning to his cupped hands. What about Cloud? Kurojire did not get attached to his tasks. But something in the half-whispered, awestruck murmur of Cloud possessed him to kneel in front of the boy, suddenly filled with both an unexpected rush of pride and, even more strangely, a deep undercurrent of loss. Ever so gently, he cupped Izuku's hands in his own, and together they watched the little cumulus cloud hover. I think that name is perfectly suitable. Izuku was on cloud 9. Well, technically 7. It had taken him 4 tries to make a cloud big enough to sit on, and another 3 before it held his weight. All around him lay the scattered diagrams, drawings, the book on cloud types that he'd found placed next to his pillow, messy half-done analyses, and, of course, his All Mights. They were his essential research partners, and more than a few bore the scars of being tossed at clouds that had, ultimately, been insubstantial. But now, Izuku balanced triumphantly, if not somewhat precariously, upon a fluffy cloud a few feet above the floor. He'd never been covered in more bruises, but Izuku was hard-pressed to remember the last time he'd been so happy. His findings thus far were as such. He could, in fact, make different kinds of clouds, but only the cumulus clouds could hold any kind of weight. Making clouds in the bathtub resulted in rain, and, what Izuku later discovered while mopping up water from the ensuing rainstorm under Kurojire's watchful glare, were called nimbostratus clouds. Fog was the easiest to create, and he had a whole page dedicated to how it could be used in underground heroics so the bad guys wouldn't see him coming. The only problem was Izuku couldn't see himself coming either, and had stubbed his toe so badly that even Dad had come running to the sound of his tears. It was a lot harder to make any kinds of clouds when he was really thirsty, or if it hadn't rained in a few days. He wasn't sure yet if it was the air around him, or Izuku himself that needed to have water in it to make clouds. Either way, he'd started carrying around a water bottle whenever he went on his hero patrols, just in case. The biggest cloud he could make was roughly half the size of his twin bed, but he got really tired after making one that big, so he stuck to Izuku-sized clouds at most. He could not make 2 clouds at once, and he'd gotten a nosebleed and shivered with cold for an hour after the one time he had tried so far. The denser the cloud, the harder it was to get it to float up high. He could get the cloud to go where he wanted by imagining that he was pulling the air toward his cloud like a rope. Izuku had also found that developing a quirk had come with a whole host of new rules that he had to follow. For example, he wasn't allowed to float up higher than he was tall without Kurogiri or Dad there, so hopefully he would grow big soon so that he could go higher. After the bathtub rainstorm incident, he was also not allowed to practice clouds during bath time, but he was allowed to try and water the plants outside. And no jumping onto his clouds without testing whether or not they would hold his weight. All things considered, Izuku would say that the days were nearly perfect. And he couldn't wait to tell Mama all about his adventures with the squirrels and show her his new quirk. She was going to be so proud of him. She would see that there really wasn't anything to be sorry for, and Izuku, no, quirkless, would never make her cry while they watched All Might videos on HeroNet again. He'd asked Dad if they could call Mama and let her know, but he'd said she was all the way out in the wilderness and she couldn't answer the phone until she got home from school, so they would have to wait. And Kaken. Izuku was sure that he would have his friend back when he returned home after this summer, and then they could play heroes again like they used to, and Izuku wouldn't have to stay away from the playground while the others were there. But best of all, Izuku would finally be able to help people. Maybe he could even change people's minds about real quirkless people. After all, Dad told him the only thing holding him back from being a hero when he was quirkless was society, and that meant people, so maybe he could change their minds. But right now what he had to concentrate on was getting better at using Cloud. Dad said it was up to him to not just keep up his regular hero patrols but to train as hard as he could. That was another wonderful thing about Cloud that Izuku had discovered. Dad was around so much more now. He always ate every meal with Izuku now, and they filled pages of notes about Izuku's quirk and its potential uses. Dad's ideas were amazing. He showed Izuku how to think about using his quirk to fight villains, like putting them in the middle of a cloud not just to stop them from seeing him, but to make them really cold because clouds were mostly ice crystals, so he could defeat a villain who used lots of fire that way. Or that fog could be used to conceal other heroes during rescue missions, and his cumulus clouds could catch people when they fell, or even stop things from falling on top of civilians during fights against villains. He also told Izuku cool things like how the word civilian was just a fancy word for normal people who made up the chattel of everyday living, worth the power they gave but not the time they took. Kurogiri had then cleared his throat from where he was scrambling eggs, and Dad had blinked owlishly a couple times before rubbing the back of his neck and laughing, clarifying that regular people like the grocer or the nurses in hospitals, or just anyone who didn't fight for what they needed, so it was a hero's job to protect them and get them the safety they needed. In the course of his training, Izuku had also discovered another benefit of Cloud. He was entirely silent. There were no footsteps to be heard if he was floating above the ground. Granted, he couldn't move much faster than the pace of a sedate stroll, but the point was that he couldn't step on any squeaky floorboards and give himself away, and he was sure he would get faster the more he practiced. Which led him to his current mission, hovering a foot or so above the ground, tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth in concentration as he stole down the long hallway of the house, listening intently. The soft telltale clinking of dishes and water informed him of the danger of this mission, and it would have to be conducted with utmost delicacy if it was to be successful. Edging around the corner of the kitchen, Izuku spied his objective, a plate of cooling cookies that had been tempting him for the entire morning sitting on the counter near the sink where Kurogiri had his back turned, currently washing the cookie pan. Maybe it wasn't very heroic, But Izuku had decided that acquiring cookies could fall under the category of morally ambiguous. He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but Dad had said it the other day when he'd asked about vigilantes, and so he decided to apply it to this situation. Doing something that maybe wasn't quite following the rules to do something good, like tasting the cookies, and Izuku supposed he could save the crumbs for Mama Squirrel, so that way it really was doing some good. Vigilante cookie acquisition. Deciding that taking the path that led him under the kitchen table would be the safest course of action, Izuku willed himself forward, the cloud meandering between its legs, bumping Izuku's elbow, making the boy clap hand over his mouth to muffle the gasp that tried to spill out, fixing it with a glare as he floated slowly past. Up, almost there. Reaching out his hand, Izuku stretched toward his goal, mouth beginning to water. Midoriya Izuku, there are exactly 24 cookies on that platter. I will know if one goes missing. Izuku let out a startled shriek and his cloud vanished, dumping him unceremoniously on the floor, where he blinked up at Kurogyri, who had turned from the sink to fix Izuku with an unimpressed stare. Not that he had a lot of expression on his face with the constant shroud of purple mist that encapsulated him, but after spending so much time together Izuku just knew. Dad said that ambiguous action against arbitrary law can't be condemned by those who would enforce it. If Kurogyri had eyebrows, and who knows maybe he did under the mist, Izuku was sure that they would be raised by now, but he had committed too far to give up, and Dad had been giving him more lessons lately so maybe he could practice those too. Do you understand what that means, Izuku? Kinda. Okay, so maybe he needed more practice, but everything sounded so cool when Dad said it, and people always seemed to listen to him, so it was worth a shot. Perhaps next time, asking should be your first course of action, and if rebelling against authority is the next logical step, then we will cross that bridge when it arises. Kurogyri turned off the sink, picking up the plate of cookies, stepping over Izuku on the floor to put them on the kitchen table, straightening his vest. I'm sorry, why are you baking today, Kurogyri? Izuku clambered to his feet, coming to observe the cookies with some interest. They weren't his favorite, chocolate chip, and they weren't Dad's favorite red velvet, and he was still not totally sure if Kurogyri ate, so the mystery cookies were probably not his favorites either. Kurogyri plopped Izuku into a chair, breaking a cookie in half and offering it to Izuku, who took it with a happy smile. Call it bribery, he said after a moment. Biting into the cookie, Izuku realized it was lemon-flavored, bright and tart, but still very good. Is there something you need me to do? You didn't have to make cookies first, I would just do it for you. But I really like your cookies, please keep making them. Izuku added hastily, liking the powdered sugar from his lips. Not for you, Midoriya Izuku. We have a guest arriving soon. That's right, Izuku. A student of mine is coming to visit us for a while. Izuku jumped, not having heard his father enter the kitchen. He still wasn't sure how Dad always managed to sneak up on him without ever seeming to have to try. I'd hoped you could show him around, and maybe if you're very nice he'll even play with you a bit. Izuku's heart jumped with excitement. Someone young enough to play games with him? Sure, Kurogyri and Dad were great for story time and hero training, but he'd not gotten to play with anyone close to his age the whole summer. He hadn't even known Dad was a teacher, but it made sense with how easy he made it for Izuku to understand things. Thinking about it, he was a little jealous of whoever got to have Dad as a teacher. He was so much nicer than Izuku's teachers at home, and he always encouraged Izuku to think of more than just one answer to the questions he asked. But the point was that he might get to meet a new friend today. I can do that. You're a teacher too, Dad? That's so cool. Is he my age? Will he be staying with us for a long time, like a sleepover? Is he going to share my room? Who's his favorite hero? Do you think we could play heroes in the meadow? I'll even let him be All Might. Dad smiled warmly as Izuku rambled himself into excited silence, waiting impatiently for an answer, before crossing the distance between them and sitting across from Izuku. He's a little older than you, and he'll be staying with us just for a few days while his school gets a new house ready for him to live in. Izuku wrinkled his nose, confused. His school? Shouldn't his family be getting a new house ready? Dad's eyes didn't leave his, but his voice sounded a little sad. Yes, they should. But they won't be, because he doesn't have a family to do that for him. so his teachers have to take care of him. And that's another thing you have to remember, Izuku. You can't play heroes with him, because it's the hero's fault he doesn't have anywhere else to go. Izuku felt something cold trickle down his spine, mouth falling open. The heroes didn't save his family? Dad nodded solemnly, the corners of his mouth turned down in frown. Heroes do not save everyone equally. Some they can save and some they do. Some they can't save, and others they choose not to rescue. While the heroes could not have saved my student's family, they could have saved him, had they tried hard enough. But instead he was left alone. Izuku felt his eyes begin to water. He couldn't imagine not having mama or dad in his life, but it was even scarier thinking that if he lost them that a hero wouldn't help. The inky dark feeling from his talk with Kurogiri that night brushed against his thoughts as the tears began to slip out of the corners of his eyes. But heroes save everyone? Why didn't they help him? Dad took a deep breath, eyes never straying from Izuku's face. Remember when we talked about Eraserhead? How people might be afraid of him for something that's a little scary even if he only saves people. He waited for Izuku to nod slowly before continuing. Too many heroes see something that a person can't help or a mistake they've made, and decide that they don't deserve help or kindness. Even if it was an accident, even if you've done nothing but exist. Much like how you were treated before you got your quirk. Those heroes choose not to see your suffering, to turn away instead of reaching out a hand. That's not, heroes help people. Even to his own ears, Izuku's tearful affirmation sounded weak, but there was little he could say to refute the truth in Dad's words. Not when they were spoken so gently, with compassionate eyes asking Izuku to be big and understanding. It made him feel better, in a sense, that it was Dad who was telling him this. Izuku didn't know what he would do if one day a hero chose not to save him. So he bravely bit his lip and listened closely as Dad pressed on, hands grasping Izuku's arms firmly, but without pain. And so, if the heroes will not help, it is our job to do so. That is why the school takes care of my student, and why you mustn't talk about heroes while he's here, okay? Dad, noting Izuku's continued sniffles, opened his arms wide, welcoming Izuku and holding him close as the tears died down. But I want to be nice and make sure he knows that I won't be a bad hero like the heroes that didn't help him. Dad held Izuku closer, resting his chin on top of his unruly green curls. Your actions will show the kind of hero you'll become, son. The difference will show, and all you can do is your best, and not let the actions of bad heroes who don't deserve that name corrupt your mission. But some heroes hurt people so badly that they might take a long time not to be angry, or they might never like them again, if the hero was bad enough. My student might be a little grumpy, but you can be his hero today by showing him around the house while Kurogiri and I are busy with meetings, and just being yourself. But right now, until he's had time to not be as mad, you shouldn't talk about heroes around him, okay? Come on, Izuku, let's turn off the waterworks, he'll be here soon. Abruptly, Izuku realized that a small, dark rain cloud was lightly sprinkling on him and Dad. He blushed, hiccuping out a laugh as Dad chuckled with him, dispersing the cloud with some effort. Okay, I can do that. I'll make sure he sees all the cool spots in the yard. Izuku's mind raced as he considered ways to play with Dad's student. How to befriend someone who, now that he thought about it, wasn't wrong to not like heroes if they didn't save him or his family when they needed someone. It went against everything Izuku thought he knew about heroes, but then again, if heroes could even look at other heroes like Eraserhead and call them villains, could they really not save people who needed them? Unbidden, memories of ruined lunches, scrapes and bruises all ignored by people that were supposed to keep everyone safe but somehow Izuku didn't count as everyone, rose to his mind. Could it be the same with heroes? Of course heroes like All Might would, but could some heroes really see someone that needed saving and not help them? Were they really heroes, or were they really no better than villains, except maybe they were worse because they could do whatever they wanted if people thought they were heroes? Would a hero really look at someone and decide they didn't deserve to be saved? Would they have saved someone like Izuku before he got his quirk, just like how Dad said people wouldn't believe he could be a hero without a quirk even if he kept everyone safe? It made his head hurt thinking about it all. But he was getting distracted. He couldn't fix the bad heroes right now, but he could try and be a hero to the person he was about to meet, he just couldn't let him know it. Like a secret hero. Yeah. A secret mission to be a hero in the way that Dad's student needed. Izuku could do that. Filled once again with purpose, he slipped out of Dad's lap and charged toward his room, intent on hiding his All Might action figures before the other boy arrived. Nope. No heroes here, just regular Izuku, nothing more, but that was okay because Dad was right, that was just the kind of hero this new friend needed. Wide green eyes met narrowed, somewhat irritated red ones as Izuku stood at attention by the cookie platter, watching the new figure step through Kurogiri's shadowy portal like some kind of yokai. The newcomer was definitely bigger than Izuku, probably somewhere around 12, but it was hard to tell because he was just as skinny as Izuku, with an oversized hoodie, greasy white hair, and cracked lips that were turned down in a petulant frown as he scowled about at his new surroundings. I still don't understand why you're making me have a playdate, Kurogiri. The boy's voice, low and filled with resentment, filtered through the room as the portal closed behind him. Izuku gulped. The maybe teenager was a little scary. This was Sensei's idea, not mine, so I suggest you make your peace with it. The boy huffed, shoving his hands deeper into the hoodie, grumbling something Izuku couldn't quite make out. Izuku squared his shoulders, trying to look big. He hoped the other boy would still play with him. We have lemon cookies for you. The red eyes, shadowed by deep bruises under the eyes, snapped onto Izuku with startling speed, narrowing more before he slowly crossed over to tower over Izuku, regarding him with a detached sort of disinterest and taking 4 cookies off the plate. Oh, it's you. Sensei said you'd be. Ah, there you are. Dad came around the corner, suit coat carelessly tossed over one shoulder. He must be about to leave for a meeting. Izuku didn't know how he felt about Dad leaving him alone with the potentially scary almost teenager, but then again he was one of Dad's students, and Dad was a good teacher, so probably wouldn't hurt Izuku, right? The boy snapped up straight, a hand reaching up to brush the hood off of his head. Sensei, why do I? Dad crossed the room in a few quick strides, pulling the older boy into a one-armed hug, bending his head close and murmuring something Izuku couldn't quite make out before slapping his back and laughing as not teenagers stumbled a little. I don't have much time before my next appointment, so I'll make introductions. Izuku, Tamura. Tamura, Izuku. Tamura will be staying with us for a bit, so why don't you show him around the grounds? I don't want either of you in the house until dinner time. It's a beautiful day, and I have lots of meetings today that I can't have lots of noise interrupting. Have fun, and let's try not to burn anything down, okay boys? Okay, Dad. I won't, Sensei. With another grin and a ruffle of Izuku's hair, Dad disappeared around the corner back to his office, leaving Izuku to awkwardly show Tamura to the front porch. The other boy fixed him with an unimpressed look after Kurogiri shut the door behind them. So, is there anything to do around here, or am I going to have to deal with Gen 2 graphics? At this comment, Izuku noticed a small handheld gaming console sticking out of the massive hoodie's pockets. Stealing his nerves, Izuku mentally prepared a list of his favorite places around the estate that he liked to visit, though his hero agency was off-limits for obvious reasons. He wouldn't fail Dad. Izuku was going to make this boy his friend. It was going to be okay. Izuku had a plan. Izuku's plan was not working. He tried showing Tamura the creek. Wow, a water obstacle. He tried the meadow. A meadow without slimes to level up on is pointless. He'd even tried the koi pond. That's so you're just supposed to look at them? Every place so full of Izuku's daydreams was, ultimately not remotely cool to the older boy. So now they were sprawled out some boulders by the pond, hiding from the hot sun within the edge of the cool, damp canopy of the woods. This is. Tamura grumbled from where he lay on his back, furiously pressing buttons on the little gaming device. It was somewhat fascinating given all 5 of his fingers never touched the device at once. Sensei won't even let us back in the house until dark. If I ever run into the person who decided to call this dump the great outdoors, I'm turning them into dust. Izuku flopped over to observe him more closely. You can do that? Tamura seemed to realize what he'd said a second after Izuku's question, slowly setting the game down and propping himself up on one elbow, observing Izuku in the same way that he'd seen leopards hunting in the nature documentary he watched in school, eyes predatory, teeth poking through a tiny grin. Yeah, he scooped up a nearby pebble, throwing it off the boulder, and Izuku watched as it puffed into ashes on the wind mid-flight. Scared brat? Izuku scooted closer, not deterred in the slightest. Finally, something they could talk about. And that was an amazing quirk. That's such a cool quirk, Tamura. Can you only make dead things dust? Do you have to touch them? Dad says most quirks like yours have to have a 5-point touch activation, so if someone cut off one of your fingers, would you still be able to use it? Tamura blinked a couple times at Izuku's last question, looking down at his hands, back up at Izuku and opening his mouth, before looking back down at his hands again. I hadn't thought of that. He flexed his fingers thoughtfully. But that would be a good way to stop someone like me. For the first time, Izuku felt like Tamura was actually seeing him as the older boy sat up, crossing his arms and ping his head to the side. Alright, brat, tell me more about me. Izuku felt a rush of triumph as he threw himself into an impromptu analysis of Tamura's quirk, using every trick Dad had been teaching him over the weeks. It was intoxicating. Gone was the uncertainty that shadowed him when usually talking to other kids, replaced by the heady feeling of dissecting a new quirk's uses, a feeling like he had something to say without nerves tying knots in his tongue. And so because you can turn stuff into dust, you could clear whole disaster areas. Tamura, your quirk is perfect for whatever you want to do with it. Izuku trailed off awkwardly, having nearly swallowed his tongue in his hasty cover-up of proclaiming that Tamura would be a perfect rescue hero. Just like the new one Dad showed him at dinner 3 nights before, 13. But he remembered Dad's warning and stopped short of bringing up heroes to Tamura. Eager to keep things moving, he added shyly, "Can I see?" Tamura stared at him blankly. "See?" "Yeah." Izuku nodded eagerly, searching around for a stray pebble before settling for a pine cone and presenting it to Tamura. "Your quirk is so versatile, all you need is creative ways to use it. I want to see how it works." For a long moment Tamura stared at the pine cone, eyes narrowed thoughtfully before snatching it from Izuku's grasp and huffing out what Izuku liked to think was a less irritated sigh based off the many he'd heard in the hours they'd wandered the estate. "You sound like a mini-sensei when you talk like that." Izuku beamed, watching with fascination as the pine cone began to crumble into ashes, the decay beginning right where each of Tamura's fingers made contact with it. "So cool. Okay, brat, you know what I can do. What's your deal?" "I can make clouds and fog and stuff. And if I try really hard sometime, I can make them rain. I want to do lots of cool stuff with it." Tamura looked Izuku up and down for a moment before nodding like he'd figured something out and flopping back down, staring up at the sky. "So you're a sort of mage and slayer hybrid. That's actually pretty handy." He was starting to look bored again, and Izuku watched as his hands began to drift back toward the discarded game. "Do you want to play tag?" The words were out before he could fully think them through, driven by the longing to have someone other than angry squirrels to play with him. To have running away be a game, for once, like it used to be. "That's stupid. My legs are the same height as your whole body." Izuku scowled. He wasn't that little. Then, eyeing the water of the pond, an idea struck him. There was plenty of water, even the ground felt damp here. And he'd been getting better. What if you couldn't see me? Around Izuku, soft fog began to gather and thicken, spreading to the thick bushes, boulders and underbrush, creeping through tree branches. "What, so you get to use your quirk and I get handicap controls?" Tamura's voice betrayed his scowl even as the fog thickened as they faced each other on the boulder. "It's like hide-and-seek tag. You get to use your quirk to get rid of my hiding places and I get to use mine to hide from you. And then if you catch me, I'll show you how to walk across the house without the floor squeaking." For a very long moment Tamura was silent, staring at Izuku through the thickening fog, his red eyes glinting oddly in the combination of white mist and early evening sunlight. A moment more. Then the manic grin that split his face was the only warning Izuku got before the boulder beneath them crumbled to ash, throwing them both several feet to the ground, Izuku landing with a startled shriek before hitting the ground like a rabbit, flying into the underbrush, giggling wildly as a tree next to his ear dissolved into ashes, and he dove between bushes, over rocks and into hollows, ever on the edge, tumbling to the ground as each of his hiding places was found out and subsequently reduced to dust, yet Tamura was never able to touch him. He liked to think that maybe, despite his frequent shouts of frustration once, he heard Tamura laugh. At dusk, Dad took one look at Izuku's missing shoe and Tamura's budding black eye before throwing his head back and laughing loudly, tossing an arm around both of them and leading them into the house, insisting that just this once they could delay dinner until he no longer was playing host to two yokai. Fixing them each with a knowing smile, Hisashi asked, "I take it you two had fun getting to know one another?" Izuku nodded enthusiastically, not bothered as Tamura scowled more deeply, shoving his hands back into his pockets. At least he isn't a stupid brat. In a sense it was nostalgic, reminding him of summers past with Kaken at his side. It was nice to have his ribs ache from laughing again. "I assume you brought them together for more than just the convenience of having somewhere safe for Tamura while improving security measures at the lounge." All for one turned to meet Kurojire's gaze as his servant continued about setting the table for dinner. "It is easier to drive a lesson home when it plays with you before dinner. I thought this experience could be somewhat educational. After all, the best lessons are taught through play, so leading pedagogical theories state. And I ensured Tamura was on his best behavior. At the core, each is simply a child hurt by a cruel world, the only difference being in the way they must be shaped as they grow in order to produce the best results." "Then you intend to keep Tamura here?" Kurojire paused briefly, setting a third place across from where Izuku would usually sit. All for one shook his head, taking a seat to wait for the boys to reappear. "Heavens, we only need plant the seeds today. Strong roots are required for the best laid plans, no need to rush, Kurojire." "Of course. Will there be anything else?" "No, nothing today." Hisashi paused for a moment, observing Kurojire as the others stood patiently in the doorway, ready to leave. "Actually, I've been meaning to thank you. The book on clouds you've been reading Izuku at bedtime. It's been quite helpful, combined with your expertise in meteorology." Kurojire nodded calmly, unflinching under all for one's razor-sharp gaze. "I am pleased to see him making it his own so quickly. It would seem that there is no longer a need to be concerned about his body rejecting it." Easing back against his seat cushion, Hisashi nodded. "Exactly. You may go." Kurojire nodded once before leaving, ever the efficient, polite servant he created. Truly, one of his greatest works. "Oh, and Kurojire?" "Yes." All for one's lips twitched up in the ghost of a smile. "No need to worry about bedtime, tonight. I'll be putting Izuku to sleep." For it is estimated that at any time, approximately 67% of the Earth's surface is covered with clouds. Hisashi observed his son, currently peeking up from his All Might-themed blankets, only soft, wide doe eyes visible above that blonde buffoon's obnoxious grin. The innocent expression in their green depths was Inko's, something obstinately gentle that he had never been able to fully understand despite devoting no small amount of time to its consideration. Their shape, alongside the rest of Izuku's face, however, was his. Down to the mirrored freckles splashed across each of their cheeks. "You memorized Mr. Dog's heroic day?" A nod. "And Rainy Roger's rescue?" A more enthusiastic nod followed by a mumble. He'd have to break Izuku out of that habit eventually. What was that, Izuku? They just stick Dad. Even elementary meteorological principles? Izuku wiggled the blanket down to uncover a shyly twisting mouth, eyes flicking to the pile of books on the nightstand. All of them. The boy's mind was also his. "Well then, perhaps we'll have to get you some more tomorrow in town. Will you still tell me a story instead? Please?" Hisashi resisted the urge to sigh, but he also didn't want to delay bedtime longer with the tears that would inevitably arise were he to deny Izuku a bedtime story. There was work to be done tonight, and he supposed it would serve him to back up his talk of teaching with action. "All right then," Hisashi stretched, settling more comfortably on the side of the bed and brushing a hand across Izuku's curls. "Once, in a place where from the day they were born people were told they existed to help everyone in a single special way, there lived two brothers. The younger was born with the ability to see in black and white, so he was told that he would be a judge, a leader, and a shepherd." "Like a farmer?" Hisashi snorted, unable to smother the undignified noise. If only. That would have been an easier life. The younger brother was told he must guide people, not animals. So they brought him their worries, their sorrows, their cares, all hoping his gift to see in black and white could show them the right path and in their eyes, save them. And so while the younger brother grew strong and kind, for his heart was good, he also grew brittle as people did not care for him, only the gifts he possessed. And so, his mind grew heavier and heavier, even as his smile grew warmer and his eyes bright. Izuku's eyes were beginning to water. He kept forgetting that his son was a sympathy crier. Moving on. The older brother was born without a gift. Or that's what everyone thought at first. A gasp. Izuku's eyes were the size of dinner plates. Like how I got my quirk late? Perfect. Hisashi nodded gravely. Just like that. One day, while the brothers walked side by side in a meadow, the elder looked at his brother and saw that his eyes were not just green, they were a bright emerald. He saw that the flowers were not merely blue, or red, or even purple. They were lilac, burgundy, and indigo. A world of new hues danced before him, colors he could not even name, painting a picture of a world none had ever before seen. A world of possibility and unknown paths. For it was his gift and his curse to see a vibrant world that nobody else could see. The world as it truly was. As it should be. But that's so pretty. Why would it be a curse when he could see everything in such nice colors? Izuku had inchwormed up against Hisashi's legs, now flopped on his back and staring up with a worried frown. Hisashi smiled sadly. Because in that world, people were desperate for the simplicity the younger brother's gift brought. They feared the elder and his myriad of colors. They called him a bringer of confusion, of chaos, because he spoke of a bright world where no clear paths existed, and each person must choose where to go and when. They did not want beauty, they wanted ease at whatever cost it came with. They hated him, yet still he kept speaking. Can you think of why, Sprout? Izuku bit his lip, brow furrowed as he considered his father's words. Hisashi waited. He had time. They were hurting him, weren't they? The younger brother. People were hurting him by making him do everything for them. And the big brother wanted to protect him. He loved him. All for one's hand froze, resting heavily on Izuku's brow. Yes, I suppose he did. But even the younger brother would turn away from him. He'd become caught in his own gift, trapped in the simple world of black and white, insisting that people needed the comfort of black and white, the illusion of an ease even as their burdens slowly crushed him. He refused to see the beautiful colors of the world that could be, refused to accept the help that would free him. The older brother begged him to understand. He even offered him one of his own eyes, wanting to give the younger his gift to see the in-between colors, inviting him to share in the joy of the world as it truly was. But it was all for naught. For in the world of black and white that the younger upheld, there was no room for color. Silence settled in the bedroom, heavy and cold for a few moments. Izuku's voice was hushed, small hand patting Hisashi's leg to get his attention. Is that how it ends? Hisashi pulled the blankets back up around him, gently tucking them closer. Not quite. Not every story has a happy ending, but this one has some of both. Oh, like the older brother's in-between colors. That's right. The brothers did not ever become friends again. The elder wanted too badly to save the younger, and the younger could never accept that he needed saving. Eventually the older brother was driven out. The people feared that one day he would break through to the younger, and then they would have to think for themselves, and that frightened them more than anything else. They called him a monster because he could not be contained by their simplistic black and white sight, but he was nothing more than a man who saw clearly and spoke the truth they did not want to hear. But it's a happy story too, because even though all the misplaced hatred, the older brother never forgot the first color he saw was the emerald of his brother's eyes, never forgot his reasons for showing the world its true nature, the potential he vowed to make a reality. Izuku's eyes were drooping, but Hisashi noted with satisfaction that his mouth was hanging slightly open, seemingly soaking in every word. Unfortunately, he was also drooling on Hisashi's third favorite suit pants. He made a mental note to ask Kurogiri to take it to the dry cleaner. And even better than having a happy ending, this story has hope. And hope is a dangerous and powerful thing, Izuku. A story is never over when there is hope. That's why villains try to stamp it out. It's what reminds us that the world of possibility and color still waits with the older brother for someone brave enough to help everyone else see it. I think. A wide yawn interrupted Izuku's train of thought, words slurring slightly. I think I'd want to help everyone see the colors if it was me. Hisashi laughed softly. I believe you, son. And the world won't be able to stand in your way. Now sleep. The indigo, velvety tingle of a quirk whose name all for one had long since forgotten under his skin, and emerald eyes slid shut. Izuku had strange dreams that night. A shape hovered over him, and when he blinked it solidified into a figure made from muddled, shifting colors. Deep blue around the edges, then green, yellow, red and pink closer to its center. It was oddly pretty. He wanted to reach out, but his limbs were heavy, and glancing down at them, Izuku realized with a start that he too was made of colors. His arms tingled, his spine buzzed like something was burrowing in and escaping all at once. Everything felt wonderful and terrible all at the same time. Like he was coming apart as quickly as the colors were holding him together. A second figure joined the first. It too was made of the same wash of colors. A sharp pain joined the buzzing in his spine. His eyes itched and he blinked again to the soft, warm rays of daylight and the sounds of Tamura complaining loudly that Kurogiri was making the whole house smell like bacon with breakfast. After what Izuku had internally dubbed the bacon battle, it was fun to say 5 times fast. The mid-morning found him happily trotting into the nearby town with a pocket of book money and a sullen Tamura in tow. But even the almost teens grumbling did nothing to dampen Izuku's excitement that Dad and Kurogiri trusted him enough to let him come by himself. Well, almost by himself because Kurogiri had all but tossed Tamura after him with the stern warning to not speak with strangers or touch them Shigaraki Tamura. Izuku wasn't too sure why the last part had been directed at Tamura, but the older boy had shrugged and slouched after Izuku, claiming to need a new memory card so he might as well come. As soon as they entered the main strip, Tamura pointed to display window of the video store, flashing what looked like a news station's broadcast across a dozen TV screens. Meet me here when you're done, brat. With that he disappeared into the video store, leaving Izuku to happily poke around the used bookstore on the corner of the street for as long as he liked. Tamura would be fine. Not that he'd ever say it out loud because it would be mean, but Izuku thought Tamura used video games the same way Izuku's next-door neighbor Mrs. Tanizaki's baby used a pacifier. But that just meant that Izuku could take as long as he wanted in the bookstore. Dad had said that old books were the best because you got not just the story written on the pages, but a whole secret history of wherever the book had been in the past. Which was so cool. Like a treasure map. So, Izuku pattered about the shelves, hunting books with the faded inks of someone else's hands, carefully hoarding a little stack until he decided it was time to stop before it got too heavy to carry home. Almost an hour later, Izuku bid the kindly middle-aged woman with a quirk he had discovered was called Eagle Eye behind the counter goodbye, buzzing with excitement to write down all the information she'd told him in notebook. He had just enough left to get some mochi for himself and Tamura to split on the way home, hurrying back to the video store and craning his neck to peek between the TVs, now showing a grave-looking reporter interviewing a teary old woman in a bathrobe. Tamura stood several aisles back, a scowl of concentration drawing his face to one side. Well, at least he wasn't mad that Izuku took a long time. Kaken would have been threatening to blow up his books by now. Deciding to count it as a win, Izuku grinned to himself and pushed into the store, weaving through the mazes of TVs and electronics to reach Tamura's spot. Police are still investigating whether foul play is involved. This is Kenji Odasaka reporting live from where Yuta Maiwa was last seen at her grandmother's house. Graduated from UA High School's Hero program but is currently training as EMT for disaster search and rescue. Quirk allows her to see the heat signatures of other living beings. Has not been seen since she left her grandmother's house 2 days ago to run errands. I'm Sakura Nakahara with Himiko Oshida, Maiwa's grandmother. Izuku made a mental note to ask Kurogiri what heat signature meant because last he checked writing was not hot before he realized with a start that the old lady flashing on the television screens was the train lady he talked to so many weeks ago on the way to Dad's estate. Before she had looked so warm and cheerful. Now she looked so sad. She must have loved the missing girl very much to be crying so much in front of the news lady. Hopefully the heroes would bring her granddaughter back to her soon. Tamura! Look what I found. Tamura jumped nearly a foot in the air, startling so badly that the controller slipped from his already precarious grip, sending the character on the screen into a bottomless pit. Jeez. Damn it, look what you made me do. I oughta. He blinked at Izuku's blinding grin and peace offering of machi. This game guess anyway. Let's go home, brat. He snatched the machi from Izuku, throwing one back after a moment's hesitation and popping one of the remaining 3 into his mouth, trudging to the exit, seeming to have come to a mutual agreement with the equally grumpy and somehow angrier cashier to ignore each other's existence. Izuku followed eagerly on his heels into the golden late afternoon sun. Being at Dad's estate was great and all, but it was nice to remember there were other people in the world too. Sometimes it felt like it was just him and Dad and Kurogiri, and for 2 more days, Tamura. Maybe he should ask Kurogiri to make Tamura's favorite food for his last night with them. He'd already promised to make Izuku katsudon when it was time for him to go home to Mama in just a few more weeks. Izuku couldn't believe he'd been with Dad and Kurogiri for a whole month already. It felt like forever and no time at all at the same time. Are you even listening to me, brat? Izuku blinked. Tamura looked annoyed. And come to think of it, he was pretty sure there had been a voice talking in the background of his thoughts. And that voice has been Tamura's. Oops. That's, really cool? Izuku internally cringed. That didn't sound convincing to his ears at all, and judging by Tamura's scoff it didn't sound convincing to him either. Right? I was saying that I could barely even concentrate with that old bag on TV miming about the missing hero wannabe. I didn't even come close to my high score. Tamura's voice took on a mocking, high-pitched timbre, not between the, please she's all I have left of my daughter. If you can hear me I promise we'll see you soon. Izuku's heart stuttered and he gaped up at Tamura, though the older boy continued on, paying no attention to the horror that crept across the younger's face. Seriously, the best thing whoever took the stupid girl can do is to put the old lady out of her misery. Besides, why fuss over one wannabe hero brat? Tamura's mouth twisted into a bitter scowl, his words dripping with venom. Izuku felt sick, Mrs. Himiko's kindly smile in Izuku's memories nothing like the blotchy, puffy-eyed woman he'd seen on TV. It's not like there aren't 1,000 more waiting to take her place. Tamura, that's Mrs. Himiko loves her? Tamura whipped his head around, eyes locking onto Izuku with a smoldering rage that Izuku had only caught glimpses of up until now. The hero brat's probably already dead anyway. Nobody kidnaps a hero without saying anything to keep them alive. Good riddance, I say. If the grandma is too stupid to see that, then the best she can do is blub hard enough that she has a heart attack and stops bothering everyone. Hell, it's probably the only way she'd see the hero brat again anyway, so then we'd all be happy. I bet. Why, you're wrong. For once, Izuku resented the tears that slipped from his eyes without his permission, making him struggle to get the next words out, heart pounding and whole body trembling with an unfamiliar, white-hot anger. It doesn't matter if she's a hero or not. And nobody has to do anything to be good and enough to be saved. He heroes save everyone, even other he heroes. And Mrs. H. Himiko has to keep hoping, or the villain that got her granddaughter wins. Even if it hurts, she has to. And if why you make fun of her for that then? Izuku took a deep breath and met Tamura's eyes defiantly. You're just like a villain too, Tamura. Tamura stopped walking, staring at Izuku, who was breathing heavily, pressing trembling lips together in a vain attempt to slow his tears. A villain, brat? A grin split his features as he took several careful steps closer to tower over Izuku. His arms hurt from the sudden pressure of 8 fingers digging into them with bruising force. Good job. Want me to cry now? Tamura threw his head back, laughter punctuating his next words. Oh boo-hoo. Let me go cry to sensei that I'm just not nice enough to be a hero. I've got to be careful or I might go from making fun of little old ladies to a whole villain. Someone help me. Someone save me. He pushed his face into Izuku's, their noses knocking together. Or do I need to be nicer in order to be saved, Izuku? Everyone deserves saving, right? Does that include me or am I already too close to being a villain, huh? Izuku gaped in mute horror, his rush of anger and courage draining away, the feeling of danger pooling in his chest, shock silencing him. How about this? Why don't you go scram off to play hero before this villain decides to do the world a favor and get rid of another hopeful hero brat? The hands shoved hard, sending Izuku stumbling back, but not before one of the books in his arms, Cyclone Clint's Courageous Capers, crumbled to dust. Tamura took another step forward, eyes wide and mocking. Izuku had seen those eyes before. He'd seen them when Taika had lost control of his quirk and drenched Izuku's backpack in ink on the way home from school. He'd seen them when Kanagi had used Grow to trap him in a tree at recess. He'd seen them when Suji had used glue to trap him on the wall after school. They were eyes that enjoyed the pain they brought. He couldn't forget those eyes if he wanted to. Scrambling to find his footing, Izuku turned and ran, clutching the remainder of his books to his chest, past the other houses on the sleepy lane through the gates of the estate and grounds, not stopping until he collapsed, breathless up against the tree that sheltered his hero agency. What had just happened? Had he somehow said something wrong? Dad had said not to bring up heroes, and yet Izuku couldn't keep his mouth shut, and look what happened. But he couldn't just let Tamura say those awful things. And Tamura was going to hurt him. Something cold and small in his chest knew that, and it hurt. Some hero Izuku was curling his knees up to his chest. He burst into more stormy sobs. It wasn't until some time later, as the sun started to sink below the hills, that Izuku managed to hiccup himself into some semblance of shaky calm, only to realize that he was wet. Not just his tear-stained knees from where his head rested, but everywhere. A small gray cloud was floating about 3 feet above his head, drizzling. A branch snapped behind him, and Izuku startled, rubbing his tear-stained eyes only to see a figure crawling through the bushes toward him, melting out of the shadows. Its edges were a dark purple, fading to soft greens and yellows near its center. Just like his dream. Was he haunted? Have you collected yourself enough to come and wash up for dinner, Midoriya Izuku? Izuku blinked and the figure before him was no longer a frightening mess of color, but a muted purple with lantern-bright eyes. Izuku breathed a hiccup of relief. Kurogyri. Looking remarkably out of place in his vest and suit pants, folding himself under the arching bushes that created the cave which housed Izuku's hero agency. Kurogyri, I was just, thinking? Kurogyri settled down next to Izuku, nodding calmly. It seems that your thoughts may be distressing today. Izuku's lower lip wobbled and he looked away, sniffing softly. When it became apparent that Izuku wasn't going to answer, Kurogyri continued, I have been informed that you and Tamura have had a disagreement, and that harsh words were exchanged. Izuku couldn't quite hold back a panicked gasp, but Kurogyri kept speaking. Your father has already spoken to Tamura about the matter, and I have also impressed the importance of civil debate on him. I didn't mean to upset him. But I couldn't let him say such mean things about the missing girl and her grandma. Izuku's voice was small, even to his own ears. I met her grandma on the train and she was so nice. She told me about rescue heroes. Probably because the missing girl wanted to be a rescue hero. The TV said so. Your father expressly forbade speaking of heroes with Tamura, Izuku wilted. But given that, according to the story your father extracted from him, you were provoked, he's decided that it is excusable. There was another moment of silence, Izuku shifting uncomfortably under Kurogyri's gaze. It seems you spoke in defense of one who could not speak up for themselves at no benefit to yourself. That is a trait that more heroes could stand to carry, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku blinked, some of the tension draining from his shoulders. Really? Yes. Now, if you are done collecting yourself, dinner is still at 6:30. Izuku nodded, crawling out of the bush tunnel after Kurogyri, watching him dust off his vest upon exiting. Somehow it wasn't dirty. Maybe it was a residual quirk. Never get muddy. That would make sense given what Izuku had observed. Pre-quirk. Kurogyri. The man turned, offering Izuku a hand as they began to make their way across the grounds toward the house. Yes. What's a heat signature? The missing girl. The TV man said it was her quirk. Kurogyri's steps paused for a second before resuming their sedate pace. All objects, living or otherwise, emit heat. Some creatures and technological devices allow them to see that. Izuku frowned. Oh, so she could see the heat? What would that look like? Kurogyri was silent for several long moments as they made their way across the meadow under a quickly darkening sky. I cannot speak to the specifics of a quirk, as they often have variations from that of animals or a camera designed to capture such things, but they often appear as different colors, depending on how hot or cold the object is in various places. Izuku nodded slowly, thinking, that sounds a lot like Dad's story. Oh yeah, Kurogyri, I found new stories to read and I found a whole book about storm chasers. Did you know that some people chase storms for a living? Can you read me that one tonight? They entered the house, Kurogyri releasing Izuku's hand as they crossed the threshold of the door. I am happy to. Now go wash your hands and don't keep your father waiting for dinner. Izuku nodded eagerly, dashing down the hallway, past Tamura's open door and toward his room. He skidded to a halt. Trepidation and determination suddenly built in him with equal measure. Backing up, Izuku could see Tamura sitting on the bed, hunched in his oversized hoodie, staring at his game but not playing it, oddly enough. Tamura? The other boy's head jerked up, his shoulders curling in a little before relaxing. Yeah. Are you gonna come eat? Izuku shuffled his feet, chewing his lower lip and drumming up his courage. Yeah. Tamura? What do you want? Some of the bite in his tone was back, but no more than usual. I would still save you. If you ever needed it. Tamura's narrowed eyes widened slightly before a familiar scoff made its way out of his mouth. However, his next words lacked the venom of before. He sounded tired. Yeah, sure you would, brat. Izuku nodded again, knowing not to push his luck, before dashing down the hall to wash off his face and change out of his wet clothes. He didn't want to keep Dad waiting. Once, back when Kaken and Izuku were still best friends, when they'd promised to always share their fruit snacks and be the best hero team that had ever existed, Kaken had eaten a spicy pepper and a minty piece of gum right after because Tsubasa called him chicken and Kaken was not going to be bested. He'd spent the next half hour washing his mouth out with milk while Izuku sympathetically patted his back and took a solemn oath to never speak of this to Tsubasa or any of the other kids at school. Kaken had sworn that it had been like freezing and swallowing a volcano at the same time. Izuku was skeptical. It sounded unlikely that those two feelings could exist at the same time. They were polar opposites. He wasn't anymore. Dad. His arms were shaking as he pushed himself up, the world spinning in a sickening twist of color and shadow, the rumble of a storm cloud forming above his head, the noise sending a shock of pain through Izuku's head, tearing a whimper out of his throat. He shut his eyes tightly. Kurogyri. It felt like his bones were made of ice, splintering and cracking and so terribly cold against his flaming hot skin, forced to exist in the same body. His back felt like it was splitting, a fault line opening between the opposing forces burning Izuku alive and freezing him in place. Giving up on getting out of bed, Izuku slumped down, only hazily registering the sound of a door opening, gentle hands scooping him up and cradling him close. Izuku, sure it's okay, we're taking you somewhere to help. You're sick, but it's okay. I'm here, sure, you'll be okay. The voice turned less gentle. Kurogyri. We're going. A few moments later, the familiar pull of Kurogyri's portal was too much for Izuku's pain-riddled mind, and he easily gave into the soft embrace of oblivion. Sound came back slowly, muffled and thick, like he was hearing things from underwater. What was? The pain was there too, the fire and ice seeming to have consigned themselves to either side of his back, that is if he still had one. No, it hurt. He definitely still had it. But the pain was farther away now. I believed you when you recommended this as a compatible test. The voice reached Izuku distantly, but it did nothing to dull its sharpness. Izuku would be scared if he didn't feel so far away and floaty. Manifestation is, another voice, higher-pitched and worried, echoing in the distorted space of Izuku's mind. Determining whether his nose itched. It must mean he still had a nose, too. That we'll have to revisit our contract if you're wrong, doctor. Maybe not having a nose would be better. It wouldn't stop itching. With heroic effort, Izuku moved an arm to scratch it, and the dull pain rushed back to him with all its initial fury. Put him back under. How is he already? Hands, cool and somehow soft, pressed Izuku's forehead into whatever cushion was beneath him. Unsure how long it will, a faint pinch reached Izuku, and sleep traveled up through his arms, bringing welcome relief once again. Inko, I promise he's with the best doctors I could find. I know, I wish you could be here too, but you can't give up now. Izuku wouldn't want that, not when you're so close. Yes, bacterial meningitis, that's right. I promise I'll keep you updated, Dove. I love you too. Do your best. Izuku blinked, turning his stiff neck to blink at the strange new room he was in. Everything was very dim, deep greenish overhead lights casting strange shadows on a ceiling of twisting pipes. He was lying in a cot against one of the walls, opposite the door where Dad's voice was coming from. There were no windows or pictures on the walls, and on the right there were several huge tubes full of purple liquid that flickered in the shadows. Dad said he was getting help, so was this a hospital? He didn't think. Hospitals were supposed to be this scary. Mama had said they weren't, but maybe she hadn't seen this one. Izuku's eyes began to water, lips trembling. He still felt icky, but only in the way he did after a tummy ache had passed. Maybe the hospital doctors were really good even if it was cold and scary here. Izuku rubbed his nose on the rough fabric of his. Those weren't his pajamas. What happened to his all-might pajamas? Those were his favorite and they were gone. They were a gift from Mama, he had to get them back. Maybe Dad knew where they were. Standing on shaky legs, Izuku wobbled toward the door with dogged determination, flinching when movement out of the corner of his eye startled him. Oh, that was just his reflection. Then he stopped dead. Looking back at him through the mirror, Izuku could see a boy with freckles standing out against milky white cheeks and soft patches of ruby red and soft green feathers here and there, encircling his throat. He lifted a shaky hand to touch where a patch would be on himself. So did the person in the mirror. It tickled. He stumbled back, breaths coming in short gasps, panic clawing at his throat, and rocketed backwards across the room with a surprised shout, feeling the equally frantic buzz of small, angular green wings propelling him into one of the green tubs with a dull thud. What was happening? Was he turning into a monster? This had to be a dream. It just had to. Izuku's hands found their way into his curls, gripping them tightly and curling on the floor, shaking his head, wings fluttering clumsily, new muscle twinging painfully in his back as they wrapped around him in an attempt to hide from the growing suspicion that somehow this wasn't a dream. Izuku! Look at me! Dad's face swam into his vision, and Izuku launched himself into his arms, tears flowing freely. Sprout, it's okay, you're okay, just breathe. But Izuku couldn't, the thunderous beats of his heart so fast that he could barely distinguish between them. A sharp sting, like an ant's bite, and the energy drained from him, leaving his body to slump against Dad, lead eyelids closing of their own accord, trapping him inside a tomb of stone. Have all the confirmation we need. Izuku could feel Dad's arms tightening around him before the sway of movement, muddled sound reaching the distant place where his mind was banished. Functionally quirkless, yes, but... The movement stopped and the warm arms that were just beginning to calm his racing heart vanished. Izuku felt a leeching cold sink into him from whatever he was lying on now. He still couldn't see. He wanted the anchor of Dad's arms back. He wanted Mama. Anyone. No sense wasting more time. There was something wet on his face, leaking out on either side of his eyes. It was hard to think, conscious thoughts slipping from him the moment he managed to brush against it. You are truly a gift. Before the words could properly slip through the fog in Izuku's mind, lightning crept across his skin in a brief flash of white-hot pain. Then his world exploded. A deafening crack of thunder-joined screams that had he more awareness, Izuku would have realized were coming from him, wind and rain pelting down on his face, eyes blown wide open to see figures of swirling color flitting in and out of his blurred vision. That all incompatible without. The voices barely reached him over the pandemonium as it felt like something was clawing its way out of him. That can't cope genetically with them fighting for dominance. Try removing. The colors vanished, sending a shockwave of electricity through him again, though Izuku's sight was no clearer for it, tears and pain clouding his vision. Take them all back then. The voice was colder than the rain pelting down. That body has adjusted at a molecular level, won't survive without them. That already have a viable story. The rain abruptly vanished, along with Izuku's ability to breathe, a horrifying silence clogging his chest, the wailing of some monitor or other now the loudest sound in the room. That would serve you better alive. The fading voice was like mist, tendrils barely reaching Izuku's fading consciousness. Interesting point, how? That you did speak of seeds for the future, master. Then something settled lightly in Izuku's chest, bringing him abruptly back into himself, as another feeling, oily and sticky, coiled at the base of his skull and pulled. But not without proper precaution. Raindrops on Izuku's cheeks awoke him next. Izuku, I promise baby I'll never go away for so long again. Oh sweet boy, it'll be okay, we're gonna be okay. That wasn't rain. Izuku blinked to see his own eyes mirrored in a round face with deep green bangs. Mama. A soft gasp of surprise escaped Mama as she stared back at Izuku with equal surprise before her tears began to drip onto his face again, and she bent over his hospital bed to wrap him in the warmest, softest hug. Izuku's lips trembled. You're back. I missed you, Mama. His voice was a terrible, rasping, painful thing. Inko jumped and hurried to get him a glass of water from the bedside table, gently adjusting the bed so he was sitting up and helping him take a sip. I am baby, I'm so sorry I wasn't here while you were really sick. But Dad made sure you even got a room with a window, and all the best doctors, and look, a whole new All Might to go with your collection. Izuku realized that there was a soft All Might beaming up at him from the bed. That was the new one. Also, oddly enough, there was a stuffed cloud with a little smile nestled comfortably next to the All Might. Noticing Izuku's gaze, Inko gave a wet giggle. That one was already with you when I came, so maybe the doctors thought you'd like it. Silly, isn't it? Do you want to name it? I got really sick? Izuku frowned, thinking hard. It was all sort of foggy, but if he strained he could vaguely recall the horrible heat and Dad's soft reassurances. Looking around at the cheerfully painted walls of the children's unit, Izuku realized he must have been very sick to have to come here, but at least he wasn't alone and had Mama. Mama's face fell, but she smiled sadly, looking at Izuku with a tenderness that made his heart ache with relief, sliding onto the edge of the bed and pulling Izuku close. He closed his eyes, tension he hadn't realized was there draining from his shoulders, and for a moment mother and son sat quietly in the embrace. He felt so safe. Yes, you've been asleep for a long time, but you were very strong and you're almost better. Now that you're awake, we'll be able to go home soon. A thought struck Izuku. If Mama was back with him, that meant she had finished school and could save all kinds of people now. Did you do it, Mama? Inko wiped her eyes before gently brushing Izuku's curls off his forehead. I did. I did my best for you, just like I promised. And Dad told me that you were very good for him too, just like you promised. Izuku brightened, wriggling to sit up a little straighter, feeling the residual stiffness of lying still for too long wearing off. I had so much fun, Mama. It's so pretty and there are so many flowers and Dad is so smart and he helped me make a whole notebook about fun quirks and Dad's assistant, he was... Izuku frowned, thinking hard. What had his name been? He could vaguely recall, through the fog, someone tall and kind teaching him fun things about clouds or something. Clouds? Mama! He scrambled onto his knees, Inko jerking in alarm at his sudden movements before laughing and scooping him up to sit in her lap. Mama, I got my quirk. I can make clouds. And I saved a baby squirrel with it and I played tag with a boy that came to visit us for a week. Look. He cupped his hands, looking between Inko's gobsmacked expression and his hands, concentrating hard, and nothing happened. For a moment, mother and son blinked in confusion. It's really cool, I promise. Let me try again. Izuku took a deep breath, focusing, thinking of the soft, light feeling he remembered when using it. Still nothing. Sweetheart, Mama's face is sad, even though she was smiling again with a look in her eyes he didn't understand. She brushed a thumb across Izuku's cheeks, voice understanding and soft. The doctors said there might be some confusion with how high your fever got. When your brain gets too hot, sometimes it likes to think of happy things to make it feel better until it gets what it needs. Like how you think about ice cream when you're outside for a long time in the summer and want to cool down. But Mama, I can make it rain and I can stop people from falling off buildings when I go to hero school. I named it Cloud, and I can be a rescue hero and bring hurt people to you to make better, Mama. Tears were beginning to build in his eyes again, his hands remaining treacherously empty. Mama's eyes were watery now too as she pressed a kiss to the top of Izuku's head. Let's wait a few days until you feel all better to try again, then we'll see. Her smile turned tremulous. No matter what, you're already my hero, Izuku. Izuku's hiccuped, still sniffling a little. But where's Dad? He can tell you, Mama, I know I can do it. I promise. Inko rested her cheek on top of Izuku's head now. He had to go out of the country unexpectedly, baby. He's gotten a big promotion at work that makes him have to travel lots more now, but he promises to do his best for you. Oh, Mama tenderly went back to stroking his hair, and Izuku couldn't help but droop in relief that she was really here again. His already low energy reserves were failing him, drained by the emotions of the past few minutes. He yawned widely. I'll show you soon, Mama. Right now, let's focus on getting you better so we can go home. We'll worry about all the rest once you're better. I love you, Izuku. Inko began to stand, but paused when Izuku's hand tightened around her fingers, hesitating a moment before sitting down next to him again. I love you too, Mama. Looking back on it, Izuku could understand what made him look to the skies and imagine that he could create clouds. They gave shade on hot days, provided rain that brought out a certain secret smile from adults, and gave puddles for little kids to splash around in when it wasn't cold. Often, rainy days were the only times Izuku was able to walk home in peace, free to enjoy the scenery, unbothered by taunts or whatever fresh torment Kaken or his other classmates decided he deserved after school. But when it rained, they all either hurried home under umbrellas or had their parents pick them up. His mom usually worked pretty long hours, so Izuku was left to walk alone, though he had reassured her more times than he could count that really, he didn't mind, even when it rained. He didn't really understand it, but something about turning his face up to the soft blanket of gray, feeling the tickle of rain falling on his cheeks, hearing the rumble of thunder, it made him feel alive in ways he couldn't describe if he tried. Another thing he'd always enjoyed was the height of fluffy cumulus clouds, floating above on the breeze, high above the whole world. There were many times he wanted nothing more than to go somewhere far from the taunts and jeers that inevitably followed the school's resident quirkless nobody. That summer spent at his father's estate had been one of the most magical times of his life, the memories fuzzy with nostalgia and age, and to be honest, Izuku didn't have the clearest recollection of a lot of his early childhood. Due to his bout with meningitis as a kid, he still had beautiful, if not somewhat blurred recollections of running his hero agency and annoying the man who took care of estate affairs by falling into the koi pond on at least 3 occasions. Some called it brain trauma, but Izuku liked to think of it as seasonings. Childhood rose-colored glasses, if you will. But there was also always an accompanying sadness that settled in his bones when he remembered the time before his own father had become too busy for his quirkless son. He did remember vividly, keeping detailed notes of every quirk, hero, villain, and even the odd civilian whose quirk interested him, waiting for the day Dad would call so he could tell him all about it. But hero analysis number 1 turned into 3, which turned into 5, which turned into 11, and 13 volumes later, that call still had not come. But still Izuku kept writing, studying, sharpening his mind like some whispered voice that sounded remarkably like his father insisted. A memory or a hope, Izuku wasn't sure, preparing for the day he would become a hero despite everything. He refused to let anything make him give up, stubbornly guarding the hope that one day he would see his dreams realized. Nobody and nothing would stand in his way. But it was ingrained in him now to flinch first, drop his eyes, his mouth blurting out explanations for whatever he hoped would end the situation the fastest. Most days Izuku didn't feel like a hero. Or someone who could be a hero. Not Deku, with his timid stuttering and skinny ankles. That was one of Kaken's new cronies' favorite insults. Frankly, Izuku was confused. Kaken usually chose his posse for quality not quantity, but this one seemed to lack even the base creativity that usually inspired people when they insulted Izuku. The point was that he was determined to prove that even a quirkless loser could become a hero. Still, it was hard, keeping that hope alive as it felt like the whole world was intent on grinding him into the ground until he stopped getting up again. Until one day, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. And for the first time in years, someone believed in Izuku, too. You can be a hero. Months of hellacious training with all might later, Izuku still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he was being personally mentored by All Might himself, and he found himself lying on the rough pavement, despair and triumph vying equally for a spot in his chest. There was no way he'd gotten enough points to pass. But the nice girl from before was safe, that was what mattered. Sure, it was just an exam, but accidents could happen and Izuku wasn't about to take that chance when he could help. Recovery Girl might be the most respected medic in the entire hero industry, but nobody could bring back the dead. But still, Izuku gritted his teeth against the bitter sting of disappointment, the tears pricking his eyes not just from the shockwaves of pain traveling down his arms and legs as he lay crumpled on the testing grounds. Even with All Might's quirk, with one for all, a power passed down through the ages, cultivated and nurtured for generations, he'd almost definitely failed. They say you shouldn't meet your heroes, but Izuku was pretty sure that disappointing the hopes and dreams of the world usually wasn't the reason. No, that was due to his own spectacular brand of luck and inability to do anything right. Thankfully, a grandmotherly tut cut off this line of thinking, announcing the arrival of Recovery Girl, who Izuku would give his left pinky toe to have a conversation with about her quirk. But he was currently too exhausted and racked with pain to properly fanboy, so he filed away the experience for later and focused on the cool tingling sensation that spread from his legs, up to his arms, through his neck with a slightly uncomfortable snapping sensation. He didn't think his neck was broken, but then again he did have a wonderful knack for going plus ultra ha. Before the exhaustion that inevitably followed, her quirk hit him like a truck, and he passed out cold, still. Mentally adding pages in Hero Analysis number 7 to her file. Izuku made it through the next few days like a man waiting for the guillotine to drop. To say he was anxious was the understatement of the century, and Izuku had broken not one, not two, not three, but 5 different mugs until Mom had gently banished him from the kitchen and insisted on making the tea herself. Izuku was too nervous to text All Might, terrified of what his mentor might say about the clear failure he'd already passed down the legacy on which the hopes and dreams of millions rested. Ironically, Izuku was so nervous that he almost came full circle and called his father to inform him of the miraculous turn of events Izuku had been caught in, but even as his fingers fumbled for his phone, something stayed his hand, and Izuku decided that he didn't need the familiar sting of disappointment to sit alongside his already queasy stomach. He would rather die than let good Katsudan go to waste, and in her own unique way of expressing nerves, his mother had been making meals that were big enough to feed half the neighborhood, never mind the two of them. But then the letter came. The triumph and tears Izuku and his mother had shared over dinner were legendary, even for the Midoriya family. Mom had insisted they call Dad, though the garbled message of both of them talking may or may not have done any good to explain that Izuku was not only a student in UA's hero track, but that he had also manifested a quirk. And from there it was a blur of forms, uniforms, and a limited edition Bronze Age All Might figurine from his mother the night before school with the note, "You've always been my hero. Go be theirs too," that reduced him to tears again. It was as close to perfect as it could be, and with his uniform neatly pressed and books packed for school the next day, Izuku felt ready to face the world. Izuku dreamed of floating that night, staring up at a sky painted with countless stars, the feathery feeling in his chest so familiar and content, yet so incredibly foreign and exhilarating that he couldn't help but smile, blinking lazily up at the sky. Then the sky blinked back and Izuku's heart stopped. 1 pair, 2, more as a soft buzzing filled the back of Izuku's mind, anticipation and adrenaline flooding his system. Then he was falling through the clouds, plummeting down toward the void of the earth, sitting bolt upright in bed, gasping for breath in a panic that didn't feel entirely justified, even to his sleep-muddled brain. What a weird dream. Taking in deep breaths, Izuku shook his head slowly. He'd not had nightmares like that since the fever dreams from getting meningitis as a kid. Waving away a stray wisp of fog, Izuku squinted at his bedside clock. 5. He still had another hour before he needed to be up. Hold on a second, fog? Slowly, Izuku's eyes drifted to his bedroom floor and his jaw dropped at the low-hanging fog, no clouds, that coated his bedroom floor. Clouds that resemble fish scales are a good way to predict that the weather will change, usually indicating rain within the next 6 to 12 hours. Shota took issue with the phrase, "good morning." First of all, it required a response, and if it was before he replaced at least a third of his blood with coffee, pleasantries were beyond his grasp. But not only did the stupid phrase require a response, it also implied that it was a good thing to be awake in the morning, and if Shota was conscious before 10 a.m. when he'd been on patrol until 4 a.m., then something had gone terribly wrong. Unfortunately, due to his current career choices, there were approximately 20 new problems waiting to happen that required him to have begrudgingly followed Hisashi out from under the blankets at 6 in the morning. Besides, saying "good morning" was just inviting the morning to be bad, and opened the door for the kind of small talk Shota dreaded. The "how was your breaks?" and "I wonder what's for lunches." The first day of school was almost always enough to make him want to throttle someone with his capture weapon. Good morning his butt. But when he had expressed his philosophical musings, perhaps less than cheerfully, to Hisashi in the car, his husband had just laughed in his face. "Come on, Shota. You've got a whole new group of 15-year-olds to frighten. Don't lie to me, I know your shriveled little heart takes joy in making them jump out of their skins every year. How can it not be a good morning?" There was. And judging by Hisashi's sly grin and side eye, the blonde knew exactly what he had just said. Him and his sunshine morning person, optimism-fueled husband. So, recognizing that he was not about to win a debate with a jovial present mic this early in the morning, Shota settled for grumbling under his breath, nursing his thermos of coffee as Hisashi made him fear for both their lives and hero licenses with his driving. He was right. Hisashi had jinxed the only hope the morning had for being anything but miserable with the phrase. Shota would have dearly loved to look him in the eyes and say, "I told you so." But he was still in the opening ceremonies with his class, so the little image of Hisashi in his mind's eye would have to do. Because looking at Midoriya Izuku stepping up to the ball throw, taut as a bowstring and full of a self-destructive, uncontrolled power that made every nerve in his body tingle in alarm, Shota just knew his day was about to get a lot worse. The boy squared his feet, greenish lightning crackling to life, one arm swinging down with a soft, barely visible trail of mist following his hand and swirling about his ankles. Shota's eyes narrowed. Pressure from his quirk? Oh, absolutely not. Kid was going to blow off his own arm if the entrance exam was any precedent. And last Shota checked, he was relatively certain Chio couldn't regrow limbs and would most likely hit him in the shins with that cane if he brought her a student sans arm and asked. So Shota fixed his glare on Midoriya and prepared to teach his class their first lesson, that glass cannons got more than just themselves killed. Better to force reality on them now, while they could still choose another life, than have it kill them later. Or sooner. As Midoriya stumbled back to the plate, anxiously squeezing the ball, Shota blinked away his dry eye. Not that he would ever admit it out loud, but maybe Hisashi was on to something when he said Shota needed to drink more water. His eyes were smarting like he'd been subduing half the class, not one now petrified-looking teenager. Although, come to think of it, Shota remembered filling his water bottle with coffee before patrol last night solely to spite Hisashi after his husband had thrown out the phrase hydrate or dihydrate show. Such was the man he'd chosen to love. But, to his credit, Midoriya took the criticism better than Shota expected from a kid who had never bothered to properly train a powerful quirk, his head bowed, thoughts clearly rapidly flicking through his unguarded expression. The anger he'd expected was not there, that was good. Maybe Shota would enroll him in 1C based on that reaction, see if a reality check would spur him to realize that he wasn't going to get paid to play pretend and cost people their lives. Sensei, I can still move. Midoriya was panting, teeth gritted in a triumphant, pained smile, only a single finger bruised and broken, the ball high in the stratosphere by now. Shota himself had fought with far worse injuries. This kid. He couldn't help the answering grin that flashed across his face, sensing half the class recoil at it. He still refused to call the morning good, because he refused to let Hisashi win this fight, but these kids had potential. Midoriya. Izuku jumped, nearly having his second heart attack in 10 minutes as Sensei had announced his logical ruse that saved him from expulsion. Why yes, Sensei? Aizawa Sensei looked at him flatly for a moment before blowing out a breath. Go see Recovery Girl. Tell her I sent you, and if she keeps you into English, tell Mike to talk to me. Izuku nodded furiously, too surprised to protest. If you could count on one hand the amount of times he'd been to a nurse's office for injuries he got at school. He'd made a point to patch himself up the second he got old enough to realize that they would sooner blame his mom for the fact that he was covered in bruises than the other kids. He would be lying if he said what happened to quirkless kids in the system didn't scare him. Then he realized he was still gaping up at Aizawa-sensei and stammered out an impressively garbled combination of a thank you and an apology, flushing red to the tips of his hair because oh my gosh he was talking to Eraserhead, then fleeing before he could embarrass himself further. He didn't get far. Midoriya, my boy. All Might was jogging down the hall after him, signature wide grin automatically bringing up that familiar awestruck, open-mouthed grin in Izuku. He couldn't help it. All Might was his mentor. All Might called him Midoriya my boy. It still felt like a dream. All Might. The hero skidded to a halt next to Izuku, tossing a casual hand around his shoulders. I saw what you did in the test, my boy, that was very clever. Exactly the kind of thinking you're going to need to really make it your own. Izuku flushed, a small spark of pride building inside him at the thought of making All Might proud. It was still hard to reconcile the titan of his childhood with the same Yagi Tashinori who took him to get milkshakes every other Saturday after their runs. I'll do my best, All Might. Though I don't know if the microwave image is going to work forever, maybe if I think of it more like a washing machine the movement will keep it from building up and breaking my bones, like releasing water from a dam. But then again the concept of centripetal force doesn't really work in the context of stockpiled energy, so maybe thinking of my veins like power lines could help with. All Might's deep chuckle shook Izuku out of the storm of thoughts that he'd gotten wrapped up in, making him stumble, and he let out an undignified eep, as the only thing that kept him from pitching over was All Might's arm. I'm sure you'll figure it out, my boy. It's a quirk that's been curated over the decades, so mastering it is different for each holder. Izuku nodded, biting his lip and looking around for a second. The hallway was empty. All Might, you said that it can be different to master for each holder, but is it? Did you have problems controlling it like I do? I know you've changed the weather with your punches before and it was so amazing, but you meant to do that and I woke up this morning and there were clouds in my bedroom. I think I somehow used one for all in my sleep. All Might was quiet for a moment, brow furrowed. That is, definitely unusual, but it's not unheard of for quirks to activate based on the goings-on in the subconscious during sleep. The hero's voice turned gentle. Were you by any chance having a nightmare, Midoriya my boy? Izuku hesitated before slowly nodding, shame welling up inside him. Why yes. Then that might explain the appearance of clouds in your bedroom. In all likelihood you may have tossed and turned or even flailed hard enough that the pressure from one for all caused clouds to gather in your room. But don't worry. The good news of that means that you are capable of wielding it fully without breaking your bones. It's just a matter of mastering it while also conscious. Izuku nodded, mind kicking into high gear. He had read articles about how when conscious inhibitions were removed the body could be capable of far more than the mind might believe it to be. What if there was a way to remove the inhibitions of his own mind to consciously access the power of one for all without breaking himself every time? Was it a question of his body maturing or his mind holding back just enough to hurt himself? Was that even possible? The clouds on his bedroom floor definitely seemed to say so. He'd have to find a way to break through them, keep climbing higher and higher toward his goals. Izuku would make himself worthy of one for all. He would not let All Might down. Midoriya, my boy. Izuku's head jerked up, finding that they were now standing outside of Recovery Girl's office. All Might was looking down at him with a small smile. I know this has been a lot of pressure on you all at once, but I wanted to say I'm very proud of how well you've handled it so far. I know I've chosen the right successor. Now go see the old lady. You've got battle trials tomorrow, and I'm excited to see what you've got. Hisashi loved rain. He loved the smell of it, the puffy clouds that cast the day in gentle grays. He loved curling up with a good book, some soft music, and if things were really perfect, a personal heater in the form of Shota napping on his lap. He did not, however, love the rain when he was faced with a 15-minute walk to the train station in his hero costume with no umbrella. Leather couldn't go in the dryer. But Shota was grading papers and napping before his patrol, and the radio station wasn't going to run itself, which meant that Present Mike was going to have to grit his teeth and make the sad, puddle-filled journey to catch the 5 o'clock train. He'd just made it to the edge of UA's property, passing the security fence and heading toward the low boundary wall that lined the steps leading down toward the street, when he stopped, eyeing the sight before him curiously. It was a student. Wait, it was his student. The Midoriya kid. Jumpy, smart, sweet kid. He looked like he'd gone several rounds with a lawnmower and lost, though Hisashi could take a wild guess as to why, considering that he'd borne witness to the spectacular dressing down Shota had given All Might over the day's lessons. But what was odd about the sight was the kid's posture. He was open and relaxed, a stark difference from the anxious mess that had stammered out a good morning to him on the first day of school. His eyes were closed, chin tilted up. To the soft drizzle with a faint smile. An umbrella sat at his feet, neatly tied shut and forgotten as the boy seemed to enjoy the light dusting of mist that was frosting his hair and clothes. Smiling, Hisashi resolved to slip past the kid, letting him have this moment, but as he passed close, Midoriya's eyes snapped open as if he felt Hisashi's eyes on him, his whole body tensing up, snapping to attention. Hi Mike-sensei. Hisashi offered him an easy grin. Enjoying the rain, listener? Midoriya sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck, eyes darting about nervously, never staying on Hisashi for long. Yeah, I always like the way it feels when it's raining. It feels like the clouds are breathing with me. Hisashi was not prepared for the spike of grief deep in his chest, enough to tighten his throat and steal his breath for a moment. Why didn't you just take the train? You're soaked. Ah, come on, I like the rain. It's like the clouds are breathing with me. I'm pretty sure the clouds are laughing at you. I like to think they're laughing with me. I mean, everything's just really alive when it rains, sensei. Birds and stuff like mushrooms that come out after, you know? And I always tried to walk home in the rain when I was in elementary and middle school. I never really minded getting wet. Shoot, Midoriya had interpreted his brief silence in a way that baffled Hisashi out of his memories, rapidly curling in on himself, hands twisting together nervously. I know it's weird, sensei, I just... Not at all, listener. Hisashi cut him off, a small bubble of concern forming in his chest as he observed the speed at which Midoriya's mouth clicked shut. I like rain too, you dig? I just like it a lot more when I'm watching it from the inside. He bent closer, lowering his voice before continuing in a conspiratorial way, hoping to draw the boy out of his nervous rambling. It doesn't mix well with the leather, you dig? He shook a bit for effect, showering them both with droplets as the leather creaked in protest. Oh. Midoriya's lips twitched in a small smile. That does make sense, I guess, sensei. And do you have to be extra careful about being out in weather like this since your quirk is voice? Hisashi internally high-fived himself as the brightness returned to Midoriya's eyes, his words speeding up. Wait, can you lose your voice? But if your quirk is related to soundwave manipulation more than it is directly to your vocal cords, would you still be able to use it? Or is it more in the mutation of your vocal cords, so if you get sick they weaken and you have trouble with our quirk? Or is it the other way around? Do you have to control it when you're coughing too? Hisashi's grin widened. He'd been right about the listener being smart, but he was impressed by both the speed and logic behind the questions. How about this? I'll answer your questions, and you let me borrow that umbrella so we can both be a little drier walking to the station. Sound like a deal? Midoriya nodded, turning a bright grin at Hisashi. Why, yes, sensei. Hisashi didn't even mind the impromptu interrogation that followed this agreement, smiling faintly at the rumbling of distant thunder and the chatter of the kid beside him, now diving into the particulars of how he theorized voice worked underwater. No wonder Shota was already getting attached to this year's batch of kids. There were villains in their school. Sure, they were all training to be heroes, but the USJ was just that, a simulation. Izuku didn't think that Plus Ultra included bringing real villains into school, which meant that somehow, the villains had invaded their school. All around him, his classmates seemed to be reaching similar conclusions, confusion and excitement morphing into worry, then open fear. He glanced at Aizawa-sensei, who was tugging down his goggles, one hand still flung out to the side in a futile gesture to shield them. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa-sensei dove down the steps, meeting the hordes of villains that appeared out of thin air head-on. Eraserhead relied on stealth and ambush techniques that ultimately ended in capture. He had one of the lowest major injury rates of the active pros Izuku had managed to get his hands on. He was not suited to fighting so many villains at once, but it was a terrifying and impressive sight all the same, and Izuku was barely able to hold himself back from rushing in to help. Any distraction could be fatal with so many opponents, and whirling around at a noise behind them, Izuku realized they had their own problems to deal with as a shadowy figure materialized, seemingly formed from a dark purple mist, dressed in a neat vest and slacks. All Might was supposed to be here. But his lack of punctuality is of no matter. I am to scatter you all and torture you to death. The rest will fall in line. The mist villain seemed almost bored, his calm, professional tone more suited to announcing the weekly weather forecast. Izuku felt his blood turn to ice. These were real villains. They were here to kill All Might, which meant that they thought they had a way to do that. Which was insane because nobody picked fights with All Might like this. This was bad. Oh yeah. That was Kirishima, and Izuku was willing to bet his All Might collection that Kaken's smile meant he was about to blow something up. What if we beat you first? Izuku's instincts were right, and a split second later the deafening crack of one of Bakugo's larger explosions shrouded them all in smoke as he friends threw themselves at the mist villain. As the smoke cleared, Izuku heard 13 shout for Bakugo and Kirishima to get back before the mist villain's body engulfed them like some kind of horror. He could barely see a few feet in front of his own face, and all around him the startled shouts of his classmates abruptly cut off. The mist was cold, comforting, no, terrifying, like being lost in some kind of dark. Then luminous yellow eyes materialized out of the pandemonium and Izuku found himself face to face with the mist villain, close enough to see the swirls on the brass buttons of his vest. For a split second Izuku and the villain stared at one another, then the villain's head tilted consideringly, and Izuku's breath caught in his chest. You have a hero's quirk, child. But do you have the wits to use it? Izuku didn't get the chance to reply as he was suddenly falling down through the mist of a portal, hitting the water with an impact that jarred his bones. For a second he flailed in panic, lashing out against rough hands, then he opened his eyes and a stunned-looking villain was floating away from him. How many villains had come? Then Tsuyu's long tongue was wrapped around his waist and they rocketed to the surface, clambering up onto the boat of one of the simulation areas. Tsuyu's eyes were blown wide, though her voice only shook minutely. I hope you have a plan, Midoriya. The villains lurking in the water were circling like sharks. No hero has one trick. Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing a determined smile. Why yeah. A few minutes later the three of them clambered to the edge of the pond, panting, but full of triumph as the now sticky mass of captured villains splashed futilely in the water. In front of them, Aizawa-sensei was still a blur, darting between villains, binding their arms and cracking heads together, bodies all around him in varying states of consciousness. But he was panting, teeth set in a snarl as a new villain, this one covered in severed hands, rushed at him. Izuku heard a low voice, playful, raspy, almost bored. Counting? Eraserhead met him head-on, ducking underneath the reaching hands to slam his shoulder into the villain's stomach. Why was the villain counting? Wait, Eraserhead specialized in quick ambush, ending fights while keeping up erasure to ensure he had the upper hand. He was extremely difficult to counter unless Unless the villain had figured out to act in the split second Aizawa-sensei had to blink. Aizawa-sensei's hair fell. Looks like you finished a move. Eraserhead's elbow crumbled, the hero rearing back with a hiss of pain, dodging the villains attempting to take advantage of his lapse in rhythm, ruined arm hanging limply. The skin around the edges of his elbow was still an ashen gray, bone and muscle glinting sickeningly. Izuku felt his mouth drop open, a sick feeling pooling in his stomach. He wanted so badly to help, but a deep instinct kept him still, knowing that if he rushed in now, he'd only get his teacher killed. He had to wait for an opening. You really are cool, Eraserhead. But I'm not the final boss. The hand villain sounded almost petulant, clicking his tongue, and faster than Izuku could blink, a hulking monster darted from the edge of the fray, grabbing Aizawa-sensei by the back of the neck and slamming him into the ground. And again, his goggles flying off, shattering from the impact. He heard Tsuyu and Mineta gasp next to him, frozen in horror at the muffled shouts of pain that were torn from the hero's throat as one of his arms snapped with a sickening crunch. Izuku wanted to throw up. There had to be something they could do, but what? He didn't think the three of them had been noticed yet, but what could they do against that monster? Before his shock-numbed mind could properly formulate a plan, the mist villain materialized beside the hand villain. Disintegrate maybe? Decay. That sounded right. And a warp. The hand villain had to be the leader. But we can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over for now. The hand villain's voice rose in a whine, sharp and frustrated. But why don't we knock All Might's ego down a few pegs before we go? He lunged, faster than Izuku thought possible, straight for their hiding place. For a second time slowed, and Izuku could see far too much but could move far too slowly as the villain reached, closer. Izuku could do nothing to stop 5 fingers from wrapping around Tsuyu's face. Nothing happened. The villain puffed out a laugh that sounded halfway between a snarl and a sigh. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Aizawa-sensei had wrenched his head up from the concrete, bloody tracks running down his face, eyes glowing red. Now was his chance. Izuku flung his fist at the villain with a shout, channeling as much of all for one into his arm as he could. He had to end this now. There was a deafening crack as his fist made contact, but as the dust cleared, Izuku found his hand half buried in the hulking monster, the hand villain standing behind him, arms crossed, head ped to the side. That probably would have killed me if my Nomu here wasn't well trained. The Nomu stood silently, one eye moving down to stare at Izuku. The hand villain stepped out from behind the Nomu, the mist from Izuku's attacks still swirling about his ankles. Your power's a lot like All Might's. You're in luck. He jerked a finger at the Nomu. He's built to kill him. Let's try a test run on you. Nomu. Kill the kid. The villain's words sent a spike of despair through Shota's heart. He'd noticed his students out of the corner of his eye, praying to anything that was listening that the villain leader hadn't. Or that he could somehow hold the villain's attention until the other pros arrived. But his body was failing him, and it took all of his remaining strength to focus with his blurry vision as the villain leader's hand made contact with Tsuyu's face. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Sound had become muffled after the Nomu had slammed his head into the concrete, but the villain's words reached him with crystal clarity. Shota prayed his students would take the opportunity to run, while he could still lift his head to keep his quirk active. It was all he could do for them at this point, and a horrified, desperate part of him did not want these kids to see him die. They were so too young. Then the Nomu slammed his head into the ground again, and Shota felt something crack in a white-hot flash of pain in his neck, Midoriya's scream accompanying the motion. And through his fading consciousness he saw the Nomu that had been pinning him to the ground flash between the villain leader and Midoriya's punch, shockwaves rumbling the ground he lay on from the impact. Run, kid. They couldn't win this fight with less than 2 weeks of training. The Nomu grabbed Midoriya by the arm, throwing him back into the shallows of the pond with a massive splash, and Shota couldn't do anything. It was all he could do to keep his eyes open, and even they were failing him along with the rest of his body. He could taste blood, each shallow breath somehow not bringing in enough oxygen. He couldn't give in. He couldn't let go yet, but the logical part of Shota knew he was rapidly losing that fight. A fog was encroaching on the corners of his vision, shrouding the combatants of the fight before him in a haze. Shota wanted to cry as a soft, cool sensation engulfed him as the fog grew thicker, cradling his broken body gently. He knew this feeling. Even after 15 years he'd never forget it. And feeling it again could only mean one thing. He'd been prepared to die in the field since he was 17 and staring in shock at the rubble of a high-rise. He knew the statistics for death in the underground. He'd known the risks when he'd made his vows to Hisashi. But somehow, in all of his logical pessimism throughout the years, he'd never imagined that seeing Oboro again would mean leaving Hisashi like this. Hisashi would understand. They'd promised to be heroes together, after all. That was the choice they'd made. Then the sea of fog before him finally showed Shota mercy, and his consciousness drifted away on the clouds. What the hell? Someone's using a cheat code. Izuku heard the hand villain snarl a second before he dodged a shadow that lunged at him, fingers outstretched. He could barely see through the thickening fog as he dodged another figure, this one massive and hulking and terrifyingly fast, desperately hoping Tsuyu and Mineta were okay. This had to be another villain's quirk, but judging from the anger in the hand villain's voice, they didn't seem used to working as a team, which meant that it could disappear any minute if they started working together again. Tag's a game for kids, baby hero. A voice from directly behind him was all the warning Izuku got before he flung himself to the side to avoid the hand villain once again, crazed red eyes locking onto Izuku for a split second before the swirling fog obscured him once again. He scrambled onto the concrete, running blindly in the direction he remembered seeing Aizawa-sensei's body. Body made him sound dead. He wasn't dead. He couldn't be. A shockwave sent Izuku stumbling to his knees, rolling to avoid the Nomu's attack, raw panic giving him fresh energy. The fog was so thick that it was like wading through clouds, but he couldn't help but be at least a little grateful for the lack of coordination from the villains. It was giving them a chance. Izuku dropped down next to Aizawa-sensei's still body, hands hovering in panic for a second. He looked bad. Really bad. And Izuku knew that you shouldn't move someone with head trauma, but hearing the villain leader's quick steps somewhere to his left, Izuku didn't think he had much of a choice. Gritting his teeth and supporting Aizawa-sensei's head as best he could, Izuku half-dragged, half-carried his teacher as far away from the sounds of movement as possible. He felt cold and hot all at the same time, limbs shaking. He was pretty sure the Nomu had broken his arm, but he didn't think he'd been hurt otherwise. Was this panic that clogged his nose and turned his throat to sandpaper? Movement out of the corner of his eye startled him out of his momentary lapse in concentration, and the massive shadow of the Nomu pelted toward him, too close. Too fast and too close to dodge. Izuku turned, doing his best to shield Aizawa-sensei from the brunt of the impact, bracing himself. I am here. The ground shattered, as All Might landed squarely on top of the Nomu a mere foot in front of Izuku. He wanted to cry, but for once instead of tears there was dry stinging to his eyes. Izuku could only just unstick his chapped lips. When did they get so chapped? To croak out a relieved, All Might. All Might glanced to Izuku's left, and in the area cleared of fog by All Might's impact Izuku saw an equally stunned Tsuyu and Mineta at the base of the steps leading up to the USJ's entrance. All Might's eyes fell on Aizawa-sensei in Izuku's arms. All of you, take him to safety. I'll deal with this. He didn't have time to say any more before the Nomu was back on its feet, swinging wildly at the hero. Izuku didn't need to be told twice this time, stumbling closer to Tsuyu, who rushed forward to help grab Aizawa-sensei as Mineta sniveled after her. Izuku was panting as he reached her, arms shaking so badly that he could barely adjust as Tsuyu joined him in hauling Aizawa-sensei up the stairs. He was pretty sure he hadn't hit his head, but it throbbed mercilessly, his nose refusing to cooperate, forcing his harsh breaths out through his mouth. Tsuyu fixed him with a concerned stare. Are you okay, Midoriya-kun? Izuku opened his mouth to reassure her just as a whole host of pros burst through the doors, rushing toward them, and relief rushed through him. The world titled, colors smearing together in a bright swirl. He was not awake to see the fog dissipate as All Might punched the Nomu through the roof. Izuku baby, are you sure you're okay? Inko's wide eyes were even rounder with worry as Izuku attempted to fend off a second serving of curry. He'd awoken in Recovery Girl's office, arm freshly healed and a very worried-looking All Might consoling his mother next to his bed. And after giving his statement to Detective Tsukachi, his quirk was incredible, and making sure that All Might was okay too, all he wanted to do was collapse. "Why yeah, I'm okay mom. Really, I'm just tired." Tired didn't cover it. Physically, he was exhausted. It felt like he'd gone several rounds with All Might and lost, despite having come out of the fight mostly intact. If this was what it felt like to use one for all at 100%, then he had a very long way to go before he was going to live up to the power he'd been gifted. Emotionally, he was also exhausted, deep anxiety shooting through him when he considered how pale and still Aizawa-sensei had been, or the fear in Tsu's eyes as the villain's hand had closed around her face. They'd been lucky. If All Might had been a second later. If Aizawa-sensei had not fought as long and as hard as he did. If the villain's lack of teamwork and that fog hadn't given them just enough time to evade certain death until the pros arrived. Really, it was a miracle that everyone was still alive. Though he could only hope Aizawa-sensei and 13 stayed that way. The detective had just smiled grimly when Izuku had asked about the hero's status. "All I know is that they're in critical condition, but I wouldn't count them out. They're tough, both of them." He ended up compromising by eating the second serving of curry anyway. It was the least he could do with how red Mom's eyes were, and with the soft, worried squeezes she gave his shoulder as she bustled about the kitchen getting cutlery or insisting that he just drink a cup of tea instead of helping with the dishes like normal. He made sure to hug her extra tightly before retreating into his bedroom. His room was just as he'd left it that morning, and sitting on the edge of his bed, for a moment Izuku almost felt normal. Keyword being almost. His brain was chasing itself in circles with increasing speed, picking apart the day's events, trying to parse together a cohesive vision of what had happened through the metaphorical fog of panic he'd been in, and the literal fog that had showed up after the Nomu grabbed him. It had been fog, hadn't it? Or had it been clouds? He supposed technically fog was just a very low-hanging cloud, but still, he hadn't heard of any villains with similar quirks. Then again, he hadn't heard of a villain that could decay anything with 5-point touch. That had to be the way it worked. The placement of his fingers on Tsu's head was too deliberate, or a villain that could warp space. Izuku shivered. The other villains, while terrifying and bloodthirsty, did not hold a candle to those two and the monstrous Nomu thing. But back to the cloud cover that had risen. Had one of the henchman villains gotten cold feet? Maybe there was a petty villain he could find in the public records with some kind of weather-related quirk. Izuku didn't think that it had been a marine layer that covered them, and they'd managed to subdue the villains in the water, so he'd probably rule that out. But he couldn't quite remember the conditions for marine and regular ground fog. Where was that book he'd had as a kid? He located the beaten-up meteorology book nestled against his hero journals, wiggling it out of the crowded bookshelf that stood as a testament to his many, many hobbies over the years. Meteorology had been one of his earliest, and he would be lying if he didn't get secretly excited every time he saw a rare cloud formation to this day. Standing triumphantly, Izuku was overcome by a wave of exhaustion, grabbing the bookshelf to steady himself. Recovery Girl's quirk must be catching up with him. Thunk. Izuku jumped. But it was just hero analysis number 1, dislodged by his bumbling, pages wrinkled from where it landed on the floor. Tossing basic meteorological principles on his bed, Izuku bent down to grab the notebook, flopping down onto his mattress. This was the earliest record he had of his dream to be a hero. They have their quirks, you have your mind. Sharpen it to be just as dangerous. Izuku set the notebook back down beside him, flopping onto his back and staring up at the glow-in-the-dark stars he and Mom had painstakingly stuck to the ceiling, shining faintly in the shadows where Izuku's beside lamp didn't reach. After everything, it seemed crazy that school was continuing on like nothing had happened. But then again, if they let the villains disrupt their lives like that, wasn't that letting them win anyway? And how else were they going to get stronger? He makes everyone feel safe just by being there. Izuku smiled faintly at the blurry memory, eyelids heavy with exhaustion, sleep finally catching up to him now that he'd stopped moving. He still wanted that. No villain would stop him from getting there. Then he was gone, sleep claiming him at last. It was hot and muggy in the way only late summer afternoons could be. The cicadas and other insects were singing to each other, though Izuku could only assume they were plotting. He was still finding those big old bug bites on his arms and legs and neck and even his hands. But that was a problem for another day. He was a hero after all, he'd be okay. Besides, he was too busy digging for fossils in the creek. What really killed the dinosaurs wasn't going to solve itself, and evidence collection was essential to investigations. Izuku didn't get to work on this case very often because Dad wouldn't let him go this deep into the woods without someone to make sure he didn't get lost. Speaking of which, Izuku glanced back at the bank to see his guardian sitting on the grass, leaning against the old peach tree with a book in hand. It was hard to see him clearly against the bright sun in his eyes, but Izuku could tell that Kurogiri was squinting down at the text against the glare of the light, and those clothes and neck brace couldn't be very comfortable in this weather. Izuku gave a guilty splish, toes curling into the silt of the shallow creek where he squatted with a small shovel. He felt a little bad at making Kurogiri watch him when there were probably a whole lot of Dad's personal matters that needed attending to. But Dad had said it was okay, and Kurogiri had insisted that Izuku was the most important of his tasks that needed to be tended to before calmly returning to packing a picnic for the afternoon's research and crime scene analysis. But it was so hot, and while the peach tree provided shade, Izuku privately thought that Kurogiri's brace looked a whole lot like an oven, which meant that Kurogiri was probably baking in there and it was all because of him. Wait, maybe he could help. His clouds had been getting bigger and now he could keep one up for a long time. Izuku had the river to keep cool, and he could give Kurogiri a cloud. Taking a deep breath, concentrating on the cool wash of the water around him, Izuku pulled at the water in the air he imagined was above Kurogiri, unable to stop the grin that spread across his face as a small cumulus cloud formed above his caretaker's head, rapidly growing larger and larger. Kurogiri looked up from his book as the area surrounding the peach tree shifted to a gentle pool of dappled shade, the ever-present mist flickering somewhat in the breeze. Izuku waved furiously from the creek as Kurogiri's gaze fell on him. For a moment it was quiet, the breeze tugging at Izuku's hair and peeling tendrils of mist off Kurogiri. I was not aware the forecast included clouds, Midoriya Izuku. I would not have you overexert yourself in the heat. Izuku offered Kurogiri his brightest grin, splashing the water for effect as he hurried to reassure the man. It's okay, I'm in the water. See? I can't get dehydrat this time. Water around you helps, but it does not equate to hydration. That water bottle looks full, so unless you have been drinking the creek when I was not looking, you will get dehydrated quickly. Kurogiri sounded amused. Well, as amused as Kurogiri ever sounded, which wasn't much, but Izuku still counted it. Oh yeah. Izuku hurriedly unclipped the little orange water bottle Kurogiri had produced the first time Izuku had tried to make two clouds at once and got that horrible headache and a nosebleed, insisting that he carry it with him whenever he thought he might use his quirk from his belt, taking a few large gulps. This seemed to satisfy Kurogiri, who nodded, raising his book again. When you have finished collecting evidence, there are spam musubi in the lunchbox that need to be eaten before returning to your agency. Izuku nodded eagerly, going back to searching for fossils in the creek bed. He made sure to take several big gulps of water now whenever he felt the strain of using his quirk pull at the back of his mind, but he was so proud to take care of Kurogiri just like he'd promised. That was Izuku's favorite part of being a hero, taking care of people, especially the people he cared about. Sure, Izuku could care about just about anyone, but there was something about helping people like Mama or Dad or Kurogiri that made him particularly proud to be not just a hero, but their hero. Glancing back at the banks, Izuku could now see that Kurogiri had set his book down on the grass and was staring up at the cloud Izuku gave him pensively. Something about the sight made Izuku pause, not often able to observe Kurogiri without the other noticing. He knew that Kurogiri's favorite birds were the ones that sang, that he drank green tea in the early mornings, and that he'd introduced Izuku to jelly pouches. He'd learned to read the micro-expressions that passed over the foggy face and luminous eyes. But the odd flickering of the mist that made up Kurogiri's body and the tilt of his head was something Izuku had never seen. He wasn't sure what this expression meant. It made him sad, though he wasn't sure why. A sudden breeze rustled the branches of the trees, making ripples in the stream and sending a shower of petals down on Kurogiri as Izuku's cloud was pushed a few feet to the right. Kurogiri's eyes flickered over to meet Izuku's, and he stood, brushing off the petals. I believe you know as well as I do, Midoriya Izuku, that there is a storm coming. Looking up, Izuku realized that black clouds that had gathered around him a split second before a deafening rumble of thunder split the peaceful afternoon air, sending him scrambling out of the creek, panic clawing at his throat. They were going to kill Aizawa-sensei, they were going to kill everyone, and Izuku couldn't stop them. Another deafening crack. Izuku stumbled over something at the water's edge. Aizawa-sensei was lying half in the creek, the water around him turning crimson, washing ribbons of red downstream. The yellow goggles his teacher wore lay cracked and broken beside him. Izuku knew you weren't supposed to move victims of head trauma, but the calm stream was rapidly becoming a raging river. He had to get him to safety. Away from the villains. Away from the storm. The warp villain was standing in front of him, hands clasped neatly behind his back, watching Izuku as he strained to drag Aizawa-sensei out of the creek. His teacher might as well be made of stone for all the progress he was making. "Help me!" The plea sounded shrill and desperate over the howling of the winds and stinging sheets of rain that pelted them. Izuku wasn't sure what prompted him to beg for help, but he was out of options. The water was rising. The villain tilted his head, quiet voice somehow cutting through the pandemonium. A hero's life is the first and last thing they give to protect what they hold dear. Why should I interfere with a willing sacrifice? Glancing down, Izuku was met with Aizawa-sensei's dark eyes, wide and glassy and horribly empty, staring back at him. He screamed. Lightning flashed out of the clouds in response, striking the ground in a frenzy, hitting the warp villain, sending the dark mist up in a brief flash of bluish-white, splitting the earth before traveling up Izuku's arms, veins of green and red, burning with uncontrolled power, white-hot with pain. Izuku woke with a start, eyes still watering, his old hero analysis book still open on the bed next to him, innocently detailing his first analysis of present Mike. Gulping in air, he ran a distracted hand through his damp hair, wincing as the soft tugging irritated the still healing bruises hidden by his curls. What was that? Already the dream was fading, its details burning away with the rising sun. It had been frighteningly vivid, and his heart still thudded uneasily in his chest despite the morning light peeking through his curtains, but focusing on the specifics now that he was awake felt like trying to hold on to moving water, and there was a pounding behind his eyes that was also not helping. His nose was stuffy. Was he getting sick? Reaching up to rub his face with a shaky hand, Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed the smear of blood painting it. He crawled out of his bed to look in the mirror by the closet. A fine sheen of mist covered its surface, and as he reached forward to wipe it away, Izuku realized that his dresser was covered in tiny droplets, the bedroom carpet was faintly damp under his bare feet, and staring back at his pale reflection, a thin trail of blood leaking out his left nostril. Behind him, his whole room shimmered in the light, crystalline with dew. The soft breeze that tugged at the curtains of the open window spurred Izuku into action, and he was not ashamed to admit that his first priority was making sure none of his All Might merchandise or hero journals were damaged, scrambling over to poke his head out at the clear blue sky above him. At least it wasn't still raining. It figured that an evening shower had come through after he'd fallen asleep with the window open. After taking inventory, it looked like his All Might posters would be fine, though he had to wipe some of the residual moisture off a couple, and his hero notebook and homework was relatively unscathed as well, having been tucked into his bookshelf near the door. The only analysis journal that was a little damaged was number 1 that still lay open on his bed, its pages a little warped and fragile. He couldn't help but smile as he thumbed gently through the pages, splashed with colorful hiragana in a wide variety of crayon. It had been years since he'd properly looked through this one. Present Mike, voice hero. Can he make his voice really high or really low? Like the neighbor's radio at home? Look up sound waves in the dictionary, Izuku. Sound waves. A disturbance in the air made by an energy moving through a medium. Dad says it's more than air. It could be water too. Could voice move through jello? A wry grin pulled at Izuku's lips as he read the last line. There was no way he would ever be able to work up the courage to ask Mike Sensei if he'd ever tried to project voice through jello. However, if he were to make an educated guess, he could imagine that Mike Sensei probably also studied the average frequency at which various solids vibrated, so properly applied he could shatter almost anything if he matched the sound waves of a solid, not to mention the more standard applications of his quirk in both the mediums of air and water. So yeah, jello probably wasn't out of the question. Really, it was no wonder Present Mike had such a high team-up rate on strike teams, which would be the last thing anyone who didn't know better would expect about the happy-go-lucky hero, but Izuku had religiously followed Present Mike's career since he'd been a kid, so he knew just how dangerous Mike was in a fight. But he was every bit as kind in person as he'd sounded on those lonely Friday nights where his radio show was all that kept Izuku company as he hid inside, safe from the insults and fists of Kaken and his posse that would inevitably find him were he to dare to venture out. Pro Hero Night Hawk Eraserhead. Dad says he's underground, but the fight I saw was definitely in a big store, not a cave. Dad says that underground heroes don't work underground, they're just sneaky and help people who regular heroes can't always help. And if an underground hero disappears, then the villain is really bad because they're smart since they got people who aren't show ponies first. Show ponies are the fancy ones Tsubaba's mom likes to ride, not the fuzzy ones for petting. Quirk, Erasure, can stop villains from using their quirks just by looking at them. His quirk is not good at fighting, so he works really hard to use his body and his quirk together to fight. He probably sneaks up on the bad guys to get them. Can't take away quirks forever, but should he if he could? Like me and my hammer? Why do his goggles have those holes? Doesn't that just make them funny glasses? They probably hide where he's looking, Izuku, or it's possible his quirk doesn't work through barriers like glass. More than likely it's. Izuku flipped past, idly scanning the various quirks he'd first analyzed. Pro Hero Crimson Riot. Mrs. Miyazaki, Grocery Lady. Quirk, Eagle Eye. Dad, Izuku's dad. Quirk, Dragon's Breath. RK8. Oh. Izuku paused, momentarily confused by the missing page. He didn't remember being so unhappy with any of his analyses that he'd torn out a page, but then again, this was hero analysis number 1, and that had been before he'd stopped trying to show the others the heroes he thought were cool, or attempted to win them over by parroting words he'd written down that his father said. It didn't look like the remains of the paper had any charring around the edges, so probably not Kaken. It wouldn't surprise him if whatever he'd lost had been Tsubasa's work. He'd gone through a phase where he liked destroying Izuku's things when Mom brought him back to Mustafu at the end of that summer, so the timeline made sense. The harsh beeping of his 10 minutes to leave the house alarm roused Izuku from his thoughts, and he hurriedly threw on his uniform, tossing his notebooks and homework in his bag, hurrying into the living room. Mom was sitting at the kitchen table, a cup of tea between her hands, snugly nestled in a fluffy blue bathrobe. She looked tired, but fixed Izuku with a gentle smile, standing and pressing a wrapped bento into his hands and a kiss to the top of his head. Today was her day off, or she'd usually already be at the hospital working. Izuku, I was starting to wonder if you were going to sleep in, but I didn't want to wake you with everything that's happened, but I made lunch just in case. Izuku hugged her a little longer than usual, flashing her a grin. He knew logically that he wasn't the only person who'd been affected by the USJ attack, and if Mom needed extra hugs, well, Izuku was happy to supply them. Besides, worrying was practically a sport in the Midoriya family, so he'd do his best to make sure to minimize it for Mom. It may be a futile effort, but that didn't mean that the care was unappreciated. I'll be okay, Mom. All of our teachers work hard to keep us safe, and if we're going to be heroes, we have to keep working even when villains try to stop us. You don't have to worry about me, I promise. Inko gave a watery laugh, shaking her head fondly and releasing Izuku. I'll always worry about you. It's my job, baby. But for now I'll settle for you taking a muffin for the train so you aren't hungry in homeroom. Izuku gladly accepted his breakfast and raced out the door. He wasn't sure who would be teaching their class today, but even if Aizawa-sensei was out of commission, he didn't want to make a bad impression on their substitute. His stomach gave an uncomfortable squirm at the thought of Aizawa-sensei. He hoped their teacher would be okay. But he'd probably say that worrying about things that can't be changed is illogical, so Izuku tried to put his mind on school, and with a combination of luck and speed walking, his legs were short, but Izuku had lots of practice moving quickly without being too obvious. He made it to UA right as the bell was about to ring. Just as he was about to speed into the classroom, Izuku screeched to a halt as he nearly collided headfirst with a mummy? A mummy with tired, bloodshot eyes and a remarkably grumpy-looking present mic 3 feet behind it holding a smoothie. Midoriya. Izuku let out an involuntary squeak. Aizawa-sensei. What are you? I mean it's good to see you, recovering Chu quickly. You look, very covered. He trailed off lamely, flushing when he heard a snort come from Mike-sensei. Aizawa-sensei's face was almost entirely covered with bandages, but Izuku could practically hear the eyebrow raise in his voice. As touching as that was, I would like to teach class. And if you aren't in the classroom in the next 20 seconds, you'll be late. Alright. As he looked up at Aizawa-sensei's eyes, for a brief second his mind supplied the horrible glassy sheen of his nightmares, and Izuku swallowed hard, squaring his shoulders to enter the classroom and moving to duck into the classroom. A heavy hand, swathed in bandages but still somehow warm on Izuku's shoulder, stopped him. Izuku froze, looking up to see Aizawa-sensei staring at him, a gentle, understanding look that he had yet to see on his teacher's face swirling in the dark depths of his eyes. No hero expects to go through a career without getting hurt. It's part of the gig. Winning a fight can mean a lot of things, but in this case it meant that you and all of your classmates are alive. It's a job I took willingly. Izuku looked away, eyes beginning to water treacherously. The villain leader's hands reaching toward Tsuyu. The Nomu crushing Aizawa-sensei into the dirt. The cloud cover with its shadows grasping toward Izuku. All Might. A hero's life is the first and last thing they give to protect what they hold dear. It was a lot, now that Izuku had to properly think about it, unable to avoid it with Aizawa-sensei's understanding gaze fixed on him. He wasn't sure he'd ever be able to find the words to properly convey how grateful he was to Aizawa-sensei for protecting them all. Weiss-sensei. The corners of Aizawa-sensei's eyes crinkled marginally. Let's go to class, Midoriya. And with that, he ushered Izuku in the doorway, expertly shutting down all commentary with a glare that was, if anything, emphasized by the bandages if how quickly Kaminari clamped his mouth shut after yelping, "Mummy," was anything to go by. The sports festival is coming up, I expect you all to put your best work into it. Sitting at his desk, Izuku enjoyed the momentary feeling of normalcy, for once looking forward to a sports contest. And looking around at his classmates' eager faces, all trained on what little of Aizawa-sensei's face they could see, Izuku resolved to do his best not just for himself and All Might, but for Aizawa-sensei and all of the other heroes who protected them. He would make them proud. Noctilucent clouds are the highest clouds that form in the Earth's atmosphere. Due to the height of their formation, these thin, wispy clouds reflect a beautiful blue color from their position in the night sky. The days leading up to the sports festival were hectic in the best kind of way. Sure, his muscles ached, his bones creaked, and his brain spun from his regular school classes, but for the first time in his life Izuku understood how a weekend could feel long. It was exciting. For years the weekends had been Izuku's only respite from the endless cycle of hissed insults, missing schoolwork and painful isolation. Weekends were when he could dive into deep research on a new hero or bake something that shouldn't be baked with his mom, a time-honored Midoriya tradition. He used to wish they'd last forever. But now, thinking about how Uraraka laughed so hard at his joke that soup came out of her nose, or Mike-sensei divided them into teams for a rocking debate to test. Your English yo, and Momo picked Izuku to be on hers, he found himself eagerly looking the new school week. So, when Aizawa-sensei dismissed class for the weekend, he felt a small prickle of impatience. They had so much to do that having to stop for 2 days felt way too long. Then again, there was a new All Might special airing tonight that Izuku was dying to see. Maybe he would try and make something for dinner so Mom wouldn't have to cook when she got home, cheese katsu and All Might? Yeah, that sounded good. And it was Mom's favorite. She was always working so hard to support the two of them, and while Izuku couldn't get a job with how rigorous his UA schedule was, he could do little things that made her life a little brighter. Cheese katsu it was. Is there something I can help you with, Midoriya? Izuku jumped, unable to quite contain the instinctual flinch, blinking up in surprise at Aizawa-sensei's words. The classroom was empty aside from the two of them. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment. How long had Aizawa-sensei been watching him stare into space like an idiot? Had he said any of his cheese katsu debate out loud? He wasn't always good at keeping his internal monologue, well, internal. An outward processor, his mother liked to say. Kaken had a less kind word for it. Midoriya? Shoot. He'd forgotten to answer Aizawa-sensei's original question. No, sensei. I was just, thinking. Aizawa-sensei stared at him flatly, standing somewhat stiffly as Izuku scrambled to collect his things and began making his way toward the door. Right. Well, if that thinking doesn't require my presence, you can do it out. Shoulda. Let's go ho. Mike-sensei twisted around the doorway, throwing his arms out wide, eyes fixed on Aizawa-sensei before snapping onto Izuku. Have some fun grading papers. Aizawa-sensei's eyes narrowed, his entire body radiating displeasure, which Izuku thought was impressive given the bandages he was still coated in. At least his arms were out of slings. What have I told you about barging in, Mike? Mike-sensei laughed. Sorry, Eraser. You know I hate grading papers alone. He tossed a grin Izuku's way. Not that I don't enjoy reading your opinions, listener. That was quite the essay on hidden quirk theory you had there. Izuku blushed again, unsure of how to respond to the unexpected praise. Truth be told, he'd spent hours researching hidden quirks when he was younger, hoping to figure out some hidden trigger for one of his own. He still found them fascinating, and he'd probably gone a bit overboard on that essay. He didn't mean to make Mike-sensei read 7 pages. Thank you, Mike-sensei. You don't have to. It's a niche I know. I'll see you next week, senseis. He bowed, still blushing a deep red and hurrying toward the door. Better to escape now, before he said something else stupid and embarrassed himself more. As he rounded the corner, he heard Aizawa-sensei's tired voice. Grading papers is a single-person job, Mike. Come on, it'll just be for a bit. I've got dinner plans tonight anyway. Mike-sensei's fading voice echoed down the hallway after Izuku. There was a moment of silence. Fine. But I'm leaving if you start singing. Izuku couldn't help but laugh softly. It seemed that Mike-sensei's unrelenting brand of friendliness extended to his co-workers as well, though he privately thought that the English teacher had chosen a hard nut to crack in Aizawa-sensei. Finding his way down to the ground floor of the building, Izuku passed the front doors, heading steadily toward the eastern side of the building. UA's library was open late on Fridays for students to study, and there was one more thing Izuku had to do before he enacted Operation Chizukatsu. Mom wouldn't be home until late tonight, so he had time. The news had been full of the villains from the USJ attack going through trials and convictions. Many of them had long lists of petty crimes, though some didn't have severe enough charges before this point to be considered villains. Almost all of them had been sentenced to multiple years in one of the surrounding prisons, assaulting 15-year-olds with the intent to kill, heroes in training or not, did not end in a light sentence. 3 had been found dead in their cells while waiting trial. But Izuku had not heard a single whisper of any of the villains possessing a weather-related quirk like the one that had saved them. Was it possible that more than the villain leader and the warp villain escaped? Plopping down in front of one of the computers, Izuku pulled out a notebook. If most of the USJ attackers had previous criminal records, then the odds of this weather villain also having a record were pretty high, even if they'd somehow managed to escape the pros that swarmed the area. While he may not have access to the same information as the police, Izuku had discovered that the right wording and websites could lead to a plethora of information that might not otherwise be easy to find. So, if he was looking for an incident related to a villain with a weather quirk in Mustafu, the best place to start would probably be the HSPC website. They were required to post a list of villain incidents per prefecture every year, so he could start there. Absently chewing on his lower lip, Izuku clicked through to the search bar of the statistics list for the past year, deciding to start with Fog Villain. A brief moment of anticipation, 0 search results. Okay then, wrong wording. He could do this. Storm Villain, Rain Villain, and Weather Creation all yielded the same thing. Nothing. Izuku scowled. Changing the parameters back 5 years didn't help either, only bringing up 3 results, 2 of which were the same petty villain who had flooded several laundromats 3 years ago. The third looked to be a serial killer who electrocuted people. He remembered that one, actually. Mom had barely let him out of her sight that summer. It had taken Izuku at least 11 search attempts on any platform to even begin finding search results on Eraserhead when had done his first deep dive for information on underground heroes. So this was not going to stop him. Sometimes it was a trick of asking the right question. But other times it was where to find that information. Maybe it had been a vigilante who finally took the step into villainy? He knew that while not necessarily uncommon, some vigilantes had been known to step off the tightrope they walked. But the news also loved activity surrounding the actions of vigilantes, and if the vigilante hadn't stepped into villainy until now, then the HSPC wouldn't have included them in the villain incident reports. But if they'd stopped any crimes, the news would have eaten it up. And that would explain the reason why it felt like the clouds had been used almost defensively, like someone was trying to protect them. Like a frustrated vigilante who got cold feet. Filled with new determination, Izuku clicked over to the Mustafu Public Library Archives website, navigating to the saved news articles, anticipation thrumming through his veins. Weather manipulation incident. He held his breath as the archaic site design took at least 10 seconds to load. A quirk accident surrounding a young boy, a man who was breaking city watering codes during a drought, a girl who accidentally set her house on fire, nothing that seemed to involve anything remotely close to what he was looking for. He twiddled his fingers above the keys, trying to think of something appropriately vague but somehow specific enough to give him the results he wanted. Maybe if he just tried keywords. Cloud, a villain, attack, rescue, vigilante. That should be enough to net anything in the general topic. He waited for another impossibly long moment before seeing several headlines pop up in the results. UA students defend preschoolers. Hero student dead in villain attack. Obituary, Shirakumo Oboro. Izuku's mouse hovered over the headlines, heart speeding up with the excitement he always felt when delving into new research, but which would be the best starting point? After a moment's hesitation, he clicked on Hero student dead in villain attack. Just breaking. A villain attack in the downtown district of Mustafu has destroyed several high-rise buildings, and multiple heroes were called to the scene after 2 unnamed UA students engaged the villain at around 1 p.m. The villain was detained by 1:45 p.m., and rescue heroes are now working to pull survivors out from the rubble. The chief of police is expected to give a statement shortly, but officers on scene have been quoted as saying the loss of life would have been far greater if the students, who only hold provisional licenses, had not intercepted the villain when they did. Multiple civilians, including a group of preschoolers, were caught in the attack, but thus far there have been no casualties. Izuku frowned, scrolling through the article. He didn't remember any villain destroying buildings. Maybe it was an old article. Update: one of the UA students, hero name, Loud Cloud, involved in the villain incident has died at Jaku General Hospital, where he was airlifted after being recovered from underneath one of the destroyed buildings. In his statement, the chief of police confirmed that the student was the only casualty of the day and commended both high schoolers for their actions, reiterating that casualties would have been far worse had the students not acted. Something tickled the base of Izuku's brain, an oddly familiar feeling, like he was forgetting something obvious. Then he blinked, thoughts snapping into place. Jaku General Hospital. That's why it felt so familiar. Sure, he'd been delirious half the time, but he remembered the bright lettering above the doorway of the room he'd awoken in as a child. Jaku General Hospital Children's Ward, where he'd spent 3 months fighting the infection that almost killed him as a kid. He wondered briefly why the student was airlifted to Jaku General. It wasn't a specialist hospital, and it definitely wasn't a trauma center. Then again, maybe they'd had a doctor on hand with a specific quirk they thought would have the best chance of saving the student. Izuku felt his heart twinge a little sadly. It was easy to forget how dangerous being a hero really was when they were learning so many exciting things every day. But this student, Loud Cloud, was just barely older than Izuku when he died protecting people. With a hero name like Loud Cloud, he wondered what kind of quirk the other boy had. He clicked on the obituary. A picture of a boy in a UA blazer with wispy, pale blue hair grinned back at him, a butterfly bandage taped across his nose. The photo was poorly cropped into a square, and Izuku could see that the boy, Shirakumo, had clearly thrown an arm around someone just out of the frame. Shirakumo Oboro, age 17, died last Tuesday in a villain attack in downtown Mustafu. He was the eldest son of the Shirakumo family, a respected line of tea farmers on the outskirts of Mustafu, and is survived by his mother, father, and 3 younger siblings. Shirakumo was a second-year hero student at UA High School and had recently received his provisional hero license, taking on the name Loud Cloud, a nod to his quirk, Cloud, which allowed him to produce various cloud types at will, and, according to his mother, his boisterous personality and loud friendliness. He loved animals and claimed to have a secondary stomach dedicated to sushi, according to his loved ones. Shirakumo was killed while protecting a class of preschoolers, dying as he lived, our hero. He will be missed. Written by Shirakumo Hana, edited by Tanaka Hikaru, Mustafu Daily Press. Izuku stared at the screen blankly, heart pounding in his chest. The ability to create cloud types at will. That sounded exactly like what had happened at the USA. Fog appearing out of nowhere with no changing conditions in atmospheric pressure or outside influence. Fog was a type of cloud. But how was that possible? Izuku stared at Shirakumo's grin. The boy's eyes were fixed on the camera with an excitement that was painful to see considering that it decorated his obituary. It shouldn't be possible. The ability to create cloud types at will. The phrase echoed in Izuku's head, the only clear mantra among his racing thoughts. What would you do with it, Izuku? I could make clouds to catch people who fall off tall places. Or I could stop villains from hitting people and I could hide so nobody could see me coming and then I could get the villains. The article was published 15 years ago. Izuku would have been 2, maybe 3 at the time. He'd been 5 when he'd first started pretending he had a quirk. A quirk he'd named Cloud. Had he seen an old news story and absorbed the idea of Shirakumo's quirk? Was that where his treasured childhood fantasy had come from? It made him feel faintly sick. Sure, he'd been a kid, but something felt wrong about using Shirakumo's quirk in his make-believe when the other boy had died before he even graduated high school. It wasn't like pretending to be another hero. It felt too personal in a way that made Izuku want to crawl out of his own skin. Maybe Shirakumo had a family member that had turned to villainy after he died? One of his siblings? He hoped that it wasn't the case, but it would make sense, and the part of Izuku that was growing increasingly uneasy desperately wanted something to start making sense. Izuku clicked over to the public quirk database, typing in Cloud and waiting with bated breath for the results. Quirk registry, Shirakumo Oboro, quirk, Cloud, status, deceased. There was nobody else with the quirk Cloud. Izuku clicked out of the database, shutting down the computer and rubbing his face with his palms. A headache was forming behind his right eye. This was beyond weird, really. It was uncanny, and Izuku's heart was racing with confusion and anxiety. Not only were there no incidents with a villain who could create fog, but the only similar quirk he could find seemed to be connected to a long-dead hero student whose quirk was eerily similar to the one Izuku had made up to combat the overwhelming loneliness he'd felt during that first summer after being diagnosed quirkless. It was possible that Izuku was simply looking in the wrong place for whoever created the fog. Maybe when he got the chance he could go through the quirk database for any quirk that was related to the weather instead of articles of incidents where they had become known. It would take a while, seeing as lots of people had quirks related to elemental manipulation, many of them minor and bearing incredibly misleading names, and maybe that's why he was only coming up with Shirakumo's quirk. But it could be done. It was possible that this villain or vigilante hadn't been caught before, which meant that the public quirk database was one of Izuku's only other options to find a jumping-off point. But right now, all he wanted to do was go home and get ready to enjoy time with Mom. It was a little childish, Izuku knew, but he wanted to give her a hug. 3 articles were all that detailed the hero life of Shirakumo Oboro, and it made Izuku deeply sad. All the way home he kept picturing the older boy's smile, how he'd obviously been holding on to someone. Was it a friend? He looked like the kind of person Izuku would have wanted to be his friend. Glancing up at the pastel sunset, the sun just barely peeking through lavender crown clouds, he was surprised to find a small smile tugging at his lips. The clouds really were beautiful tonight. And maybe it wasn't so bad that he'd made up a cloud quirk as a kid. Maybe it was silly. Definitely not logical, as Izuku had found Aizawa-sensei was fond of saying. But it felt good, in a strange way, to remember a hero he'd only just discovered with the fondest memories of his past. Even if nobody else did, Izuku would remember Loud Cloud. Shota sipped the rapidly cooling tea in his cup, feet tucked underneath him on the rough balcony couch, surrounded by the half-dead plants Hizashi kept kidnapping from flower shops. It was warm. Too warm for the sweater he was wearing, but you could pry it out of his cold, dead hands. He took another sip of his tea, mouth twisting in displeasure. "You're brooding." The balcony door slid open to reveal Hizashi, hair down, loose bits sticking up around his glasses, wearing green sweatpants, a gray tank top, and a concerned expression that told Shota he wasn't going to get out of this easily. He was not in the mood. "What?" Hizashi sat on the other end of the couch, turning to face Shota, hands loosely looped about his knees, looking guilty. "Is this about earlier with Midoriya? I really didn't know anyone was in the room." "It's not that. I think he was too busy shriveling up from embarrassment after you complimented his essay to notice anything." The guilt faded from Hizashi's face as he let out a soft laugh. "Yeah, I've noticed he seems surprised every time anyone tells him good job. I've been trying to build his confidence." Shota nodded, looking back down at his tea and debating if it was worth it to take another sip. "So what's wrong?" Shota bit back a sigh. "What do you mean?" Hizashi leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "You're drinking tea." "I do that sometimes." Shota scowled. "You don't like green tea." Shota stubbornly took a sip. "Maybe I changed my mind." He scooted away from Hizashi as his husband closed the gap between them to give his cup a suspicious sniff, but he was too slow with all the bandages he still wasn't free from and couldn't quite stop him. "That's Oboro's favorite. You hate it." The dawnings of understanding were beginning to glimmer in Hizashi's eyes, and Shota found his shoulders slumping slightly in defeat. Closed his. "Of course I do. It's too bitter." He felt Hizashi's arms wrap around him a moment later, cheek resting on top of his head. "Shota, please talk to me." There was a long moment of silence as Shota glared down at his tea, held in a grip that still shook if he didn't concentrate on it from the amount of drags he was on for infection and pain management. He really hated long recoveries. "I thought he'd come to be with me when I was dying. Boro, I mean." He felt Hizashi freeze against him. "I know it was my brain playing tricks on me. Hell, I had a fractured skull and a punctured lung. I couldn't do anything but watch the villains get bored with me and try to kill my kids." He felt Hizashi take a breath, but he pressed on, not sure if he could keep going if he paused now. "And right at the end I started seeing clouds, Hizashi. And I could feel them too. Those stupid fog clouds Oboro liked to make when he was being in butt." Hizashi was dead silent for several long moments as Shota struggled to get his emotions under control, the raw pain of the memories washing over him. Finally, his husband let out a soft, sad chuckle. He did like to make himself a menace with the fog. Shota huffed. "That's an understatement. I guess all of this has just brought everything up to the surface again." He rested his forehead against Hizashi's collarbone, blaming the painkillers for the way his voice cracked a little. "I miss him." Hizashi nodded against the top of Shota's head, holding him a little tighter. Shota was grateful he didn't have to explain further, that Hizashi understood in a way nobody else could, though he was sure his husband was already mentally scheduling an appointment with Shota's therapist. "Yeah, me too." The sky had faded to the soft grays of dusk, bird calls echoing around the still air. You know, that would be just like him. Making a dramatic entrance out of the fog like that. A quiet, fond huff broke free from Shota's chest, relieving the awful pressure building up, Hizashi's lighter chuckles joining his own. "Yeah, it would be." He drank the rest of his tea. Still disgustingly bitter, but Shota smiled faintly all the same. "Here we go." Hizashi muted his mic for a moment to take a breath and elbow a grumpy Shota sitting in the commentator's box next to him. "Looks like your kids are bringing it this year, Shota." Shota opened his mouth, likely to protest the fact that he was attached to this year's batch of new students. Oh wait one see. He hurriedly unmuted his mic. Todoroki Shoto has frozen half the tunnel in a bottleneck to slow down his opponents. Looks like the competition has heated up already, or should I say cooled down, 'cause it looks like he's frozen out half the student body. What a way to begin. He muted himself again. You know you have a mic too, Shota. His husband slid down in his seat with a discontent grumble. I'll say something when it needs to be said. You can provide the background noise. Hizashi grinned, leaning over to press a kiss to Shota's bandaged cheek, grateful for the tinted glass of the announcer's box. He loved the sports festival just as much as Shota claimed to hate it, though he didn't miss the way his husband leaned forward with thinly veiled interest as his kids started to distinguish themselves from the other classes. Oh man, Vlad was going to be said and Hizashi was so looking forward to it. The man had a weird rivalry with Shota, and while Shota seemed most indifferent, Hizashi would be lying if he said it didn't get on his nerves, seeing as they were supposed to be setting an example for the kids. Brushing that annoyance away, Hizashi focused on giving not just the spectators a good show, but entertaining the kids who were competing. He vividly remembered his first sports festival, the excitement and adrenaline that came with being in the public eye for the first time, the pressure to impress the watching pros, how Shota had absolutely laid him out in the semifinals. So he threw his whole heart into not just commentating but lifting the mood. The students deserved to feel special today, especially the 1A kids, after everything that had happened in the past couple weeks. These kids made it easy, too, and Hizashi didn't have to fake the excitement in his voice when he announced Midoriya as the winner of the obstacle race, watching the kid tumble across the ground in a spectacular display of reckless ingenuity, passing Todoroki and Bakugo in the last second. Man, what have you been teaching these students, eraser? Shota gave him a death glare from the corner of his eye, reluctantly unmuting himself. Resourcefulness is a useful trait for any hero to have, as is building compatible teams, which we will see tested in the cavalry battle next. He muted his mic with a click and Hizashi chuckled, following suit while the kids mingled and spectators had a couple minutes to buy their lemonades. You know, Midoriya's at a massive disadvantage going into this. He's got a big OL target on his back. It'll be interesting to see how he deals with it. Shota nodded, eyes trained on the field as he watched the green-haired boy bounce between groups of students, looking increasingly anxious. His gaze drifted over to the only general education student to make it this far, a boy with fluffy purple hair, Shinso Hitoshi. You've had Shinso in class. Has he distinguished himself at all? Hizashi grinned, watching Shinso walk up to two students from Shota's class, gesturing to the two of them. They stood still for a moment before immediately following Shinso like ducklings to the edge of the field. He could guess what had just happened. Well, if by distinguished you mean more or less declaring war on the hero students, yeah. Reminds me of when we first met, actually. I think he's angling to try and transfer into the hero course. He's one you might want to watch. Want me to tell you his quirk? Shota leaned back, crossing his arms. Hizashi could see the interested gleam in his eyes. General education students didn't often try to transfer into the hero course. They succeeded even less. Hizashi had heard Shota rail against the entrance exam enough times to know he was always on the lookout for talent that slipped through the cracks. No, I want to see what he's got myself. Hizashi nodded, cracking his knuckles and grinning. He had a cavalry battle to announce. Izuku gulped as the roar of the crowd surrounded him, stepping out onto the massive arena that Cementos created, even hearing his own name picked up by the crowd at the end of present mix announcement. Across from him, Shinso stared back flatly, arms crossed, a small scowl painting his features. Brainwashing. It was such an amazing quirk. Izuku would love to talk to Shinso about the kind of hero he was aiming to be. The possibilities were endlessly versatile. Most heroes specialized in different types of combat, but Shinso had the potential to end fights before they really started or get information in underground operations, or he could even lead victims of natural disasters along safe paths without the danger of them panicking. All with a simple conversation. Izuku was supposed to beat Shinso first. He could analyze him fully later. He would have to be careful if Ojiro's muttered warning was anything to go off of. And the trigger had something to do with talking to Shinso, but Izuku wasn't sure if there was a certain length of time that they needed to be in conversation for it to take hold or if it was instantaneous. He only had the theory that an impact of some kind could break Shinso's hold based off Ojiro's hazy memories. He didn't know what kind of training the other boy had outside his quirk, either, and Shinso's stance could either indicate that he was purposefully not giving Izuku anything to read, or that he was planning to rely exclusively on his quirk, which meant that he wouldn't want Izuku to get close to him and thus indicating a weakness in close combat. Izuku took a deep breath, forcing his racing thoughts to a halt. They were useful, but he couldn't afford to lose focus on the present here. Not now. He'd been given so much. I want you to say I am here. All Might's words echoed in his head, and Izuku squared his shoulders, dropping into a ready stance. He wouldn't fail. Present mixed shout of start sent Izuku's heart rate spiking, but he waited, hoping Shinso would make the first move. The other boy pet his head, eyes half-lidded, a lazy grin making its way across his face. So you're part of the famous Class 1A. What, not going to introduce yourself, or are you too good for that? Izuku clamped his jaw shut, warily beginning to circle to the right. If he could push Shinso from the edge of the arena at an angle, maybe he could end this without breaking anything. Shinso shook his head. Really, you hero students are all the same. So convinced that you've already won that you won't even take an opportunity that falls in your lap. Izuku grimaced, recognizing the bitterness in Shinso's tone to be the same as the most cynical of his inner thoughts when things had been really hard. But he was not that helpless kid anymore. Everyone in his class had worked so hard to get there, to stay there, to protect each other so that they could save others. Really, they were already Izuku's heroes. Shinso turned, but still didn't move. He met Izuku's eyes. I mean, that was pretty stupid of that Ojiro kid to just give up because he didn't think he earned his spot. How arrogant can you get? Can he really call himself a hero if he just gives up W? You can't say the... Izuku felt a white-hot flash of anger followed by an equally sharp stab of panic as he realized his mistake a split second too late, and the world faded away into clouds of white. You're lucky to have a heroic quirk. It makes it easy for you. Shinso's voice was quiet, sourceless in Izuku's foggy mind. Now walk out of bounds. Izuku couldn't see. Everything around him was misty, as if he was lost in a fog. That was good. The fog would keep the mama squirrel from seeing him. Wait, no, he could see, just barely, like peering out of a rainy window. Izuku could feel his arms and legs, clumsy and stiff, shuffling toward the edge of the arena. He was trapped in his own body, unable to resist Shinso's command. The frantic flapping wings at his back, so fast that he could hear the buzzing hum of each beat, but helpless against the heavy hand holding him on the cold steel table. It was gentle, and Izuku was so scared. He could dully hear the roar of the crowd. The storm was howling around them, rain pelting down on them as Izuku forgot how to breathe. Izuku desperately fought against the hold on his mind, his world spinning in confusion and desperation, unsure where the fragmented thoughts and images were coming from. But he'd come so far, he couldn't fail now. Izuku didn't like learning what quirkless meant. There had to be some way to break Shinso's hold. He strained against the fog in his mind with all his might as he took step after treacherous step closer to the line. 3 feet. What? The edge of the arena was so close now, the darkness of the exit tunnel looming beyond it, a black void. One of Kurogiri's portals? No, that was the tunnel entrance and Izuku was about to lose. He could vaguely make out figures standing in the entryway watching him, who had come to see the quirkless kid fail again. Then, for a split second, the clouds lifted. A boy stood watching Izuku, an anxious frown painting his features, pale and slightly translucent, but so vividly bright against the inky darkness of the tunnel. He wasn't in a UA uniform, but wore a dark blue GI, boots and a brown aviator jacket. An orange gourd was tied to his waist. Wispy blue hair floated out of some kind of pilot's hat, and Izuku could just make out a butterfly bandage across his nose. Then he knew. Bright blue eyes found green and... Izuku met the gaze of Shirakumo Oboro. Shirakumo looked down at himself then back up at Izuku, a pleased grin crossing his face, mouth forming words that Izuku couldn't make out. He took another unwilling step and Shirakumo frantically shook his head, waving his arms, still silently shouting something. The void behind him blinked and Izuku's heart stopped for a second as 8 other figures, no discernible features beyond their glowing eyes, appeared in the darkness of the tunnel. Shirakumo turned, following Izuku's gaze, visibly startling at the sight of the figures behind him, head whipping back around to stare at Izuku in surprise, jerking a finger behind him, mouth hanging slightly open, confusion on his face. The figures didn't speak, but Izuku felt a wash of power sweep away the mists in his head for just a moment. The edge of the arena was mere centimeters away. Izuku threw everything he had into channeling one for all into his fingers and flicked. Shirakumo and the figures vanished. Izuku found himself, toes on the line of the arena, standing stock still as everything rushed back at once, and Shinso's control snapped. Shinso was staring at him, looking gobsmacked, a desperate gleam beginning to glimmer in his eyes. "How'd you do that?" Izuku shook his head, breathing heavily, mind racing in an attempt to catch up with everything that had just happened. His fingers were definitely broken. But he was still standing. And he wasn't going to be a one-trick pony. He rushed at Shinso, ramming his shoulder into the other boy and pushing him toward the shade that was rapidly engulfing the far side of the arena where clouds were rapidly blotting out the bright sun high above them. Shinso struggled vainly to plant his feet, fists falling on Izuku's back and shoulders. It hurt, but after weeks of sparring practice and a lifetime of being the neighborhood punching bag before that, Izuku barely registered them. Just because you've always had everything easy, you think you can just do anything without having to work for it. Shinso's fist made contact with Izuku's face, a sharp pain in his nose making Izuku wince, but he kept pushing. Something in Shinso's voice sounded a pain of recognition deep in Izuku's stomach. But he couldn't afford to lose. He could vaguely hear Present Mike shouting in shock at the turn of events, the shouts of the crowd. "Because you're a born hero and I'm a born villain, your dreams are supported. You don't know what it's like to claw your way through the cracks just to reach the starting line." Bile rose in Izuku's throat, bitter and hard to ignore, an echo of the anger he'd tried so hard to separate himself from. He wished more than anything that he could tell Shinso the truth, that he could let the other boy know how much he did understand. That he wasn't alone in his pain. But he couldn't fail either. A red-hot pain flared in Izuku's fingers as Shinso grabbed him, spinning him around and reversing their positions. Izuku found himself face to face with the other boy. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku grabbed the other's arm and flung him over his shoulder with all his strength, slamming Shinso onto his back just as rain started to fall down on the stadium. They stared at each other, panting, as the hiss of rain on the concrete engulfed them from the sudden spring storm. Then he heard the sharp crack of midnight's flail. Shinso closed his eyes for a long moment, his determined scowl wavering for a second before slipping back into place. Izuku felt a bubble of guilt in his chest. He knew that look. Shinso is out of bounds, Midoriya is the winner of this round. He'd won. The rush of triumph made him lightheaded. He'd really done it. The crowd was shouting his name, and just beyond Shinso, Izuku could see All Might's emaciated form standing in the tunnel, grinning widely, clapping skeletal hands together. For the first time in his life, Izuku didn't mind being the center of attention. He could raise his head and smile. He had begun. Despite the residual guilt and confusion still swirling inside him from the match, Izuku turned his face up to the rain and allowed himself this moment. In all his 17 years of life and subsequent 15 years of death, Oboro had seen, well, a lot. First of all, waking up in a poor imitation of a Star Wars asteroid field had been a shock, seeing as his last memories consisted of losing a very dangerous game of Whack-A-Hero. This definitely wasn't heaven. Or hell. Not that he really thought he'd been such a menace to his siblings and family that he deserved that. Although he was pretty sure that Shota had said he would send him back to hell after he'd played keep away with his sleeping bag for an hour with his fog that one time. Point being, he was not alive, not dead, and definitely not in Kansas. Or Japan. Wherever. He was on a moderately sized floating rock in a field of floating rocks, a fine white mist swirling at the edges, blocking whatever might be beyond from his sight. He was alone. It was blurry at first, but if he focused he could see something in the mist, reflecting like an old projector screen. Oboro squinted. He could vaguely make out a blurry shape climbing something. Then the mists cleared, and Oboro was looking at a young boy with bushy green hair inching his way out onto a branch overhanging a stream, tongue poking out in determination. Okay then. The kid stood shakily, looking slightly guilty as he threw a glance back toward a house Oboro could just make out through the trees. Seeming to have reached a decision, the boy cupped his hands together, and Oboro shivered, the odd feeling of standing in the center of a river, like a strong current was pulling at him, passing through his body. A small cumulus cloud formed below the boy. Oboro's jaw dropped. None of his siblings shared his quirk, and that kid was definitely not related to him. Then he lurched forward, only to find himself inexplicably stuck on the edge of his rock, unable to stop the kid as he leaped off the branch, plopping spread eagle straight through the cloud and landing with a resounding splash in the creek below. He popped up a minute later, sopping wet and blinking up in confusion at the kid-shaped hole he'd just left in the cloud before breaking into giggles and scrambling for a notebook on the banks of the creek, adding another mark to what looked like a tally list. Oboro couldn't contain his laughter. He'd done almost the exact same thing as a kid when he'd been experimenting with what density would hold his weight. Oboro decided he liked this kid. What a champ. But back to his original problem. Where the hell was he? Experimentally, Oboro toed the edge of his rock and found the same as before, an invisible barrier keeping him from setting foot over some unmarked boundary. He focused for a moment, pulling internally to summon cloud, taking some comfort in the fact that a small cumulus cloud immediately formed around him. Well, at least I've got a soft spot. He pulled his legs up, sitting cross-legged on the cloud, thinking hard. What was the last thing he remembered? The kids or... It had been an easy choice to make. One he didn't regret, really. But that still didn't explain why he was here now, watching an admittedly very cute slice of life in his own personal Twilight Zone movie theater. Midoriya Izuku, please refrain from jumping off high places when I am not present. Oboro fell off his cloud. He knew that voice. But I'm okay, Kurogyri. See. The little boy jumped up, spinning around for good measure, arms thrown out wide. While you are alright this time, if you are hurt when there is nobody around to help you, you might not be alright next time. I need you to promise me that you will not try to ride your clouds unless there is someone around to supervise. It was older than he remembered, deeper and softer, lacking the playful cadence it usually held, but Oboro knew that voice. Okay, Kurogyri, I'm sorry. The boy, Izuku, hung his head, looking treacherously close to tears. Kid couldn't be older than 6. I say this so that you will be safe in the future. I am not angry, only disappointed you ignored the rules your father set in place. The disappointment card. The little boy, Izuku, Oboro reminded himself, was definitely crying now. I didn't mean to disappoint. Why, the figure, crafted of mist and something else knelt in front of Izuku, gently reaching out to raise his chin, meeting the boy's eyes. Even if you made a mistake today, Midoriya Izuku, Oboro stayed on the ground where he'd fallen, transfixed as the mist-covered man spoke gently in a voice so familiar and frighteningly foreign. I would not dwell on it. If you're going to be a hero, it's important that you keep moving. Oboro knew what was coming. He knew it by heart. And that you keep smiling even when you make a mistake. Oboro spoke softly, his voice overlapping with the man's, blending almost perfectly in its tone. Then he knew. And he remembered. Not so dead then. Izuku smiled, throwing his arms around Kurogyri in a tight hug. Now, what does a mostly dead guy do while stuck inside the head of a 6-year-old? Well, Oboro quickly found out that the answer was not much. If he could pace his rock, it was approximately 10 by 16 feet, had a small boulder that looked like a funky-legged duck, and was not made of salt. If Oboro had liked it to test the theory, then, well, there was nobody around to judge him. He could attempt to make cloud sculptures, something that he'd just been trying to attempt before before this. He'd wanted to make the kids laugh. Now, he wasn't very good with it, but he liked to think he had made a pretty good cotton ball and beanbag chair so far. Okay, so maybe he has to But mostly Oboro tuned in to watch the kid that had Cloud forced onto him. He had to focus in order to watch, but it wasn't so hard once he got the hang of it. And what he saw, well, not to be dramatic, but Oboro would die for this tiny broccoli child. Could he still die? Not the point. Aside from the absolute horror of finding out about the big bad villain dad that was absolutely trying to manipulate the hell out of Oboro's ray of sunshine child, it was a joy to watch Izuku learn about Cloud. He took to it like he'd been born with it, and Oboro rooted for him during the great cookie heist, nearly cried laughing the day he'd watched his own body in the form of Kurogiri, weird right? Chased the kid across a field when a strong breeze blew his Cloud away and Izuku was too afraid to jump down or release the quirk, and smiled when Izuku tried to make a Cloud his pillow for a nap. The days turned into weeks, then months, then came the day Oboro actually feared dying again or worse. And just for a second, he found himself grasping at anything to save the boy who was not breathing on a cold steel table. He could die again, but this kid, he was so good. He deserved a chance. And then Kurogiri spoke, Oboro's words slipping out of his mouth even as it felt like Oboro himself was coming apart at the seams. Then he was back in Izuku's head, but it was different. There were no more clouds. Izuku tried. Oboro tried. But there were no clouds. Oboro settled for sitting on the hard rock floor. But still he watched, wishing more than anything he could help. Oboro was still here, sitting in the Mind Palace. Okay, sue him. He'd come up with a dozen names for this place and none of them really fit. But the fact that he was still here must mean that Cloud was too. That Oboro and Cloud were somehow one and the same, held together by some connection to his body and quirk that honestly sent his head spinning every time he considered it. But still he watched, heartbreaking as his sunshine child stayed sunny, but retreated further and further into himself. Not that it was all bad. Izuku had an indomitable spirit and stubbornness to boot, refusing to give up his dream of becoming a hero. He never stopped writing about them, researching, and Oboro had done a little happy dance the day they'd first listened to Put Your Hands Up radio and he'd recognized Hisashi's voice. Izuku's utter fascination the day he'd discovered a grainy video of an underground hero's takedown that Oboro's but couldn't forget if it tried marked a months-long obsession with Eraserhead and everything underground. Then Izuku's world irrevocably changed, and oh boy did Oboro get a front-row seat to the hottest unknown tea of the entire hero world. Of course his kid managed to wander directly into the middle, but if there was anyone deserving and determined enough, it was Izuku. Oboro prayed the kid made it into UA, if only so that he could get another teacher that, well, actually knew how to teach. But what All Might lacked in teaching skills he made up for in enthusiasm, and he got to watch Izuku blossom again, his hunched shoulders straightening, eyes brightening under All Might's liberal praise. Then he felt it. That almost forgotten yet so familiar pull, and soft clouds filled Izuku's bedroom. The current was weaker, like a trickle from the crack in a dam, but it was there. When he saw Shota's name on Izuku's listed homeroom teacher and Oboro's heart leaped. So he had listened. Oh, that was great, he'd known it. Perfect. Shota was such a mama bear. He bet his grumpy best friend was an amazing teacher. Izuku was in great hands, and he was, but man, Shota was just the same as he remembered. Only somehow grumpier. Which Oboro supposed, after 16 years of extra sleep deprivation, about tracked. But Oboro knew Shota, knew his tells, how his voice was just a little flatter when he lied, and he had totally been planning on expelling someone. Logical ruse his butt. Shota saw it too. Izuku had potential. There were villains. How the hell had they? Then Oboro saw himself. And his heart stopped. He knew what this was. Who this was. But he was trapped, and Izuku couldn't seem to remember anything. He didn't know. They didn't know. And all he could do was watch as Izuku fought off hordes of villains before finding Shota fighting. Was that the brat the big bad villain had brought for a playdate? Holy shit, it was. Shota's elbow disintegrated. He could feel tension creeping down his spine like the electricity in the air before a storm, panic making his mouth coppery. Then that thing grabbed Shota. Izuku screamed. Oboro screamed. And the storm broke, pulling at Oboro as clouds surrounded Izuku, surrounded his dying friend on the ground, obscuring everything from sight. Oboro's legs went weak with relief when Izuku nearly ran headfirst into Shota the following Monday. Relief followed a rush of amusement as Hisashi tapped his foot, a smoothie held in one hand. Oboro knew that expression. Shota had clearly won whatever arguments surrounding his health that the two must have had on the way in, and Hisashi was said. He'd always taken point on forcing Shota to consume more than jelly pouches, and Oboro was pretty sure his blonde friend had never forgiven him for introducing Shota to them. But hey, at least he was eating something. He was glad they'd stayed friends. He'd always thought they would be cute together. Who knows, there was still time. Oboro wished more than ever he could communicate with Izuku, if only to get him to snoop around and see just how close his old high school friends were, but oh well. He'd just have to keep an extra careful eye out. Izuku was a smart kid, Oboro knew that. But even he was impressed by how quickly the kid tracked down information on him. It was unsettling to see his own face as he remembered it staring back from the page of an obituary. He remembered that day. They'd just gotten their provisional licenses, and Oboro's mom had invited Hisashi and Shota over for celebratory cake after school. It had been awesome. Even Shota had smiled for the picture that day. Figures they'd use that one. Seeing the author of the obituary made Oboro feel a little sick. Hana Shirakumo. He hoped his mom was okay. But maybe Izuku could figure it out. Figure out what was out there, hidden from everyone. What had happened to him, what he was sure was happening to others. If anyone could do it, it was this kid. He was a hero after all. Oboro believed in him. And he dared hope that just maybe someone would be this kid's hero in return. Oboro frowned anxiously, watching Izuku shuffle toward the entrance of the tunnel. Man, he'd always been too noble for his own good. And he'd worked so hard and come so far. Oboro didn't want it to end for him now, no matter how much sympathy he felt for the purple-haired kid. Come on, kid, you can do it. Then the rocks around Oboro vanished, and he found himself standing in UA's stadium. Izuku took another step forward, his eyes locking onto Oboro's. Looking at him, not through him. Oboro looked down, his heart racing. Still translucent. Darn. But Izuku was definitely seeing him. That was awesome. Holy cow. How was his hair? The kid took another step forward. Oh shoot. Act now, talk later. Wait, no. Come on, kid, you can break out of it, I know it. Izuku, stop. Izuku's eyes flicked behind him, widening as they zeroed in on something behind Oboro. Oboro turned and nearly jumped out of his skin. There were ghosts behind him. Shadowy figures with glowing eyes, looming over them in a creepy chorus. He whipped back around to face Izuku, jerking a finger behind him, for once unable to provide his usual brilliant commentary. Then everything vanished and he found himself standing back on his rock, panting. He looked wildly around, once again greeted by the emptiness of the in-between space. Empty. 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 A white-haired figure standing on the edge of a rock looking at him. Oboro yelped, stumbling back and nearly tripping over a pebble. Apparently he had it. Neighbor. Slightly up and to the left. His new neighbor blinked back, looking about as surprised as Oboro felt. So, you new in town? Silence greeted his words. So maybe his conversation starters could use work, but give a guy a break. He'd not gotten to have a real conversation in years. The man, who had longish white hair and green eyes, those were Izuku's eyes, stepped forward, leaning over the edge of his rock and peering down at Oboro. I was unaware that we were going to have company when we chose to accept this boy as our own. Oboro crossed his arms, mildly offended. Hey, I'm the one who lives here, what's your excuse? Are you haunting my kid? The white-haired man laughed softly, and despite his annoyance, Oboro couldn't find any malice in the sound. I guess it is rude of us to barge in unannounced, intentional or not. As a whole, you can call us one for all, but individually you can call me First or Yoichi. It might be a little hard to understand at first. Oboro raised an eyebrow. All Might gave my kid a haunted quirk. Seriously? So you're like, part of the deal then? First nodded, looking a little surprised. I see you know at least a little of what we are. Oboro summoned a cloud to sit on, head spinning. I've seen a few things, yeah. First frowned, a small look of concern crossing his face. You aren't meant to be here. Oboro stared. Worried. Or you would have joined us already. This feels like my brother's work, but at the same time, he trailed off, looking away. Oboro scowled. Hey, what makes you think I want to join your club or cult or whatever it is you have up there? Maybe I like it just fine down here. First blinked, looking startled before laughing again, shaking his head. I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm not used to talking to people anymore. A gruff voice echoed from somewhere behind First. What the hell are we then, Yoichi? First smiled calmly, not turning around to address someone else. Roommates. He looked back down at Oboro. It looks like we have a lot to talk about. What can I call you? After a moment's hesitation, Oboro answered, Oboro. Shirakumo Oboro. Welcome to the neighborhood, I guess, but we're gonna have to wait on that conversation. I gotta watch my kid win a sports festival here. Not like anyone is going anywhere, are you? He squinted suspiciously at First. First shook his head, a hint of ironic humor threading through his voice. We don't have any current plans to leave, no. He then ped his head to the side. And I think Midoriya is going to do great things. I think he just won that fight. Oboro grinned, plopping onto the ground and preparing to throw himself back into watching Izuku kick absolute butt. You have no idea. He's going to be amazing. A different voice, feminine and slightly exasperated, floated across the void. Banjo, get out of my chair. What do you mean your chair? This one's mine. It matches my color scheme. Oboro whipped back around to stare up at First and his rock and apparent out-of-sight posse. Wait, you guys get chairs? The average cumulus cloud weighs about 500 tons. Shota squinted up at the already clearing spring shower. As suddenly as they had begun, the raindrops were already slowing to a drizzle. He checked his phone. There was no chance of rain today, yet here they were. Midoriya, face blown up on the stadium screens, opened his eyes to smile as sunlight once again broke through into the arena, shaking water droplets out of his hair and hurrying over to where Shinso was pushing up onto his knees. Hizashi's low whistle brought Shota out of his thoughts. Man, that was something. Your green bean must have a will of steel to break out of Shinso's hold, Shota. Brainwashing is a useful quirk for heroics. His hand-to-hand is pathetic, but that can be taught. Shota pretended to not notice Hizashi's widening grin and waggling eyebrows. He was just considering giving the kid a fighting chance, not offering to adopt him. Yeah, but once his quirk is known, then that happens. Hizashi waved a careless hand at the field, nearly smacking Shota in the head, a small frown now painting his features. Realistically speaking, outside of the entrance exam being biased toward physical quirks, after an official debut Shinso would have a nearly impossible time in hero work, so I can see why he ended up in Gen Ed. Shota turned to face Hizashi with a scowl. You're the one who wanted me to take a look at him. Now you're saying he can't be a hero. Since when do you play devil's advocate? That stupid grin sprang right back onto his husband's stupid face, razor sharp and challenging. Since you hesitated too long. And I never said Shinso couldn't be a hero, just that I can understand why he got placed in Gen Ed given the less than fair circumstances of the entrance exam. He'd make an excellent underground hero, and something tells me that's more his style. Shota rolled his eyes. He could also work in rescue if he wanted. Almost everyone in crisis will answer a hero, so his quirk being common knowledge wouldn't be an issue. Maybe, but seeing as when I used who's your favorite hero as an icebreaker and he answered Eraserhead, I think his aims are different. And Hizashi's voice rose in volume, his gestures becoming more enthusiastic as he finished triumphantly. He has the same look in his eyes that you had, yeah, that one. Shota winced as something behind his eyes gave a painful twinge. The one that says you're too loud? Hizashi grimaced apologetically. Sorry, but you know what I mean. He won't let anything stop him, and if he has to fight the world to do it, he will. Shinso stood, brushing off Midoriya's offered hand with a scowl, standing defiantly, back ramrod straight. Midoriya's expression fell, but a small, almost understanding smile flashed briefly across his face, and Shota could see the answering surprise in Shinso's expression before it was abruptly closed off again by steely determination. For once, Shota cursed the lack of microphones on the field, because whatever he said to Midoriya must have stopped the other boy from following. For a long moment after Midoriya watched Shinso disappear into the opposite tunnel, head-ped in consideration. Then he turned and made his way to the opposite exit, presumably to get his finger fixed up by Recovery Girl before his next match. Shota really needed to get him into quirk counseling if he kept breaking bones like this. It was one thing to allow cleverness in working around a known problem, but Shota was willing to bet Midoriya's quirk didn't have to be that destructive, so sacrificing fingers wasn't a viable solution in the long run. I'll talk to him. If Shota pressed on over Hisashi's excited little cheer. If he's willing to put in the work, I'll help him. He's already at a disadvantage, but you're right, he's got potential. It'd be a waste to leave him in Gen Ed. The long silence after his words pulled Shota's eyes from the now empty field back to Hisashi, who he was surprised to find staring, a tiny smile just pulling at the corners of his mouth. What? Hisashi blinked, the oddly wistful look in his eyes quickly covered as the smile turned mischievous. Nothing. I'm just mourning the fact that you'll be taking one of my students. He sniffed loudly. You're literally the one who pointed him out to me. My own husband stealing my little listeners. The audacity. He's still your student. We don't even know if he'll agree to the extra training. Or make it into the hero course. You can't even admit where are you going? Shota was not running away. Not one bit. This was a tactical retreat. He'd never managed to beat Hisashi in wordplay, especially if his husband didn't want to address whatever it was that just happened right now, so he made his way as quickly as he could while half mummified toward the door. I want to check on a couple things before the next match. We are working after all. Hisashi's laugh followed Shota into the hallway. Tell Shinso I say hi. If there was one thing that Izuku prided himself in, it was his reflexes. He'd developed almost a sixth sense that had come in handy when avoiding legs trying to trip him in hallways or hands trying to grab him around a corner. That would be a handy quirk, come to think of it, if he could somehow get a few seconds warning before danger. Midoriya. Izuku let out an undignified squeak and whirled around, poised on the tip of his toes to duck. Todoroki was blinking at him from the hall of the stadium entrance. Todoroki. Are you waiting for your match to start? The adrenaline that briefly flooded his veins faded, leaving Izuku feeling incredibly wrong-footed. He'd not really spoken to Todoroki since school started. The other boy kept to himself, eating homemade bentos and quietly observing the cafeteria, so he didn't really know what to expect now. I made a promise to never use my old man's quirk. Why, your fireside? Izuku had noted that Todoroki only favored the ice side of his quirk in training, but he hadn't thought too much of it yet. Todoroki's analysis was in line just after Yaomomo and Tsuyu's, so he hadn't really devoted a lot of time to its consideration yet. But then again, come to think of it, using his fireside in combination with his ice would be the most tactically sound move in their earlier cavalry battle. So why hadn't he? You made me break that promise. Todoroki's mismatched eyes didn't leave Izuku's face, pinning him in place. In any other situation Izuku would expect this to be the point when someone hit him, but something about the tightness of Todoroki's voice gave him pause. He sounded almost ashamed. No, that wasn't right. His voice carried an undercurrent of fear, but of what? I'm sorry? Todoroki blinked, the intense gaze breaking for a moment. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Your quirk is like All Might's. Almost exactly. Even just now, you used air pressure the same way he does. Izuku felt sweat prickle to life on the back of his neck, and he laughed nervously. I've always admired him. He's your father. Izuku's voice died in his throat. He somehow felt both more and less panicked. But that's not. Todoroki did not seem remotely deterred, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, looking Izuku up and down. Are you All Might's secret love child? Izuku finally found his voice, shaking his head vigorously. No. My dad's a businessman. He's in America. He works in What did Dad do? Izuku was sure that he'd told him. He'd gone to some of Dad's meetings when he'd stayed with him that summer. There were suits and more suits, and they'd talked about developing, researching, teaching. Dad said he did research. But Mom said he was a businessman. But didn't someone call Dad? Call him? Izuku couldn't remember. He could feel it, like the answer was waiting just on the other side of the oily, seemingly impenetrable barrier that had abruptly derailed his train of thoughts. But straining to remember brought a swirling sense of nausea to his stomach. Business. He works in business. Izuku finished lamely, internally groaning as Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Way to be convincing, Izuku. Right. But whatever he is to you, he's chosen to single you out. And if he's watching you, then so is Endeavor. And that's all the more reason I have to beat you. Without my fire side. Izuku remembered the brief flash of panic in Todoroki's eyes when his fire side ignited during the cavalry battle. But it was his quirk, so what was Izuku missing? What are you looking at, Izuku? Izuku giggled as the computer chair was spun a couple times and Dad came up behind him. He grinned, the world slightly swirly as the dizziness set in. Endeavor, Dad. He's fighting a villain with lots of ice powers and he almost lost, but he just managed to get him. He looks kind of funny without the fire on his face, but I think I like it, fire all the time. Must make it hard for him to give hugs. Dad laughed, resting a hand on Izuku's head. That's an old fight you've dug up. Ice is definitely a weakness of his. Dad's voice was pensive as he stared at the screen. I wonder if that's where he got the idea. What idea? Dad looked down at him, looking almost surprised to see Izuku still sitting there. Tell me, Izuku, what would happen if Endeavor could use fire and ice at the same time? They're highly compatible quirks in a fight. Would he be a better hero? Izuku looked back at the computer screen. Endeavor, panting but still standing strong in front of the camera, unconscious villain in hand. I think he'd be stronger. But you said real heroes use whatever tools are at their disposal to accomplish their goals. Dad's smile widened as Izuku dutifully repeated yesterday's dinner conversation, nodding for him to continue. And All Might says that you know who real heroes are by how strong their hearts are. So no, I don't think he'd be better, just a little stronger. Dad squeezed Izuku's shoulder, his voice warm and faintly amused. You see the best in heroes, son, that's a good analysis. I wonder if Endeavor would agree. Izuku blinked hard, disoriented by the abrupt appearance of the long-forgotten conversation. He'd felt like this when he was fighting just a minute ago. Did Shinso's quirk have after effects? Would he be a better hero? Cold clarity rushed through him. Fire and ice are highly compatible quirks. Brief shock flashed over Todoroki's usually impassive expression as Izuku's hushed words hung frozen between them. After a long moment, Todoroki spoke again. They are. My old man's always been obsessed with beating All Might. What do you know about quirk marriages? Todoroki's words opened up a wide, yawning pit of horror in Izuku's stomach, the sick feeling rising again, only this time accompanied by the growing flames of helpless anger for Todoroki. Would he be a better hero? That I'll become number one without his quirk. If you've been singled out by All Might, then I'll beat you without it too. I'll show the world I don't need his quirk to do it. He pushed off the wall, heading toward the entrance to the field. Izuku took a couple quick steps toward him, but stopped short, his resolve hardening. Todoroki. Todoroki paused, but he didn't look back. Izuku swallowed, the horror of Endeavor's marriage and Todoroki's childhood still swirling inside him. But he was not going to just lie down and become a stepping stone. He had dreams too. I'm going to beat you. With or without your fire. Todoroki started walking again, disappearing into the shadows of the hallway. Izuku shook his head, hurrying to the break room. His mouth was gravelly, cheeks sticking together. To put it shortly, Izuku was parched. He'd need to work harder during their conditioning days. Fighting Shinso took a lot more out of him than he'd expected. If he was quick enough, he might be able to catch the end of Todoroki and Shiro's match, and if Izuku was going to make good on his promise to Todoroki, he would need to start strategizing. Even with only half his quirk, Todoroki was still near the top of their class, and Izuku couldn't underestimate him. But still, he couldn't shake the tightness in Todoroki's voice out of his head, the way he didn't seem to realize how his fingers would unconsciously rub the edges of his burn scar when he reached up to brush his hair back. Maybe it was some odd kind of resonance, how he too found himself absently scratching the years-old burn scars, hardly visible but still puckered inside his forearms, but Izuku could just tell. Todoroki was someone who didn't even know how to ask for help, or maybe he'd convinced himself that it was never coming so he didn't need it anyway. Izuku could understand that. It hurt less that way. Would he be a better hero? He pushed open the door, mentally adjusting his strategy to fight Todoroki, hardly registering anything until a squeak and muffled sniffle broke him out of his thoughts. I'm sorry, no, I love you too, I have to go. Izuku froze awkwardly in the doorway to the contestants' waiting room as his eyes found Uraraka's red-rimmed gaze. For a second they both stood frozen before Uraraka choked out a painful-sounding combination of a hiccup and a hysterical giggle. Midoriya, you surprised me. Uraraka? Are you okay? Izuku hurried over to crouch in front of her chair, quickly scanning her for any new injuries. A tear splattered onto his cheek. Izuku flushed to the roots of his hair in panic as he realized just how pushy he must sound. They'd barely known each other for a month, of course she wouldn't want to talk to him about personal problems. Oh, you don't have to tell me I can leave if you want to be alone I can. No. Uraraka's face crumpled as she pressed wobbly lips together to contain another hiccup. You can stay. Izuku stared up at her with wide eyes, not sure how best to comfort her. Not everyone was a hugger, and he didn't want to mess up whatever freshly budding friendship they shared by overstepping. He didn't have extensive practice comforting friends. His old class had made sure of that, and Kaken, oh. Are you upset about your match? Because you were amazing, Uraraka, you. But I lost. Uraraka wasn't looking at him, eyes fixed firmly on her hands, limp in her lap. It's not that I lost, but it is. I'm not. That makes me sound like such a sore loser. She hiccuped again, scrubbing at her face. Her voice was small and raw from tears. They work so hard. All my life they've always worked so hard. I don't want to disappoint them. Izuku's heart twinged. I want you to tell the world that you're here. But you fought so well out there. I would have never thought to use your quirk and Kaken's against him. That was genius, Uraraka. You're really incredible. But I couldn't finish it. I tried so hard. But I couldn't move. It was our first big chance to be seen and I'm just some girl who burns herself out. Uraraka's voice cracked, hands twisting together, her nails leaving little half-moons on her wrists. But you aren't. Izuku didn't let himself think as he clasped her hands in his own, stilling their motion and peering earnestly up at her. I mean it. Aizawa-sensei told me sometimes a victory isn't actually about winning the fight itself. That's the same thing here. The pros out there aren't just looking for people who always win, they're looking for people who do just what you did. You used your quirk in a way nobody expected, you took your opponent's strength and turned it against him. Sure, Kaken won in the end, but you showed anyone out there you would be an amazing addition to any agency's team. Uraraka was staring at him, her lips still trembling, but the light was slowly coming back into her eyes. This is just our first step, Uraraka. And you've taken a whole leap. You've told them you're here. Nobody's going to write you off. How do you do it? Izuku pet his head, a little confused. Do what? Uraraka shook her head, a small watery smile blooming across her face. You're always smiling. How do you do it? Izuku felt the tips of his ears flash hot and he looked away, smiling as a soft feeling of nostalgia filling him. I don't know when I started trying it. I was probably little because I don't really remember who told me to do it, but it made me feel braver whenever I did. Sometimes a smile is the only thing I can give someone, and so now I try to always keep smiling. Even when I mess up, I keep smiling and do my best to do better the next time. The door hinges creaked and Izuku whipped around, jumping back from Uraraka as the cracked door swung in to reveal Aizawa-sensei, fixing him with a piercing glare. Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya. His eyes flicked between Uraraka's tear-stained cheeks and Izuku's wide eyes. Your match is in 5 minutes, I suggest you go take your place. Izuku scrambled to his feet, hurrying back into the hallway and tossing Uraraka one more smile as he left. He didn't want to test Aizawa-sensei's patience when he was glaring like that. Behind him, Aizawa-sensei's bland voice continued, "Uraraka, I believe your friends upstairs are saving you a seat. That was a good showing. Make sure to sort your offers as you come in. Come on, I have to make it back to the commentator's box." "I'm not All Might." Izuku stared across the arena at Todoroki's set face. The other boy's stance tight as a whip, totally still as Present Mike shouted his name to a deafening roar. "And Todoroki isn't you?" And from the north end, Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. Izuku couldn't help but glance up for just a second as the roar of the crowd swelled. Then he looked back at Todoroki, his brain slipping into overdrive as they both dropped into a ready position. Todoroki liked to open with one decisive move that finished off his opponents before they had a chance to react. So if Izuku was going to avoid that, then, there. The rush of one for all filled his veins, still overwhelming but at least contained to his finger as he shattered the would-be glacier around him, powdery showers of ice falling on his head as he gritted his teeth against the pain of his newly broken finger. Another glacial blast was flying at him before he'd really had time to process the first. Snap. Another shower of ice, another broken finger. He had to find a way around Todoroki's ice, and quickly. Todoroki's takedowns in class were so fast that Izuku hadn't really had a proper chance to study his movements and habits, but he knew that if Endeavor was his father, then Todoroki would be almost as dangerous at close range. But all quirks had their drawbacks, and improper quirk usage was bound to limit Todoroki in some way. Izuku planted his feet as another wall of ice flew at him from across the arena. Snap. He had 5 more chances before he would essentially be defenseless. Desperation fluttered in the corner of his mind, but he crushed it ruthlessly. He didn't have time to panic, he needed to think. What was he missing? Todoroki charged at him, and Izuku reacted on instinct, flooding one for all into his unbroken arm, slamming his fist into Todoroki's stomach and sending him flying, a small wall of snowy ice, cushioning the other boy's fall. That was a lot more powerful than before. "Are you trying to tell me to stay back?" Izuku didn't respond, too busy forcing his breathing under control as he tried to strategize around the splitting pain in his arm. Definitely broken. "Make that one more shot. Great job, Izuku." He had to think. He had to do this. Todoroki's eyes narrowed as he stood cautiously, far too slowly for someone in the middle of a fight. "You're that beat up from just defending and evading. With your arms like that you can't fight." Another wall of ice rushed at Izuku, but this one was different. Todoroki's eyes flicked up toward the stands. "Shoto's duty is to surpass All Might." A small ember of anger flared to life in Izuku's stomach. This fight was between them. Not All Might. Not Endeavor. Where are you looking? He couldn't give up his last finger, that would seal his fate. But he could. The ice wall shattered into a curtain of frost, blowing Todoroki across the arena. For the first time the other boy's eyes widened, like he was seeing Izuku for the first time. Small ice crystals dotted his clothes, creeping across the side of his face. "With your broken finger? They have their quirks, you have your mind. Sharpen it to be just as dangerous, Izuku." "You're shaking, Todoroki. There's a limit to how much cold your body can take, isn't there?" That must be a reason Todoroki liked to finish fights quickly. If he was only using half his quirk, then there must be a greater drawback to only using ice, since his fire wouldn't stabilize his body temperature. Uraraka's tear-stained face flashed before his eyes. "Everyone's giving it everything they've got, and you think you can win with only half of your power?" The ember of anger flared red-hot. "Come at me with everything you have, Todoroki." Todoroki was panting, frigid anger rolling off him in waves as he shouted back. "Did my old man buy you out or something?" He charged at Izuku, his once whip-fast movements slowed now. Izuku willed one for all into his arm, praying to whoever was listening that he could control it this once, ignoring the sharp flare of pain as his already broken fingers made contact with Todoroki's stomach, whirling to the side as the other boy tried to counter with another flare of ice. "Words are just as dangerous as actions, Izuku, you just have to learn to use them properly. The mind is the strongest and weakest point of the body, the trick is reaching it." Izuku was close enough to see the turmoil building in Todoroki's eyes as the other boy rasped out, "Why are you going this far? Because I want to live up to everyone's expectations. Izuku's next punch went wide, but Todoroki's face looked strangely young as he dodged, his movements lacking their usual grace. But Izuku couldn't stop. Manipulate the mind, and even the strongest opponent will fall to you. Words aren't just gifts, son, they're weapons. I'm going to win. Izuku felt another bone in his hand snap as he slammed it into Todoroki's stomach again. Todoroki looked like he was staring through Izuku, a horribly lost, frightened look clawing out from behind his eyes. I want you to tell the world I am here. Izuku wanted to win. He could keep digging in the knife, let his anger burn away, push Todoroki until he froze himself. A calculating part of Izuku knew he could do it. After all, he was intimately familiar with how sharp words could be. Would he be a better hero? But he couldn't. Izuku roared, "It's your power, isn't it?" Todoroki's left side ignited, a searing wave of heat washing over the arena, melting the ice on Todoroki's right, the trapped, desperate fear disappearing from his eyes. Izuku couldn't help it. He smiled, the triumph in his veins entirely separate from the realization that he'd probably just sealed his own defeat. But Aizawa-sensei was right. Winning a fight could mean a lot of things. A wave of ice shot at him with a speed he hadn't yet seen, a superheated plume of fire in its wake. Izuku had a split second to activate One for All, coursing through his whole body as he lunged to meet it. Todoroki was finally giving it his all. It was only fair that Izuku do the same. The world flashed white in a shockwave of searing heat and burning cold. He could feel himself flying back with the debris, deafened by the explosion, grasping onto the fading tendrils of consciousness to try and control his fall, but it was of no use. Izuku hit the ground with a soft thump, feathery soft tendrils cradling him. That hurt way less than he thought it would. He forced his blurry eyes open again, trying to see who had saved him from becoming an Izuku-shaped splatter on the arena wall. He was surrounded by a soft gray cloud. Izuku became abruptly aware that his nose was gushing blood, his body screaming in pain all at once as the cloud below him abruptly dissipated and he fell the remaining few inches to the earth, darkness mercifully enveloping him. Shota's heart stopped as Cementos threw a barrier between Todoroki and Midoriya to try and stop the boys from killing each other. It did not stop the deafening explosion as both quirks hit the barrier, destroying it in a second, a massive flume of clouds rising from the center of the arena, crackling with lightning, shards of ice and snow raining down on the entire stadium. He stood, peering out to try and see his students, the dryness in his mouth growing worse as the cloud cover did not dissipate after the initial explosion. Where were they? Todoroki was on his knees, panting and half an inch inside the arena, the remains of an ice dome falling around him, mist and clouds swirling about from the wind currents created from the blast. Where was Midoriya? He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding as he saw Midoriya on the ground when the thick clouds parted for a moment. Then they abruptly began to fade, and Shota saw Midoriya limply flopping like a rag doll that had been dropped, head bouncing against the turf of the arena before lying still. Midnight rushed over to the boy, checking him over, but she didn't seem to be paging Recovery Girl for an emergency, so Shota sat again as Hizashi crowed over the crowd, declaring Todoroki the winner. He needed to get that kid into quirk counseling. What had gotten them so fired up? He'd noticed Todoroki's flat-out refusal to use half his quirk among some other vaguely concerning tells, but until the boy came to him with specific issues, there was not a lot Shota could do in that regard. Midoriya also had a laundry list of equally concerning behavior. The flinches at sudden movement that surprised him, the nervousness about being alone with an authority figure, the total lack of control over a destructive quirk that should have been in quirk counseling the moment it manifested, all of those spoke to shadows of neglect, or, God forbid, abuse. And Midoriya's smile before he and Todoroki blew up the arena. Long years in the underground had taught Shota to trust his gut, and the growing feeling of unease building in his spine insisted that there was something strange going on here. He just hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. Midoriya, for all his lack of control, was an extremely hard worker with a brilliant mind, and Shota could easily see his students' kindness. His sunny nature never wavered, and the thought that his student could be experiencing mistreatment at home curdled uncomfortably in his stomach. He'd need to keep a closer eye on Midoriya. Just this once, Shota hoped his gut feelings were wrong. Izuku, making some miso soup and eggs for dinner. Do you want anything else to nibble on while you wait, baby? Izuku smiled tiredly up at his mom from the mountain of blankets she'd insisted on piling on top of him. I can wait, I'm feeling a lot better now, I promise. I can come help you make. Absolutely not, you're staying right there. I'll bring you dinner and then you're going to stay in that bed all weekend just like Recovery Girl recommended. Izuku shut his mouth, recognizing the nurse tone Mom was pulling out. She must have been really worried to be using it now. Can you bring me a jelly pouch with dinner? Mom's eyes softened and she stood from her perch at the foot of Izuku's bed. Of course I will. I almost forgot. Here's your backpack. Your Aizawa-sensei brought it to me while you were still asleep at the school. She plopped Izuku's backpack on the bed. But I still forbid you from doing homework until tomorrow. Tonight we celebrate that you did so well in the festival. It scared me to death, but I'm so proud of you, Izuku. She bustled out of the room, wiping her eyes and humming under her breath. Izuku wiped the beginnings of his own tears, the warm and fuzzy feeling in his chest compounded by the painkillers and exhaustion from having Recovery Girl's quirk used on him. He couldn't really remember too much right after waking up, just that he'd talked to All Might about the weird ghost figures. The fuzzy feelings disappeared abruptly. I haven't seen anything like what you're describing, young Midoriya. But One for All is a complex quirk that's been passed down through generations. I'll have to look into it further. You said you couldn't make out any features of the figures. Izuku hesitated, his hazy mind feeling like a thick soup. Still, he didn't want to tell All Might he was seeing dead people, blue hair, a butterfly bandage, and bright blue eyes. No, just a cloudy blue boi. All Might's hair looked like bananas in this light. Izuku wished it had tasted like that too. All Might chuckled and Izuku realized he must have said that out loud, tears promptly beginning to stream down his cheeks. All Might probably hated him now. All Might started, waving his hands, rising from his chair in alarm. I'm not offended, young Midoriya. You can say I have banana hair all you like. How about we get banana ice cream after this? Izuku grinned dreamily. I like ice cream, All Might. And you? All Might patted his head, chuckling. I like you too, young Midoriya. I would have nobody else inherit One for All. Now sleep, your mother will be here in a few minutes. Izuku fought the urge to hide his face in his hands. He was never going to be able to look All Might in the eyes again. And he'd somehow seen a vision of Shirakumo Oboro when he was fighting Shinso. Seeing his backpack still on the bed, Izuku dug through it, pulling out his notes from the library. There was no mistaking it, the blue eyes, wispy hair, butterfly bandage and excited grin. Izuku had taken care to get the details of Shirakumo's face correct for his analysis sketch. His palms were clammy, the back of his neck uncomfortably hot. Shirakumo Oboro. Quirk, Cloud, Quirk Counselor's Notes, from Quirk Database. Age manifested, 3 years. Can generate a cloud with varying density capable of carrying heavy objects. Cloud types can vary, but cannot create multiple clouds without backlash. Cloud is capable of producing rain under the right conditions, though it is unclear if it will become more powerful as Shirakumo matures. Cloud types registered. Cumulus seems to be an instinctual default. Cumulonimbus, stratus, fog. Staring down at the incomplete analysis, Izuku felt an odd tremor roll down his spine. He pulled out his first analysis notebook, still neatly tucked in with his school books from where he'd hastily stowed it the other day, hesitating a moment before opening it to page 9. Midoriya Izuku. I can make clouds. The cloud follows me. Does it like me? Can it like me? Does it count as a pet because Mama says the apartment people won't let us get any? My cloud can carry stuff like me if I try really hard. Dad won't sit on one, so I'll have to see if it can hold things bigger than me. My cloud can make it rain in the bathtub and by the pond. But I get sleepy after it. Do not make 2 clouds because it will make your nose bleed and that's scary. Maybe when I'm bigger I can make lots of clouds. This couldn't be possible. He looked between the two notebooks, panic mounting with each matching characteristic. Shirakamo's face swam in his memories, excited then concerned, mouthing words Izuku couldn't quite hear. Why was he seeing a dead hero student? Izuku was a lonely kid. He made up a quirk to fill that void. He wanted to fit in, to have his dreams come true like everyone else. He had an active imagination, and meningitis had blurred his memories until his make-believe felt real, erasing some memories or building new ones entirely. Fever-induced amnesia. That's what the doctors called it. A side effect of nearly dying from the fever the sickness brought on. Come on, Deku, show us your clouds. What? Can't. Ha, look, he's crying. Trying to be cool but can't even back it up. Someone pushed him to the ground, his knees scraping the rough, dry grass. Yeah, who needs a cloud quirk when Midoriya waters the plants just fine as he is? The only thing he's useful for. What a Deku. The rose thorns had cut his hands as someone pushed him headfirst into the bush. Go ahead and water the plants, Deku. That's your real quirk. Being a crybaby. Recovery girl said he was lucky that he hadn't been injured further. That if he'd hit the ground any harder he would have had serious head trauma. That he could have fallen into a coma. He remembered something soft and fluffy stopping him from hitting the ground. It had been like he had landed on a cloud. His eyes found the analyses again. Capable of carrying heavy objects. My cloud can carry stuff like me. Izuku felt sick, his head spinning as his thoughts spiraled wildly out of control. Could it have been real? How was that possible? He tried. And tried. And tried again. He'd broken his wrist jumping off the bed and trying to manifest a cloud. This couldn't be real. Izuku! A knock and Mom's voice snapped him out of his panic. Izuku, your dad's on the phone. He saw you in the sports festival and he said he managed to take some time away from work to call us and tell you how proud he is. Do you feel good enough to come talk to him while I finish dinner? Dad knows, he'll tell you. Mama, I know it. I can do it. I know I can. Mama, I'm not pretending. Mama, has Dad called to talk about quirks yet? I'm writing a letter to Dad so that he can come home and maybe then the cloud will come back. Mama, can I call Dad again? Just in case he didn't see the first message? I'm sorry, Mom, I feel a little nauseous. Izuku's voice sounded hollow to his own ears. Tell him I said hi. Years. Dad hadn't answered his phone calls in years. Years of writing letters, leaving messages, all but begging his dad to answer him. He'd only received the briefest communication from secretaries or personal assistants. If not for that, Izuku would have assumed his father was dead. He'd left to work overseas the same year Izuku was formally diagnosed quirkless. He hardly even called Mom, preferring to send her letters because of the time difference. He'd never told Mom his suspicions about Dad's sudden lack of contact. He couldn't admit to her that he was the root of yet another problem in her life. And she was always so happy when he called. Why was Dad calling now, when he hadn't had time for his quirkless son since the last summer Izuku had seen him? It didn't take a genius to figure out, and it hurt. Okay, I'll make some rice pudding too. Just lie still, you can call him later. Just yell if you need anything. Mom's voice was retreating back toward the kitchen. Yes, Hisashi, he's still recovering, so I don't think he's really up to talking. But it's been so long, how are you, my love? It had been so long, Izuku could hardly remember what Dad looked like, outside of his few blurry memories. Sitting in his father's lap watching hero videos, playing All Might his first night at the estate. Izuku's head hurt. But he wanted to remember. He wanted those happy memories so badly. Building his hero agency in the bushes, the shock of saving a baby squirrel with a cloud. Maybe he should call Mom back and ask for some more painkillers. The headache sharply poked from behind his head. But no, Izuku didn't really want to have to turn down Dad again. He didn't think he had the strength to do it twice. He hadn't wanted to name his imaginary quirk cloud, at first, had he? What was it he'd almost called it? Storm? No, meteorology. That had to be close, but he felt like there'd been another option. Crystallize, that's what it was. Something behind his eyes snapped. I find, Midoriya Izuku, that overcomplicating things can become detrimental. Perhaps you should focus on simplicity in this case. Izuku stared up at the figure in awe. It was a blurry, dark silhouette against the bright sunlight streaming through the cheerful kitchen. Of course. He looked down, focusing on the feelings that welled up in him when he saved the mama squirrel. A soft tug pulled at something deep in his chest, and ever so slowly, a small, perfectly formed cumulus cloud appeared in his hands. What about Cloud? The figure knelt down, gently covering Izuku's hands with his own. They were cool and gentle. Together they watched the cloud float peacefully just above Izuku's hands. I think that name is perfectly acceptable. Izuku shook his pounding head rapidly as the memory dissipated. It was blurry, like a photograph someone spilled water on, but it felt so real. He could still remember it. It was setting into his mind like it had been there all along, not slipping away like so many fragments of his childhood. What was that? Who was that with him? He still couldn't make out any of the shadowy figure's details, but he was wearing a green vest, and Izuku remembered feeling totally safe. He'd wanted to make this person happy. Was it Dad? No, it was someone else. Izuku looked at his hands, scarred from Recovery Girl's treatment, a couple fingers still sporting bandages. What about Cloud? It couldn't be. But what if it was? Ever so slowly, Izuku cupped his trembling hands together, his heart drumming frantically in his chest. Letting out a long breath, he grasped at the feelings from the blurry memory, pulling at something deep in his chest, sitting next to his heart. For a second time froze as Izuku observed his empty hands, not even daring to breathe. Then a feathery feeling, like an early morning mist filled his chest, cooling his lungs, and ever so slowly, a puff of mist began to swirl in his hands, growing denser and denser. A second later, there was a small, perfectly formed cumulus cloud, no larger than a dinner plate, floating just above his hands. Izuku clutched his backpack in his lap, swallowing down the coppery feeling trying to rise in his mouth, the toast he'd reluctantly eaten to pacify Mom swirling uncomfortably in his stomach. 2 more stops. Then a 17-minute walk. Then he'd be there. Simple. Midoriya Izuku's foolproof 3-step plan to thieve. Well, he wasn't sure why exactly he was doing this, so maybe it wasn't foolproof. Then again, Izuku knew exactly why he was going, he just had no idea what to expect. Then again he was thinking himself in circles, but what else was he supposed to be doing? Cloud was amazing, a literal dream come true. He should be ecstatic. When he considered the manifestation of his childhood quirk alone, he was. Growing up he'd clung to the wisps of those happy memories until their very existence alone had burned to remember as anything other than a rose-colored dream, until he'd had to accept that it had been brain damage. Izuku had never been able to decide if it was a cruel twist of fate that meningitis had cemented his make-believe as an actual memory, giving him a taste of what he could never have, a quirk. The cloud was floating in front of him, perfectly fluffy and white, bobbing closer as Izuku scrambled back on instinct, jaw-dropping. After an impossibly long moment, he reached out a trembling hand to gently brush over its surface. It was very cold. It was very soft. It was very real. Izuku let out a choked sob before clapping his hands over his mouth as the tears in his eyes spilled over, not wanting to risk Mom coming back and seeing. It was real. It had always been real. Izuku doubled over, grasping at the blankets, hunched over on his hands and knees, trying to get his breathing under control. But it was the soft hiss of falling water that brought him out of his shocked panic. The little cloud had turned a stormy gray and was raining on the foot of his bed. Izuku stared for another stunned second. The cloud drifted closer to him, drops of water splashing onto his face, intermingling with the hot tears and cooling his cheeks. To Izuku's surprise, a watery laugh wobbled out of him, followed by another stronger, if not somewhat hysterical giggle until he was doubled over laughing. It was real. The mantra echoed over and over again in Izuku's head. Cloud was real and tangible, well as tangible as a cloud could be, but then again he could remember writing on it, so he'd have to try that again. There was nothing wrong with his mind. The little cloud's impromptu shower slowed to a drizzle, then disappeared entirely as Izuku caught his breath, the day's exhaustion mingling with joy and relief, and in the corner of his mind, stirring unbidden, a shadow of something close to fear. It was real. The train slowed to a halt, doors hissing softly as the station chime dinged and people swirled all around Izuku, going about their Sunday morning business. One stop left. After he'd managed to calm down enough to see through his tears, Izuku had spent nearly the entire night creating clouds in his bedroom just to prove to himself that he could. Each time that familiar pull tugged at his chest, the cloud becoming more solid and less wispy with every attempt until Izuku could even balance hero analysis number 3 on top of 1. It felt amazing. Exhilarating. It felt wrong. Because Izuku couldn't separate the fact that he manifested his cloud from, well, cloud. Mom's family only had a history of minor telekinesis. He was fairly certain she was an only child, though Mom had lost contact with that side of her family when she married Dad. Izuku knew nothing of Dad's family other than Dad's quirk was dragon's breath, and that Izuku had an uncle on his dad's side who everyone thought was quirkless until he developed the ability to hold his breath for long periods of time according to Dad. He never got the quirk's name now that he thought of it. So if Izuku were to put it in simple list form, it would be this. Dad, dragon's breath. Izuku, quirkless. One for all. Nothing was making sense. Shirakumo Oboro, cloud. Nothing was making sense. If it was real, then the fever hadn't created new memories based on his daydreams. They'd always been there, just hidden behind whatever barrier it had created. Looking back on it now, Izuku felt a prickle of unease when he considered the holes in his childhood memories and the blurry overlay on the remaining time he spent with his father. He couldn't understand why Dad hadn't told Mom the truth about Cloud. Izuku had begged her to call him. She finally did, when she thought Izuku was sleeping. He'd never forgotten the sad chuckle through the other end of the phone as he pressed his ear to her door. It was a game we played. His favorite game, actually. He built a whole hero agency on the grounds, but I'm sorry it feels real to him now. I hate to have our time together spoiled like that. Why hadn't Dad told the truth? Because if Cloud was real, then it must have manifested when Izuku remembered. But he could only recall fleeting glimpses of that summer after he'd gotten out of the hospital. That's what was bothering him. The fever didn't solidify his daydreams into memory, it had taken something from him. Izuku was sure he'd told Dad first when Cloud manifested. Wait, no. He'd told someone else. There'd been someone else he'd told first on his way to find Dad. It must have been the misty figure he couldn't quite make out from his dream the other night. But that had been years ago, and he doubted Dad still employed the same secretaries if he was working in America now. But maybe there was a way to find out who that person was and ask him what happened before Izuku got sick? Had something happened to make Dad forget as well? He remembered feeling safe around the vest figure, but it was also the only link between Izuku's loss of memory and Dad's denial of Izuku's quirk. Had the figure done something to his father? For what? What would it have to gain? The train pulled into a sleepy-looking station and Izuku jumped up like he was electrocuted, bumping into a few people waiting to board as he hurried between them onto the quaint, winding streets of the suburb, shouldering his backpack. Realistically speaking, Izuku had very little information to work with, which was what brought him to today. He checked his phone's GPS to make sure he was still on the right route. He was. Cloud was the only concrete lead he had in figuring out what on earth was happening to him. And that somehow, the only link to his newfound, rediscovered quirk was Shirakumo Oboro. Their quirks were so similar that it was unsettling. In fact, the only reason Izuku was hesitant to call them identical was because he'd yet to test Cloud's capabilities himself and compare them to the little data he had on Shirakumo. But already they were unsettlingly alike. That usually pointed to one thing: blood relation. Maybe if he could figure out how and if he and Shirakumo were connected, Izuku could figure out where his quirk came from, and then at least he would have a starting place to try and piece together the holes he now knew the fever had punched in his memories. Was it possible the Shirakumo family was related to Dad's side? He'd always wondered how Dad had afforded such a large estate on a businessman's salary. Maybe they were estranged from the side of the family Izuku's quirk hailed from, and that's why Dad was being so secretive about it? Izuku wound his way up a winding, steep street dotted with maple trees, bright with summer green, sending dappled droplets of sun onto his bandaged arms as he finally came to a halt at the top. He was greeted with the soft splashes of a fountain in the center of a small courtyard, brightly painted tables surrounded by a low stone wall, and a neatly kept cafe with a sign that read Shirakumo Fine Teas. He swallowed hard, squaring his shoulders and pushing open the door. "Welcome to Oa UA student." A slender middle-aged woman with bright gray eyes and sky-blue hair pulled into a bun, several wisps escaping and curling around her temples, turned from behind the counter where she had been weighing some tea on a scale. "What brings you here today, dear? Are you buying loose leaf or staying to drink a cup?" Izuku tried not to stare, but when she fixed him with a friendly smile his heart just about stopped. Shirakumo Oboro shared his mother's bright, disarming smile. It was like seeing a ghost. "I'd like to stay and get some homework done, so I'll drink it here. But I don't know much about tea, Shirakumo-san." Shirakumo-san's smile grew brighter. "How did you guess that I'm Shirakumo Hana? I know I've not seen you before. We don't get UA students out here very often with the distance." Izuku felt his cheeks redden. He would die before he told her that her son looked just like her. I just assumed because of the sign, Shirakumo-san, and F school. I'd heard about your tea house at that school." He internally kicked himself, feeling a small drop of sweat trickle down his neck. "Totally not suspicious at all, Izuku." Shirakumo-san raised an eyebrow, giving Izuku a long, oddly familiar stare that made a young feeling part of him want to squirm before her expression cleared, a misty look briefly crossing her face before being replaced with a fond smile. "Then you must have heard it from my son's friends. He went to UA, just like you. What are you, a first year? Second?" Izuku blinked, somehow surprised at how easily Shirakumo-san could bring up who Izuku could only assume was Oboro. "I'm a first year, Shirakumo-san." "Oh, none of that, dear. You can call me Hana-san. We stand for tea ceremonies around here, but we don't care for the rest. Now, what kind of tea would you like?" "I don't know very much about tea, Hana-san. I like green tea, but I'll have whatever you think is best." He flashed her a small smile, which she returned cheerfully. "Well then I'll surprise you." She bustled back behind the counter, humming softly to herself in a vaguely familiar melody Izuku couldn't quite place. Maybe Mom had sung it to him as a kid. It definitely sounded like a nursery rhyme or a lullaby of sorts. He anxiously dug out his homework, plopping his half-finished essay for Aizawa-sensei on the table. Just because he'd technically come to commit espionage didn't mean he didn't actually have homework to get done. A tea kettle whistled softly and Izuku wished for a split second he could mimic the tea kettle and do some screaming of his own. How was he supposed to bring up Oboro? "Excuse me, Hana-san, do you happen to have any estranged relatives who you haven't spoken to in years because one of them might have your dead son's quirk?" "Sorry about that, by the way." Izuku's pencil lead snapped, leaving a dark line across the page. Well, all things considered, at least he hadn't put it through the table with his less-than-stellar control of One for All. On the downside, he now needed to rewrite his last paragraph on how vigilantes fit into hero society. "Here you are." Hana-san gently set a cup and small pot of tea on Izuku's table. "It's a green tea that only grows at very high altitudes, so it's got a very distinct flavor. I've brought some honey for you, but try it without first. It's always best to know what the original is like before adding things to it." Izuku nodded and obediently took a sip. It was bright and fresh, with just a little bitterness at the end, but if anything that only made the faint hint of citrus more noticeable. He looked up to find Hana-san watching him intently and blushed. "It's good. I don't think it needs anything." Hana-san grinned, gently patting Izuku's shoulder. "Then you have taste. Lots of people skip straight to sweetening it into oblivion until all you can taste is the sugar. Then they complain that tea all tastes the same." She huffed, shaking her head. "We named this blend after my son when he was born. All of our children have a tea named after them, but you're drinking the Cloud Frost blend from our northernmost farm." Izuku's heart jumped. A farm? An estate? He didn't think the estate had grown tea, but it was possible, he supposed. Izuku opened his mouth, stealing his nerves, but what came out was, "Is your son a hero now?" Hana-san went very still for a brief moment, and Izuku felt a spike of guilt. He hated making her say it, but if she didn't tell him it would be downright creepy if he just knew. He was. He was a heroic student at UA. Her smile was back, but it was tinged with sorrow. His name was Oboro and he died a long time ago, saving a class of preschoolers during a villain attack. Izuku shook his head hastily. He couldn't do this. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I think, Hana-san didn't raise her voice, but Izuku's voice died in his throat all the same. That if I let a villain keep me from talking about how proud I am of my son, then I'm doing a disservice to the happiness he fought to protect by becoming a hero. Izuku clamped his jaw shut, his throat feeling oddly tight. Hana-san continued with a soft smile, her gray eyes not leaving Izuku's face. The kids he saved are just barely older than you, and every single one of them is doing well thanks to my son. They all come in from time to time for some tea and to say hello. He sounds like he was a great hero. Hana-san laughed, and once again Izuku's heart jumped at the flash of a ghost in her smile. He was everything a hero should be and then some. Kind and caring of course, always willing to lend a hand around the farm before we got this shop. He was my little hovering cloud while I looked after the plants, and when his quirk manifested I mean that literally. He could make clouds, all kinds of them. And he could even call up little storms when he threw temper tantrums, though they usually didn't last long. They really wore him out. Izuku couldn't help but laugh a little, Hana-san's quieter tone joining him. It must have been difficult to help him with that. Does anyone else in your family have it? Hana-san shook her head. No, I can manipulate levels of humidity over small areas, and my husband can purify water, but his quirk was an unexpected mix. None of his siblings got that particular mutation either. She was quiet for another moment, seemingly lost in thought before abruptly shaking her head. But I've distracted you long enough. I know just how long UA homework can take, so why don't you get started and let me know if you need more tea. It'll be on the house this time. I fully support nurturing new tea connoisseurs. And as a thank you for indulging my little stories. The cheerful jingle of the shop's bell stopped whatever Izuku was about to stutter out. Welcome, how, Hizashi Shota? How have you been? Come here, let me look at you too. Hana-san honed in on the new customers like a hawk, her tone sharpening to a loving, motherly scolding as she hurried over to greet Izuku choked on his tea. Hana-san was holding up one of Aizawa-sensei's arms disapprovingly while a man with long, blonde hair and rectangular glasses poorly hid his laughter. To Izuku's eternal shock, Aizawa-sensei took the scolding with a deep sigh, seemingly resigned to his fate as she tugged him over to the counter, the blonde man following. I'm guessing your stock of cloud frost is running low? I'll get some for you, but stay a while this time, you haven't visited in ages. The two men exchanged looks before Aizawa-sensei shrugged and the blonde man nodded eagerly. We'd love to stay, Hana-san. Shota's technically on medical leave still, even though he insists on giving me heart attacks and coming to work anyway. Hana-san clucked disapprovingly at Aizawa-sensei. If you don't take care of yourself, then you can't take care of your students, young man. Don't you go running yourself into the ground now. What kind of example is that? Aizawa-sensei looked away, grumbling something under his breath Izuku couldn't quite make out. Hana-san rolled her eyes fondly. I know, dear. But you have to rest sometimes, your students won't resent you for that. She turned, scooping some tea from a metal container. I was just telling a UA student about Oboro, boys, a first year. She turned back, and Izuku stopped breathing as she gave him a cheery little wave. Is he one of yours? Aizawa-sensei and the man turned around, and Izuku wished he could sink into the floor as Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow. The blonde man spoke first. Hey, what a coincidence, listener. The voice clicked. He mentally added a checklist to the tally he was keeping of how many times Mike-sensei had won whatever war of friendliness he was waging on Aizawa-sensei. They were staring at him. He should probably say something. And Mike-sensei, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa-sensei blinked slowly. At least his face was no longer bandaged, so Izuku could actually see his expression, or really lack thereof, as his teacher answered blandly. Midoriya. I was just finishing my essay, sensei. For your class. Aizawa-sensei's other eyebrow joined the first as he slouched over to Izuku. The essay that's due in 2 weeks? Izuku felt a flush creeping up his cheeks. He'd anxiety finished his homework for the week before the sports festival, and this was the only thing he could think to grab before slipping out the door to find the Shirakumo tea shop. Why yeah, I like to get things done early if I can, and recovery girl said I couldn't work out this weekend until my arms are fully healed. Aizawa-sensei's eyes flicked down to Izuku's arms, bright pink new scars adorning the freshly healed skin. Aizawa-sensei heaved a sigh. Well, this saves me the trouble of hunting you down before class tomorrow. Izuku stiffened involuntarily. It was rarely good news if he was needed before class. Had racked his memories, searching for the moment where he'd screwed up badly enough that Aizawa-sensei needed to talk to him outside of class. He'd just have to play along until he could figure it out. Oh. His voice sounded like a squeak, very casual. Izuku. I'm putting you in quirk counseling. Izuku opened his mouth to hastily apologize before his thoughts caught up with what Aizawa-sensei had just said, and he closed his mouth. Your showing at the sports festival was good, and you showed a lot of ingenuity in working around your weaknesses. Izuku looked at his hands, cheeks heating up for an entirely separate reason now, unsure of what to do with the praise. That being said, shattering bones isn't a sustainable strategy, and it's one that seems to be solidifying into an instinctual response for you. Sorry, sensei. I don't want you to be sorry about it, I want you to fix it before you injure yourself permanently. Izuku fiddled nervously with a small tear in his jeans, unable to look at his teacher. It was true, while he'd calculated his strategy in the moment, he hadn't considered the possible long-term ramifications until the damage was done. And Aizawa-sensei was right. He couldn't be a hero if he put himself out of commission while trying to fight. But the thing was, he didn't know how. He'd tried the microwave metaphor, clenching his but like All Might suggested among other mental images to try and control One for All, but it seemed like no good. All Might assured him that control would come with time, but Izuku wasn't so sure. It seemed to come naturally to him, not in uncontrolled bursts that ripped his body apart. No, that was Izuku's unique specialty, apparently. And now with Cloud, come to think of it, he had no idea how Cloud would interact with One for All. Nobody had two quirks, yet somehow Izuku did. Would they merge? How was he supposed to explain that? Would All Might think that he'd been lying to him about it? He quickly squashed the fear before it could grow out of control. Of all people, All Might would believe him. He'd have to tell him, right? This isn't a punishment, kid, and you aren't in trouble. If I was going to expel you for your lack of control, I would have done it on the first day of school. Izuku jerked his gaze back to Aizawa-sensei, swallowing hard. His teacher's dark eyes didn't waver from his face, his flat, blunt tone somewhat comforting to Izuku's runaway train of thoughts. But I can't let you keep going like this, so come see me after school next Thursday. Izuku opened and closed his mouth a couple times before finally finding his voice. Okay, sensei. Thank you for helping me, I promise I'll keep getting better. Aizawa-sensei nodded and slouched toward the table Hana-san was setting across the restaurant, cheerfully chatting with Mike-sensei. Quirk counseling? Izuku would never deny that he was a quirk nerd, and the idea of getting quirk counseling from Eraserhead himself was enough to send his inner fanboy into a frenzy. It was so cool. He wasn't in trouble, and Eraserhead had just offered to give him extra lessons on control. His excitement gave way to panic as the thought finally sank in. Eraserhead, underground hero with sharply honed observational skills, was giving him quirk lessons on a quirk he'd had for barely a month and a half, on top of his other quirk that he'd had for approximately 12 hours. Aizawa-sensei would notice if he was holding back during their lessons, and Izuku already had evidence that he instinctively activated Cloud when his guard was down if the rain in his bedroom was anything to go by. So how was he supposed to explain that he had two different quirks? Then again, All Might could change the weather using One for All, so maybe he could explain it as changing the air pressure around him with that? And if there was anyone who could help Izuku understand Cloud, it was Aizawa-sensei. He had watched the underground hero during class, as he usually kept an eye on all of his teachers through force of habit. Aizawa-sensei, despite his gruff manner, was able to help Mina understand how to creatively utilize her acid. After he had muttered something to Hagakure, she'd started practicing a move where she refracted light. Maybe Aizawa-sensei could help Izuku do the same with One for All and Cloud. It's not like it wasn't unheard of for quirks to develop as a person aged, so if he just said it was a new development of superpower then it wouldn't look too strange, he hoped. Truth be told, Izuku was somewhat frightened, both of his newly found quirk and even of one for all. What if he did injure himself badly enough that he had to leave UA and give it up? Or worse, he hurt someone else because he couldn't master it. Izuku was shattering his own bones without trying, so what could he do to another person? The thought made him feel sick. The idea of having someone know about Cloud, even if they didn't know the whole truth about One for All, was a relief. Maybe Aizawa-sensei could help him make sense of this whole situation, and he had no reason to think that Izuku had two quirks, so it would probably be fine, right? So he was one of yours? Hana-san had returned to Mike-sensei and Aizawa-sensei's table across the room, pouring each of them a cup of tea before serving herself and settling casually between the two of them. He wondered how they knew her if she was being so friendly. Then again, Izuku was beginning to wonder if the Shirakumo family was just like that. That's wonderful, Shota. See? Oboro was right, you turned out to be a great teacher. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, heartbeats suddenly loud in his ears as he stared at his tea and desperately tried to pretend like he wasn't straining to listen to the conversation. No way. Mike-sensei pushed Aizawa-sensei's teacup closer with a sly grin and comment Izuku couldn't quite make out, though Aizawa-sensei's grumbled response was crystal clear, carrying over the soft background music. It tastes better with honey. It's bitter without it. Hana-san stood with a disapproving shake of her head. That's just because you have no appreciation for fine tea, Shota dear. At least your students seem to have better taste. Mike-sensei snorted loudly, grinning into his teacup while Aizawa-sensei glowered at him. Now, speaking of sweets, I'm going to get us a little snack. It's on me today. Mike-sensei shook his head, smiling easily. Hana-san, we don't want to take. Nonsense, Hizashi. It's the least I can do for my son's best friends. You're practically family anyway, so I won't hear a word of paying me today. If you insist, then the two of you can come back more than twice a year and that'll be plenty. Mike-sensei laughed, relenting graciously. All right, it's a deal. Thank you, Hana-san. She smiled at them both before heading toward the back of the shop. Izuku sat frozen, mind racing. My son's best friends. The Shirakumo family had one son. His name was Shirakumo Oboro and he was dead. And he was Mike-sensei and Aizawa-sensei's best friend. He had quirk counseling with Eraserhead, whose best friend had the same quirk as Izuku. Presumably he would have seen Cloud used and probably was part of training exercises and the like if they'd all gone to school together. And Izuku's quirk was the same thing and he didn't know why. He stood, hastily packing up his books, some irrational part of him afraid that he was going to lose control and start spouting rain clouds like he had last night. Then he'd have absolutely no way to explain. Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei, these? They're just clouds that happen as part of superpower even when I'm not actively using it and have a visible tell of green lightning when I am, quirks sure quirky, right? There was no way they would buy that. He had to get out of here and plan how on earth he was going to get through quirk counseling with Aizawa-sensei without giving away his newfound quirk or one for all, or both. That would definitely be on brand for him. Heading out, dear? Izuku started, turning to find Hana-san with a tray of mochi on her way back to his teacher's table. Wise. Thank you for the tea, Hana-san. I'll be sure to tell everyone how good it was. Hana-san smiled gently. You're welcome back anytime, dear. Izuku thanked her again, bowing quickly and slipping out the front door, his mind racing wildly. Nothing was making sense. But one thing was becoming clear to Izuku, something strange was going on. As much as he wanted Aizawa-sensei's help, he knew logically that there was no way he could explain Cloud as part of superpower without giving himself away. Not if Aizawa-sensei was familiar with it and Izuku had yet to find a difference between his quirk and Shirakumo's. And it wasn't like he could paint himself like a long-lost cousin until he could research the estate more Hana-san had mentioned an estate. He'd spent the summer with Dad in an estate somewhere far north. It was possible, but he had no proof. He didn't even have evidence, just theories. Theories he had no idea how to explain to his homeroom teacher without also revealing one for all. At this point, he wasn't even sure what to tell All Might, So maybe it would be better to wait and tell him once he had a better explanation than hey all might. So you know how I was quirkless? Well, surprise. Looks like I wasn't, and I thought it was a fever dream, but I soaked my mattress with a rain cloud that I made so definitely real, and for some reason it's an identical quirk to a dead high schooler from more than a decade ago, and I can't tell whether or not he's a long-lost relative of my dad who I haven't seen in about 10 years. Izuku grimaced. Yeah, maybe he should wait. And honestly, after years of nobody even believing Cloud existed, he didn't want to say anything until he knew more, could explain more, until nobody could call him crazy or brain damaged. Stupid Deku's brain doesn't even work right. That's why he thinks he can be a hero. He can't even remember that he doesn't even have a quirk. Izuku shook his head to dispel the memory, heart clenching in a familiar spasm. Nobody had ever believed him. He had proof now, but he needed to wait. To understand before he opened himself up to questions again. And if that meant he was going to figure out where Cloud came from alone, as sad as it sounded, it wouldn't be the first time he'd been forced to figure things out on his own. Shouldering his backpack, Izuku hurried back to the train station. Deku! Izuku tried not to react when Kaken's back went ramrod straight as his voice carried over the now awkwardly silent classroom. I want my hero name to be Deku. Midnight was staring at him intently, something like concern flashing briefly across her face before she laughed, slightly higher pitched than normal. Subversive, I like it, Deku-kun. You can sit down. Izuku hurried to his desk, poorly hiding a flinch when he heard her flail crack as she gestured for him to take his seat again. He could practically hear Kaken's teeth grind together as he did. A small part of him did take some satisfaction in how utterly infuriated his childhood friend seemed with his choice of hero name. Izuku would be lying if some part of him hadn't wanted to lash out at Kaken over the years, make him feel even a fraction of the pain he'd inflicted on him. But the thing was, Deku wasn't about Kaken, not really. Sure, it was Kaken that had first coined the term, but it was the students in school, his teachers, and countless others that had twisted the knife over and over again, whether or not they actually called him Deku. They had treated him like one the second they knew what he was. Even those who weren't outright cruel had always shown him that he could never be capable enough, smart enough, or kind enough to be someone worth being proud of. It hadn't mattered that he was almost always near the top of his class, not that anyone had ever known that because his elementary school counselor had called him in and gently explained that while she was proud of him, being so smart would make the other kids think he was cheating since he was quirkless, so it was best that the teachers didn't put his essays on the board next to Kaken and Tsubasa's. It never did matter. Any accomplishment he might achieve was immediately overshadowed or invalidated by the fact that he was quirkless. They had either believed him incapable of achieving his dreams, or thought it was kinder that he not have any at all and accept his lot. There were times when Izuku felt painfully visible no matter where he turned or what he did. It was followed by insults or attacks. That experience came mostly from his peers. Kaken especially seemed to take offense if Izuku dared to breathe some days. But there were times that he felt horribly invisible, like how the librarian wouldn't call on him when she asked what they wanted to be when they grew up after his quirkless diagnosis. But the point was, yes, Izuku knew Kaken was a bully. And it was wrong and it was terrible, but he couldn't help but believe that the boy who had chased off a particularly vicious stray cat when they were 3 still existed. He believed Kaken could be an amazing hero. And Izuku was well practiced at being stubbornly obstinate, so he clung to that faith that, at his core, Katsuki was much more than he'd both built himself and been built into. Try as he might, Izuku just could not hate Kaken, no matter how he wished he could have, if only to make his life hurt a little less when he was nursing bruises and burns. But that wasn't the point here. Izuku was Deku. For so long he'd looked in the mirror and seen that timid, fearful part of him that believed the horrible things that people said. That part whispered that he ruined anything he touched eventually. Even now that he had a quirk, that part of him existed. Uraraka's innocent rephrasing of Deku had shaken him in ways he couldn't quite explain, bouncing around his head since the first day of school. A Deku that could do things? Did that mean he wouldn't be afraid anymore if he was a Deku that could and not a Deku who couldn't? That was the thing though, Izuku had been gifted almost everything he had. One for all. The fact that Aizawa-sensei hadn't expelled him and was even going to help him personally. And Izuku was terrified that he would let everyone who believed in him down. It kind of sounds like you can do it, I like that. Nice to meet you, Deku. Izuku was Deku. Deku was Izuku. Izuku wanted to be like All Might, but Deku could never be as untouchable as the Titan his mentor was. But then again, did Izuku want that? His first tried and true fanboy instinct shouted yes, but in his hardest moments, visible, invisible, or otherwise, he hadn't wanted an icon. He just wanted a helping hand. Maybe Deku couldn't be All Might. Because Deku was Izuku and Izuku was Deku. They couldn't really be separated like Toshinori and All Might. But Deku could do the things Izuku himself had prayed for. He could be frightened so others did not have to, as odd as it sounded even in Izuku's head. Deku could be afraid, but he could also smile and reach out his hand to someone who needed him. He could shoulder their fear so they didn't have to carry it alone. Maybe someday he could be strong enough that they didn't have to carry it at all. Deku could be a friend, a helping hand for anyone who needed him. Izuku flipped open his notebook to his most recent analysis of himself as Kaken started a shouting match with the rest of the class over King Explosion murder. Not that Izuku hadn't seen that coming from a mile away. He'd made Kaken's first fan merch after they'd chosen hero names at 4. Maybe he should wear that hat tomorrow just to see what would happen. Kaken's notebook was smoking. He could smell it. Then again, maybe not. Izuku slowly wrote beside his name at the top of his analysis of One for All. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, superpower. Hero name, Deku. A Deku that can. A Deku that could be a hero. He would be a hero. Cloud 5. It was raining. Big, fat drops of rain, plopping down into the puddle forming on the cracked concrete of the sidewalk, splashing onto Izuku's head, dripping onto his knees and showering the thirsty moss at his feet with crimson. Rain wasn't supposed to be red. Izuku sniffled, drawing his knees closer to his chest and laying his cheek miserably on the already forming bruises there. His eye hurt. His cheek stung. His knees hurt. His back burned. His tummy hurt when he breathed deeply. He didn't know what was bleeding. He just hurt. And for once he was too tired to cry. But it looked like the clouds were doing that for him. Plop, plop, plop. Izuku didn't understand. He'd been so excited. Kaken and Tsubasa and the others had finally invited him to play heroes and villains again after school. All he'd said was that he wanted to be one of the heroes this time. Plop, plop, plop. Heroes can't be quirkless. Izuku scuffed his foot nervously, facing Kaken and the others. Why? Yes they can, Dad said so but I'm not. I already told you guys. Kaken hopped off the stump he was standing on, eyeing Izuku in a way that made him swallow nervously. But he stood his ground. They had to believe him. It was true, he was just getting better from being sick, that was all. Okay fine. If you actually have a quirk, Izuku, then show us now and you can be a hero today. Izuku nodded, a flood of determination filling him as he cupped his hands together, steadily meeting Kaken's gaze and pulled from that soft misty place that he knew was supposed to be beside his heart. A second passed. Then two. Kaken's eyes left his to stare eagerly at Izuku's cupped hands. Another second. Then another. Izuku willed the little cloud to form. A puff of mist. Anything. His hands remained stubbornly empty as Kaken's eager expression morphed into a scowl. I knew it, you're just lying to me. Izuku shook his head, wanting to deny it, but the words wouldn't come out. You really don't have a quirk. I do, it's hurt right now. We can still be heroes together, Kaken. Stop lying to me. Izuku stumbled back a few steps as Kaken shoved him. I'm going to be a hero, you're not going to be anything but the Deku. That's what you are. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as Tsubasa and Kenji laughed. He shook his head, taking another shaky step back, Deku echoing in his ears. I'm not. And you're not just a Deku. There was something frightening but already familiar in the look Kaken's red eyes had taken on at the laughter of their friends. You're a liar too. Villains are the ones that lie, not heroes. Looks like you're the villain. Deku. Plop, plop, plop. The rain was getting harder now, soaking through Izuku's clothes, making him shiver. He should go home. Mama was going to get worried if he wasn't home soon. Thunder rumbled in the distance. She was probably already worried, but he couldn't force his limbs to move. Maybe he really was a Deku. He didn't understand why his friends weren't his friends anymore just because he didn't have a quirk. He didn't understand where the clouds had gone. He just didn't understand. Izuku. Izuku baby, there you are. Baby, what happened? Mama's arms wrapped around him suddenly, the soft floral scent of fresh laundry engulfing them. When Izuku looked up, he felt Mama inhale sharply, her face falling as she gazed back at him. Izuku swallowed, a coppery taste in his mouth rising as he choked back tears. He didn't manage to form the sentence as the tears that had been mysteriously absent up to this point finally appeared, ripping out of his chest in painful sobs. Mama just held him closer, murmuring softly until he hiccuped himself back to some semblance of calm. It was only then he managed to find his voice, just barely audible over the soft hiss of the rain. Why does it feel so real? What, baby? Why does it feel so real if it never happened? Mama's arms tightened around him. I don't know, baby, I don't know. Drip, drip, drip. Izuku blinked back the memory, skirting the edge of the park and quickly crossing the bridge that led back into the woods, the soft sounds of water splashing on fallen leaves from a pre-dawn downpour the only noise outside of his muffled footfalls. He hadn't gone back to that playground for a variety of reasons. In elementary and middle school it had been because that's where the highest concentration of people likely to hit him hung out after school. But today, Izuku had taken the train half an hour out of his way for an entirely different purpose. He needed a place to practice with Cloud without the fear that he would encounter Kaken on a Saturday morning hike in the woods that bordered their neighborhood playground. The thought made Izuku snort. Seeing how poorly his childhood friend had reacted to the news of One for All, he couldn't imagine having to explain Cloud now. A big I told you so was the first thing that came to mind, and somehow that didn't sound like the best way to approach that situation. So here Izuku was, trekking through a slightly overgrown, run-down part of Mustafu to a pond he'd found on Google Maps in between commercial breaks for the All Might special he'd watched last night. 20 minutes later, Izuku spotted the pond he was hunting, surrounded by soft grasses and late summer wildflowers, a single twisted pine tree reaching out over the waters. He smiled faintly, a peaceful feeling wafting over him with the cool morning breeze as he plopped down his backpack at the roots of the tree, digging out his notebook and a pencil. He was supposed to have started quirk counseling already, but in a slide of luck entirely out of character for Izuku, Aizawa-sensei had rescheduled to next week, so he had a few more days to ensure that he didn't start spouting clouds in the middle of counseling. Midoriya. Backpack on the ground, raise your arms above your head. After a moment's hesitation and a slowly rising eyebrow from Aizawa-sensei, Izuku hurriedly complied, anxiously shifting from foot to foot in the now empty classroom. Yeah, that's what I thought. You got hit in training today because your reaction times aren't back up to speed. Your left shoulder is bothering you. It wasn't a question, and now that he thought about it, the new muscle around his shoulder and elbow did hurt, but he was so used to small aches and pains that Izuku hadn't even considered that it could be a problem that would arise in training. I guess so, sensei. I hadn't. Izuku could feel the hot shame coloring his cheeks as he looked away for a second. I hadn't noticed it. They usually don't. It doesn't bother me, sensei. I can still come to counseling today. I won't waste your time, I promise. Aizawa-sensei fixed him with a long stare, face unreadable, which only pushed Izuku's anxiety higher. He didn't like not being able to read people's expressions, that's what had kept him at least somewhat safe over the years, and he did not like the lack of protection now, even though he knew logically Aizawa-sensei wasn't a threat and he was speaking to Izuku again. Until you're properly healed. Quirk counseling isn't something you need to approach on top of school unless you're at 100%. Let's give it until next week, and as long as Recovery Girl clears you for extra training we'll start then at the same time. Izuku nodded slowly, trying to calm his heart a little. Nothing bad. Honestly, he would be fine, but if Aizawa-sensei wanted to be cautious then at least that gave him more time to understand Cloud before having his quirk control under a microscope. Midoriya? Yes, sensei. That sounds good, thank you. Aizawa-sensei stared flatly at him for another few seconds. Go home and get some rest, kid. Izuku nodded again, stuttering out his thanks and nearly backing into Ida on the way out of the classroom. "Midoriya, are your arms feeling better?" Izuku smiled at his friend, an uneasy feeling settling in his stomach when he noticed the dark circles under Ida's eyes. That wasn't a good sign, seeing as Izuku had witnessed Ida lecturing a confused Uraraka on the importance of getting not just a full 8 hours of sleep, but the actual recommended 10 for growing youth. Not that Izuku could blame him. They'd all heard about Ingenium, but Ida brushed off the topic whenever any of them had tried to see if he was okay. "I'm feeling a lot better, thanks Ida. Do you want me to wait for you? My train doesn't leave for a while longer, we can walk to the station together." Ida smiled thinly. "Thank you, but I have to speak with Aizawa, a sensei, then my mother is driving me to the hospital." Izuku nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I hope your brother is doing better." Ida's jaw tightened and he gave a short nod, slipping into the classroom and leaving Izuku staring at the door, a growing pit of worry in his stomach. If he was being totally honest, Aizawa-sensei's refusal to give Izuku extra training just because he was a little sore still confused him, but it would be stupid of him to waste this opportunity. Truthfully, he had no idea what quirk counseling would entail and was extremely curious. How do you tailor quirk counseling? What's the difference between quirk counseling and training? He was getting distracted. Focus on why he was here at 5 in the morning. Izuku sat a little straighter, crossing his legs and willing a little cloud into existence above his lap. The increasingly familiar cooling sensation next to his heart hummed to life, filling an empty space that Izuku didn't even realize was there. He smiled, running a gentle hand over the tiny, puffy white cloud. "Okay, let's test some theories." He snatched up a large pine cone from the ground and gently balanced it on the cloud, releasing his grip and holding his breath as it sank a few infinitesimal centimeters, then stopped, resting like a little hat on top of the cloud. Izuku grinned. He loved quirk research, and this time he was not only the researcher, he was the subject. He dove for his notebook, snatching it up and hurriedly flipping to a new page. When concentrating, a cloud, cumulus, naturally appears and has a base density able to support small objects. Test object, pine cone, seemingly stable. Izuku stood, walking slowly in a circle around the cloud. It did seem to be holding the pine cone's weight somewhat like a pillow, which meant that its surface was pliable and not hard, which was to be expected now that he considered it. However, that also implied that whatever density he was able to manipulate stemmed from the inside out, if the outside of the cloud was softer than its dense core. Over the edge of his notebook, Izuku saw the little cloud drift closer. There wasn't any breeze. He stopped his slow pacing. The cloud stopped. He took a few steps back, quickly this time. The cloud followed. Well, that confirmed another one of his childhood quirk notes. But could he make it stay too? He held out a hand, slowly backing up. The little cloud stubbornly followed. It wasn't sentient, right? Like a dog or a cat. A sit or a stay. Izuku backed up again, the cloud lazily drifting toward him. Okay, now that he'd said it out loud, that was a little stupid. Pseudo-sentient? Not sentient, but somehow attracted to me. Electromagnetic manipulation? Minute manipulation of water or air currents. Technically speaking, there was almost always water in the air. Maybe he was unconsciously still influencing his environment and drawing the cloud toward him? Izuku took a deep breath. How was he supposed to explain this to himself when he knew nothing? I find that overcomplicating things can be detrimental. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku closed his eyes, the voice's memory bringing back the sprawling, vibrant green rice fields surrounding Dad's estate. There had always been herons hunting for fish in the shallow canals between fields. He'd loved getting up to watch them, crouched on the wooden gate that dammed one field and flooded the other. He opened his eyes again. Maybe it was that simple. Water was in the air all around him. He was manipulating water droplets to form clouds, tapping into a metaphorical stream of vaporized water, which meant maybe he could shut the gate too. He eyed the little cloud, now lazily swirling about his ankles, and let out a slow breath. Think of that wooden gate lowering, the water slowing to a trickle, then stopping entirely. Izuku could feel the cloud more clearly now, as if he was the one powering its existence, not the environment around him. Was he a conduit or creator? He took a step back. Then another. The cloud bobbed peacefully where he'd left it. It worked. It really worked, and Cloud was so cool. Izuku let out a laugh of triumph, fumbling for his notebook once more, jumping as he accidentally released the cloud and the pine cone thumped to the ground. Oops. Concentration affects the density and apparition of clouds. Unclear as to how much attention can be split before a created cloud dissipates or loses its density. Finishing his note, Izuku stood again, stretching and watching the mist over the lake. In his notes, Shirakumo Oboro's instinctual use of cloud had manifested in a cumulus cloud. Usually when quirks first manifested, it was accidental, the user defaulting to whatever was most natural for them. He drew on cloud, watching the mist swirl and condense into a cumulus cloud. If his memories were correct, and Izuku was fairly certain his recollections of the day cloud manifested, miraculously crystal clear, then he'd used a cumulus cloud to stop a baby squirrel from falling out of the tree. It was odd. Most of his memories of using his childhood quirk were untouched by the fever, though he'd been convinced they'd been created by it as it blurred the rest of his early childhood. But Izuku could remember the day cloud manifested like it was yesterday. The cool morning, the panic of not being fast enough, the unusually foggy woods. Fog? It hadn't been foggy anywhere except the woods that morning. Could it be that Izuku had manifested cloud before he had saved the squirrel? When he consciously summoned cloud, a particular pull always began in his chest and the cumulus cloud would form, but that was with a specific goal and pattern. If his theory was correct, then the natural, unguided state of cloud was something more nebulous, like the fog he remembered from that morning. Izuku closed his eyes again, breathing deeply through his nose, the damp earth and fresh morning dew filling his nostrils, an odd calm pooling inside him as he once more reached for where cloud sat in his chest, not picturing anything this time. Just Izuku and the cool, damp morning air. He was colder now, as if tendrils of mist were moving through his veins, not concentrated in one spot, but all over. He opened his eyes to see nothing but thick, white fog surrounding him, reducing the nearby pine tree to a blurry shadow. It felt different from when he was making cumulus clouds, not controlled or measured, but something gentler. It felt so natural that Izuku wanted to cry, but if someone asked why, he didn't think he could explain. It felt like breathing. Divergence. Quirk counseling notes for Shirakumo state that his instinctual use of cloud manifested in a cumulus cloud. Mine seems to be a fog based on past memory and current experimentation. Izuku feverishly took notes while he waited for the fog to clear, jotting down everything he could think might be important about cloud and gulping down his water bottle. That was another thing he'd noticed. Using cloud made him extremely thirsty, which had the odd implication that not only was he somehow influencing the external environment, but that his levels of hydration were also involved in the process, so maybe it was a mixture of both? Like a power source versus the amount of potential energy, or in this case water in the air, surrounding him? Maybe if he moved closer to the water's edge he could make a cloud dense enough to hold something heavier than a pine cone, though to be fair it was a very big pine cone. Izuku stood, brushing himself off and wandering to the water's edge, the silver glint of a few minnows flashing as he approached. Can we have a picnic up here? Over the water? Please? I can make it big enough for both of us. I would like to avoid feeding the fish my lunch, and I have already eaten, so I will stay on land this time. Okay. Izuku could see it now, the clear blue sky reflected in the water, how he had eagerly called out to someone. Someone he desperately wanted approval from. But seeing as you are supervised this time, and are not concerned with the possibility of feeding your lunch to koi, I see no reason that you cannot have, as you say, a floating picnic. Will you? I will stay to watch, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku blinked, watching the sky, dotted with soft white clouds and his own face, staring back at him, smiling faintly. That was a new one. Whatever Shinso's quirk had done in reaction with One for All must have somehow shaken loose some of the veil the fever had left over his remaining memories, or at least that was Izuku's current running theory. Not that he was complaining. Izuku was insanely curious about his early childhood, that summer in particular. He wondered if that was Dad or whatever personal assistant had been tasked with watching him. The voice in his memories didn't sound quite right to be Dad, but it filled him with the same childish urge to please that his memories of Dad did, so he supposed it was possible. Izuku looked back into the still pond. A floating picnic? He focused Cloud's energy, bringing up the little cumulus cloud and willing it to grow larger, drawing his hand in a slow circle as it grew and grew until it was almost the size of a twin bed, bobbing temptingly by the water's edge. He pressed down. It was cold. And springy. A floating picnic? Well, there was one way to find out. He hopped up onto the cloud, landing with a soft thump and sinking a few centimeters before stopping, cradled gently as it molded ever so slightly to his body. It was holding him. Izuku pushed himself up onto his knees, a rush of excitement flowing through him as he surveyed the pond and surrounding woods from his perch a few feet above the ground. The opposite side of the pond was about 40 feet away. Could he make it? Taking a deep breath, Izuku willed the cloud forward, as if he were pulling himself toward the water in the air in front of him and almost pitched forward on his face, one foot slipping momentarily through the cloud, his toe skimming the water before he managed to pull it back up as the cloud glided forward at a sedate pace, leaving a little trail of mist in its wake. Did he have to look where he was going? Flopping onto his back, arms and legs sprawled out, Izuku let out a laugh as the cloud kept floating toward the opposite bank. So cool. He could feel the faint strain of holding the density of the cloud at the point where it would support his weight as well as moving it at the same time, but nothing was wrong. The feeling was just the stretching of a muscle he didn't know he had. Like when All Might made Izuku give him a piggyback ride while they were cleaning Takoba Beach. He didn't know that he had that many undiscovered muscles and they had all been screaming, but this wasn't nearly as bad as that. He let out a sigh, enjoying the light breeze as he floated slowly across the pond. Izuku had the sense that he could go faster if he tried, but for this moment he just enjoyed the simple feeling of using Cloud. It really was an amazing quirk, he wondered. Snap. At the sound of a branch snapping, Izuku shot up, looking wildly around the pond's edge for the source of the noise. Where had it come from? He couldn't see anything in the meadow. His gaze flicked frantically along the treeline, looking for whatever made the noise. Was it an animal, a person? Izuku plunged directly into the center of the pond as he lost concentration on holding Cloud, coming up spluttering a moment later, treading water. All around him the woods were silent save for the soft chirping of crickets in the nearby meadow and his own frantic gasps. There was nobody there as he turned, bobbing in place. A particularly judgmental-looking frog croaked at him from a rock a few feet away, breaking the silence. Izuku looked up to find a rapidly dissipating cloud with one Izuku-shaped hole in it and couldn't help the laugh that bubbled out of him. So cool. Nevertheless, he'd been here a while, and he should go before something other than a deer found him back here, and now he had to dry off or figure out how to explain to Mom how he'd fallen into another pond. Squelching back onto the bank, shouldering his backpack and heading back down the path, Izuku felt an odd sort of relief as he considered the morning's findings. He instinctively used his cloud to create fog while Shirakumo instinctually created cumulus clouds, which supported his theory that the dead student was somehow related to Izuku, but dispelled some of the creeping, nameless fear that had been unsettling him with the similarities between their quirks. And sue him, he'd always had an active imagination and maybe, just maybe, he'd spent a little too much time on quirk conspiracy boards and had let his mind run away with him. At the very least, Izuku felt better having a clearer grasp on his own quirks so he could compare and find the differences between him and Shirakumo. Sure, it was weird that their quirks were so similar, but if Izuku had an innately different instinctual use of his quirk, then that did support the idea that they were in fact separate, if not still weirdly familial quirks. But then again, while it dispelled some of the outright creepiness, it didn't solve the increasingly strange mystery surrounding why nobody seemed to remember Izuku getting a quirk, or why it had been dormant up until this point. No, dormant implied an unawakened state. A stasis of sorts. It didn't feel like Cloud was dormant, not if the same technique Izuku was applying now had worked when he was 6 and then suddenly stopped. If anything, that implied that there was a block, but blocked by what? His first instinct was to say the fever from his childhood illness, but he'd never heard of anything like that blocking quirk usage entirely. There was also the fact that he'd shown Dad his quirk, and Dad had given him advice because despite his limited knowledge of his father's personality, the one thing Izuku knew he could not resist was analyzing an interesting quirk. Like father like son, he supposed. The point was that Dad's neat handwriting was side by side with Izuku's messy childhood scrawl, so he had definitely acknowledged that Cloud existed. But he had lied to Mom. Or had he forgotten too? Did something happen to both of us? Izuku had returned home from the hospital with no dad, no quirk, and a deep-seated terror of being left alone in the dark that he couldn't explain if he tried. And he did try, but no matter how many times Mom asked him what was wrong, he couldn't tell her because he didn't know. Only that he would wake up, heart pounding, arms scratched red, already crying by the time he was conscious enough to make a sound. The best any of the psychiatrists his mom had taken him to see was that he subconsciously feared returning to the hospital since his arrival had been traumatic and he had been away from familiar surroundings for so long. It had taken a very long time and a minimum of 2 all-night night lights before those night terrors finally began to stop. The misty figure from Izuku's dream he could only vaguely remember being an assistant to his father, the fact that his dad was always called away for business, the large checks sent to Inko once every 3 months, the remote estate, how he hadn't seen his father since the night he had rushed Izuku to the hospital when he fell suddenly and mysteriously ill. Wait. No way. Was Dad Yakuza? Had someone tried to hurt Izuku because of that, and was that why his father left so suddenly and hadn't come back? Izuku set down his notebook, trying to absorb the enormity of the implications. It would actually make a lot of sense. And Izuku had never been able to pinpoint what exact business Dad was involved with. Not since the fever had erased his memories. The feeling of creeping dread was back, crawling slowly up his spine as he considered the possibility that someone, somewhere, had wanted him dead as a 6-year-old. He could think of 3 reasons why. His father had angered someone higher up, a rival group had tried to hurt Izuku to get to Dad, or the most frightening possibility, Izuku had heard or seen something he wasn't supposed to and someone had decided to fix that. It's alright, son, because I'm here. Trekking back through the woods, he turned over the possibility in his head with increasing speed. He'd always assumed that Dad had left them because of his quirkless diagnosis, that he had been ashamed of Izuku despite the fact that he upheld his responsibility of providing for them. Izuku had never considered more than that, especially after he'd finally accepted that Cloud was nothing but a beautiful figment of his imagination and had focused on becoming a hero despite what everyone said. But what if Dad left because it was no longer safe for him to be around Mom and Izuku, that he lied to Mom about Izuku's quirk because the same people who had hurt him knew what his quirk was and had somehow damaged his ability to use it? Or on the flip side, the same people who had hurt Izuku also hurt Dad, and he didn't remember Izuku's quirk to begin with. And had they hurt Izuku and it became meningitis, had they infected him with it somehow, or was it something else entirely and the doctors lied? He should probably be more concerned with the fact that his dad could be involved with the Yakuza, but at this moment Izuku shoved down the budding revulsion he felt at the idea that his father could be villain adjacent. Finally something was making sense. None of what had happened to him had added up, and Izuku was well aware that he could be grasping at straws. It was also totally possible that his dad was just a deadbeat with money. But for better or for worse, he had a concrete, living lead to follow. He needed to research Midoriya Hisashi. I'm sorry, sensei. What? Izuku stared at the carton of eggs in front of him, trying not to let his outright confusion show. Aizawa-sensei fixed him with a flat stare. Hold the egg in one hand and punch through the cinder block with your other. Don't break the egg. Or your hand. He nudged the bowl closer to Izuku, nodding at the large carton of eggs on his right and the cinder block on his left. Izuku blinked. So he hadn't misheard. Oh, okay. Izuku eyed the egg again and then the cinder block. Maybe one for all at 5% would work for this? He could semi-regularly isolate his quirk to one part of his body, so if he could just contain it in his right hand, then he should be able to punch the block without breaking the egg. And he should hurry up because he could feel Aizawa-sensei's eyes boring into the back of his head. His hand went through the cinder block, one for all surging alongside the sticky, wet feeling of the egg crunching in his left fist, bits of shell and egg flying everywhere. Slowly, he turned to look over his shoulder to find Aizawa-sensei impassively picking a piece of shell out of his capture weapon. Sorry, sensei. I didn't mean. I expected as much on your first try, Midoriya. It's called quirk counseling for a reason, and that reason is not that you perfectly execute everything I ask of you. Izuku closed his mouth as his teacher droned on, some of the initial panic he felt at his spectacular failure fading. Now, you're isolating your quirk into one part of your body, why? B. Because I didn't want to break the egg, sensei. And you said it yourself that I'm a liability in the field if I make myself useless and break all of my bones. Aizawa-sensei grimaced faintly. And that was smart of you to use in the quirk aptitude test and the sports festival, but not for the long term. When you fight a villain, are you going to use your whole body or just part of it? Izuku blinked. Aizawa-sensei was asking questions they both already knew the answer to, but for the life of him Izuku could not figure out why. I would give it everything I have, sensei. Aizawa-sensei looked at him for a long moment before putting a heavy padded foam brick in place of the cinder block and handing Izuku a new egg. Izuku flushed. He hadn't thought he'd done that poorly. Punch the block without breaking the egg. Channel your quirk into the hand with the egg. Izuku did as he was told, letting one for all flow through his veins and around his hand, the lightning crackling around it, his grip growing tighter in preparation to maintain the quirk, shaking with the effort not to clench around the egg and crush it. He grit his teeth and hit the block with his other hand. Crunch. Yellow yolk dripped down his arm as Izuku stared at the sad remains of the egg in dismay. Aizawa-sensei paced around the table to face Izuku, arms crossed. He didn't look angry, not yet at least. You're afraid of it. What? Izuku stared in confusion. He wasn't afraid of an egg. He was afraid of breaking it and angering Aizawa-sensei, but he wasn't. Your quirk. You're afraid of it, Midoriya. I saw it before and just now proves that every time you activate it you get stiff as a board and tense up, and then that happens. He nodded at the egg, then looked back at Izuku. That's what he meant. Why? Why was he afraid of one for all? Because it's an ancient quirk passed down through generations that he couldn't control. Because Izuku knew, somehow, that he was going to mess this up and disappoint every single person who believed in him. Because Aizawa-sensei was right and he was a liability in the field right now and he didn't know how to fix it. Because I don't want to hurt anyone, sensei. You're right that I don't know how to control it, and I'm trying. And I don't want to hurt someone or hurt myself badly enough that someone has to save me. Aizawa-sensei frowned and Izuku looked at his hands, taking in the new scars from the sports festival, unable to look at his teacher, hot shame coloring his cheeks, braced for the inevitable questions that he still didn't know how to answer. Why didn't you learn to control it in quirk counseling? You've had almost 10 years and you haven't been able to prevent your bones from breaking yet? Quirk counseling had been a mistake. He should have found a way around it because now he was going to get All Might in trouble, and what would they say when they found out how Izuku came by his quirk in the first place? Would they expel him then? Izuku felt sick. The fact that you recognize your weaknesses is a good thing. It means you're teachable. Izuku's gaze jerked back to Aizawa-sensei, who continued on in the same monotone drawl. I can teach you control, but what I also want you to focus on in these lessons is trusting yourself with that same control once you've mastered it. Was Aizawa-sensei really not pressing the issue any further? Izuku wasn't sure what had happened, how in some completely un-Izuku-like slide of luck Aizawa-sensei had decided not to push the matter or give up on him entirely. Okay, sensei. I can do that. The barest hint of a smile crossed Aizawa-sensei's face. Yeah, kid, I know you can. I don't waste my time. Now, tell me, if someone was falling off a high rise during a villain fight and you had to catch them, would you use your quirk in your whole body or just your legs? That same question again? Izuku frowned, absently scratching the still pink scars on his arms, his brain speeding up to meet the problem at hand. To get up that high I would start with my legs, and assuming it's a downtown area and there are other high rises, I would try to bounce between them using my legs as power and my arms as direction and extra push, so yes, I would use my whole body, sensei. Aizawa-sensei sounded pleased while he sounded slightly less monotone than usual, which nonetheless filled Izuku with a warm sense of pride. That's good reasoning. He picked up a new egg. This is a civilian. He nodded down at the scrambled mess of egg in the bowl below Izuku's hand. So was that. Izuku froze, his mouth going dry, looking dumbly back and forth between the crushed egg and the one in Aizawa-sensei's hand. He wanted to say he was sorry, but all that came out was a squeak. Oh. Aizawa-sensei snorted quietly. So far you've been used to using your quirk in situations where other people are also able to use theirs in offensive or defensive ways. With many civilians this isn't the case. Their quirks are either not flashy or they're too panicked to use them to help themselves. But most importantly, many don't have the ability to negate that kind of impact coming from a hero intercepting a fall at terminal velocity. Izuku blinked, still not able to find the proper words to voice the absolute maelstrom of thoughts assaulting his brain. He had never considered the fact that he could kill someone by rescuing them. He'd honestly been more worried about accidentally murdering villains or other heroes, but it unfortunately made perfect sense. Someone like Todoroki or Bakugo would walk away from Izuku's takedowns with mild bruises because they could create a force that was opposite to his momentum. Their whole class was learning ways to use their quirks in similar ways, but civilians didn't usually get that kind of training. So if Izuku had launched himself at the theoretical person like he'd described to Aizawa-sensei at the speed he'd need to get up to them before they hit the ground, he would probably crush their ribcage when he intercepted them mid-air. A hand settling on Izuku's shoulder startled him and he flinched, looking up in surprise to find Aizawa-sensei kneeling down in front of him. Control will come with time, kid, but you do need to understand how important it is outside of keeping your arms and legs in one piece. Here. He pressed another egg into Izuku's hands, which immediately started sweating. He could kill someone. Not hurt them. Kill them. Right now, whenever you activate your quirk, you're bracing for impact because you've only activated it when you need to hit something, right? Izuku nodded. Weiss, sensei. Aizawa-sensei lightly tapped Izuku's fist. He hadn't even realized he'd closed them around the egg. So first I want you to open your hand, then close your eyes. Izuku hesitantly did as he was told, taking a deep, steadying breath, the air drifting in from the cooling evening doing little to calm his nerves. Now, I want you to let your quirk activate as much as you can safely handle, but just let it sit in your body. Don't try to consolidate it anywhere, I just want it active. I'll stop you if I think you're about to hurt yourself. Izuku swallowed. At least Aizawa-sensei would keep him from losing his arms if he lost it. And now that he thought of it, the first time he'd used one for all had been in the entrance exam when he'd yanked at something until it gave, and it had felt like trying to contain an explosion ever since when he called on it. But what was its natural state? He'd thought cloud had been, well, clouds, but it had been fog. What was one for all when it was just existing within him? He let out a long exhale, grasping at where one for all was nestled next to cloud in his body, not pulling, just trying to open the gate a trickle. He could feel the electricity flaring to life around his shoulders, traveling down his arms toward his hands, his fingers twitching in anticipation of the pain that usually came when he used his quirk. I could kill someone. A hand lightly tapped his closing fingers again. I've got you, Midoriya. Just let it exist. Izuku forced his trembling fingers back open, feeling the lighting coursing through his body, tingling and warm, crackling softly in the quiet gym, but it didn't hurt. He could feel it spiraling around his arms and legs, almost cheerful in its delicate movement, poised and alert but surprisingly peaceful otherwise. He took in another deep breath, some of the tension he was feeling draining away as he relaxed the rigid grip he kept on his quirk, opening his mental gate a little more, feeling the lightning on his body begin to crackle excitedly. It felt good. The tingling warmth was increasing, growing hotter as more of one for all slipped past the gate, forcing it open wider, the trickle rapidly becoming a stream. Oh no. He was too hot. He was too hot and he was about to break something. He could feel it. One for all was burning away his control, the gate keeping the rest of his quirk back rapidly crumbling as Izuku tensed for the inevitable agony of broken bone and nothing. Izuku opened his eyes, panting, to find himself staring into Eraserhead's bright red gaze, eyes narrowed with concern. Aizawa-sensei didn't look away from him. You good, kid? Izuku nodded, feeling tears of frustration beginning to prickle in the corners of his eyes. He'd been so close. And then he'd gone and screwed it up again. He was going to kill a civilian his first day on the job at this rate. Why was he having so much trouble with one for all when all might? Kid! Izuku was torn out of his thoughts by Aizawa-sensei, eyes now back to their usual impassive black. Sensei? Aizawa-sensei nodded at Izuku's hands. Look. Izuku followed his teacher's finger to the egg that was still sitting in his sweaty palm, sitting intact in his sweaty, trembling palm. Izuku stared in awe, not quite comprehending that he hadn't broken the egg or himself even as his control had floundered. Aizawa-sensei plucked the egg up, inspecting it with mild boredom. It's cracked, but it's not broken. Izuku was startled to see a small smile flash across Aizawa-sensei's face, so fast that he wasn't sure if he'd even seen it. That's a start, problem child. Good work. Let's call it a day. We'll pick it up after your internship next week. Izuku hastily bowed, hurrying after Aizawa-sensei through the last hazy rays of the evening sun. He couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. It's a start, problem child. Okay, thank you, sensei. Aizawa-sensei paused at the door, surveying the outside of the gym with a faintly disapproving glare. Get home, kid, I don't want you getting hit by a car in this fog and it's getting dark. Fog? Izuku stopped dead behind his teacher. Thick fog drifted around in lazy tendrils, rising from the ground, nearly waist-high, lazily winding about Gym Gamma, several tendrils floating near the windows. Izuku nodded again, his heart leaping into his throat at the sight. Okay, sensei. I'll see you next week. He hurried off toward the gates as Aizawa-sensei turned in the opposite direction toward the main school building. Izuku's mind was racing. Sure enough, as soon as he'd passed the edges of Gym Gamma and hopped onto the path toward the exit, the fog began to thin and dissipate. It was just like he'd thought he'd lost control of Cloud when he'd lost control of One for All. He'd have to be more careful. Really, he was lucky he hadn't spouted a cumulus cloud then and there in front of Aizawa-sensei. That was literally what he'd tried to practice. But then again, quirk control wasn't his specialty, he was discovering. At least this way it could be chalked up to a weird weather phenomenon of a damp evening. It had rained most of the afternoon anyway, so it's feasible that fog could come this evening. But even with this near miss, Izuku couldn't quite tamp down his excitement over whatever breakthrough he'd had with One for All. The wonderful feeling, not breaking the egg, not breaking any bones, making his teacher proud. It might not seem like much when he listed it, but to Izuku it meant the world. He was finally moving forward. He didn't care if it was going to be hard. Izuku was used to uphill battles. Those he could do. But for now he hurried toward the train station for home under the clear violet sunset, Aizawa-sensei's words repeating in his head. It's a start, problem child. He was floating. He was falling. Faster and faster, plummeting toward the earth, he began to pull on Cloud to cushion his fall. This wasn't good. He should probably be scared. He was scared. Wasn't he? The sky was very blue, not a cloud in sight. Wasn't that funny? The shadow falling over him wasn't clouds, slowly covering him in darkness. But it wasn't slow. It wasn't even fast. It was everything all at once, colors dulled and blurred by the dust of the rubble raining down on him as the whole building collapsed to his right. He didn't have any time to think, to choose. The frightened screams below him made it for him. Really, it was a choice he'd already made. He threw everything he had into forming cloud cover over the brightly colored blurs cowering on the ground, shrouding them. They would see the sun again. He'd make sure of it. He'd make sure of it even as he hit the ground hard, something in his shoulder and knee shattering. As he could feel the impact of brick and steel raining down on cloud cover. He hoped they were brave enough to run while he could still hold on. They were good kids. They'd be okay. He'd make sure of it. Everything was blurry, distorted as if he was underwater, a purplish tint to his vision as he blinked, floating in this sea of something. What had happened to him? He was supposed to be worried about someone. The thought briefly broke through his haze, a distant chill of alarm traveling down his spine. Why was he floating? Where was he? A shadow passed across his vision, joined momentarily by another, two blurry, misty figures he couldn't quite make out. Then suddenly he was falling again. He had to protect the kids. It all came rushing back, drowning his mind in a wash of memory and sound and pain as he coughed up purple liquid, gasping for air on arms and legs that were somehow not broken but rubbery and weak, a loud ringing in his ears. Hands were grasping at his forearms, hauling him upwards, giving him a silk-suited shoulder to lean on, a strong arm holding him upright on legs that were longer than they should be. He was shaking. He could feel it as he stumbled next to the stranger. A doctor? Was he alive? He wasn't sure. He couldn't even lift his head to look beyond his dripping wet blue hair at the person he was using as a crutch, vision clearing just enough to see tiny puffs of clouds sprouting around his feet every time he took a step, stumbling forward with his head lolling weakly. Very good. His human crutch was talking to him, helping him clumsily lie down on a cool surface. It must be a doctor? The voice was oddly distorted, almost like it was coming from a machine. Not my original intention, but creativity flourishes in adversity. The words hit him slowly, his brain struggling to keep up with the sensory input of the words, the cold table and colder straps on his legs and arms. Straps? A hand was on his shoulder. Heavy, almost comforting. Comforting? Where was his family? Why was he here? How was he alive? Was he alive? The hand squeezed his shoulder, sending tongues of fire shooting down his veins. His blood was on fire. He squeezed his eyes shut. Someone was screaming. It was him. He knew his voice. Then the fire turned terribly cold and his eyes flew open again, vision clearing for a brief moment to see a black thundercloud above him, rippling with thunder and lightning, tendrils of blackish mist rising from where he lay, spasming against the hand and restraints. He threw his head to the side, strength returning as the pain cut through the haze in his mind, and he saw his own arms, half obscured by the strange mist traveling toward his neck. It was so cold. He needed a hero. But wasn't he a hero? It was getting colder, burning deep into his neck. He didn't feel like one. He could just see the mist creeping over his cheek. He was scared. Izuku shot awake, flailing so hard that he fell out of the narrow twin bed in Gran Torino's upstairs bedroom, landing with a loud thump on the hard floor, panting. What was that? What was that? Am I gonna have to explain to All Might that his protege was defeated by the stairs? Gran Torino's grumpy shout echoed from where the old man was making breakfast in the kitchen. Izuku could smell the eggs. It made him nauseous. No, I'm fine. His voice was higher than normal, but otherwise free from the panic that still drove his heart to beat frantically against his ribcage. Be down in 10 or I'll eat your eggs, kid. Heroics doesn't waste time, and after that left-footed showing last night, I want to get started early with you. Izuku slowly untangled himself from his blanket tomb, standing on shaky legs. Why, yes sir. What was that? It was hard to focus as he hurriedly dressed, desperately trying to process the night terror that had woken him. He hadn't had one of those in years, not since the first few months home from the hospital as a kid. But it hadn't felt like a dream. Izuku had dreams, and he'd recently recovered memories, so the difference still felt distinct. What he'd just seen felt like a memory. But Izuku's hair was green, not blue. So how, if it was a memory, then it wasn't his memory? The thought froze him in place, the strangely off feeling from the memory coming back full force. The height, the person's thought pattern, the hair. None of that was Izuku's. It wasn't his memory.